Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Issei Became the God Slayer. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Previously, Issei had warned his friends and teammates about the Chaos Brigade's dangerous plans, leaving them horrified. They understood that confronting the Chaos Brigade was akin to suicide unless they could find a way to tame Gaia, especially with Rhizovim's manipulative nature. Zeus soon appeared, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. Even Hades was willing to cooperate in the fight against the Chaos Brigade, recognizing the threat Gaia posed if left unchecked. After devising a plan, they returned to inform their respective parties. Issei then isolated himself to consume the miracle drag Amrita, falling unconscious and entering a mindscape where he met the goddess Chimyun Chipotle, also known as Shikigami. She warned him of a multiversal threat and instructed him to gather 7 souls to defeat it. Upon escaping the mindscape, the dragons informed him that the consumption of the miracle drag had been successful. He noticed that his friends were also training to enhance their abilities against Gaia. 2 days later, they were prepared to confront Gaia when she unexpectedly appeared at Issei's house, demanding a fight. Unable to convince her to abandon her plans, Issei requested Lord Zeus to teleport them to the Sahara Desert, a place with limited life. Zeus complied, and the battle commenced. Gaia summoned her plant monsters, but Issei and his team defeated them effortlessly. In a fit of rage, Gaia nearly harmed Saji and mocked Issei for failing to protect him. This was Gaia's last chance, and Issei activated his Diabolos dragon form for the first time in this timeline. With this new power, he easily overwhelmed Gaia's base form. Refusing to accept defeat, Gaia transformed into a giant tree Titanus, wielding the strength to control nature itself. She managed to overpower most of the team, including the dragons. In a desperate attempt, she unleashed a blast aimed at Frisk and Chara, but Issei took the hit, much to their dismay. As Gaia charged another attack, Issei was contacted by Gaster from headquarters, who urged him to merge with Floey despite the risks. Issei made the choice, resulting in the awakening of a new form called Apocalypse Answer Arms, a transformation he had never achieved in the previous timeline. With this newfound power, he decimated Gaia, and Asriel, having transformed from Floey due to the merge, unleashed his Revelation Hypergoner to defeat Gaia once and for all. Exhausted and unconscious, Issei and Asriel fell from their armor, victorious in their battle against Gaia. Issei was seen sleeping in his bed, having expended tremendous energy during the fight. The girls slept beside him, waiting for him to wake up. Draigg informed them that the intense power usage from both his Diabolos dragon and Apocalypse Answer Arms had created a power vacuum within him. They stayed close to ensure he would not be alone. In his mindscape, Issei was engaged in a training session with his dragons. He felt the strain of their rigorous training, which had intensified since defeating the Mother Goddess. They had taught him new moves while also enhancing his evasion, durability, magic potency, and other stats. Draigg emphasized the need for Issei to grow stronger, acknowledging that while he could now challenge Great Red, he still needed to protect his friends. Trihexa echoed this sentiment, stressing that the Chaos Brigade would come after him, and he needed to be prepared. Issei, eager to return to the girls, asked if he could leave. Draigg and Trihexa exchanged glances, knowing tomorrow would bring more training. They allowed him to go, and Issei exited the mindscape to find the girls deep in conversation. Sona expressed her concern about how long Issei would take to wake up, while Raynare mentioned Draigg's assurance that he would awaken when ready. Sona struggled to hold back tears, and the other girls felt helpless as they watched. Suddenly, Issei's voice broke through, surprising them and bringing joy. He appeared, smiling sheepishly, unsure of how they would react to his awakening. Tears filled the girls' eyes, including Seraphal's, as they rushed to embrace him, calling out his name. Issei wrapped his arms around them, providing warmth and comfort. They felt a deep sense of relief and affection in his embrace, wishing to stay close to him for the night. Just then, another guest arrived, a blonde woman in a kimono, Yasaka, the current leader of the Yukai faction. Kunu, Issei's daughter, joined him as they checked on Issei, who had been in a coma for a week following his battle with Gaia. Yasaka approached, her voice filled with concern as she asked if Issei had woken up. Before Issei could respond, Yasaka and Kunu rushed to him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. It had been a long week since he fell into his comatose state, and they had come to see how he was doing. Yasaka occasionally returned to Kyoto to monitor the ley lines, but whenever she had time, she visited Issei, offering him comfort and support. They feared he might never awaken, especially after Draigg informed them that Issei's body was adapting to the changes brought on by the awakening of the Great Red within him. Tears flowed freely when they finally saw him awake, particularly from Kunu, who now viewed Issei as a father figure rather than a romantic interest. Issei reassured them, expressing how much he missed them and noting that they seemed to be crying. Yasaka, through her tears, confessed her fear of losing him, while Kunu continued to cry silently, unable to articulate her feelings. Issei comforted them, promising that he would not easily fall again and that he would be with them for eternity. He noticed that Seraphal was also crying and asked her why. Seraphal realized she hadn't yet composed herself and wondered if Issei would accept her feelings. She had long wanted to confess her love, especially since his visit to their in-laws months ago. Now seemed like the right moment, especially since the truth had come to light. She took a deep breath and began to confess her feelings, expressing how she had loved him since she saw how he made her sister happy. She had felt an emptiness for centuries, but Issei's kindness had filled that void. She declared her love for him, stating that she wanted to be by his side. Issei was taken aback, never expecting Seraphal to confess to him. He felt conflicted, wanting to accept her feelings but concerned about the other girls around him. Before he could respond, Seraphal assured him that she didn't mind being the seventh member of his harem, as long as she could be with him. She revealed that the other girls had encouraged her to confess. Raynare chimed in, stating that Sona had been the first to know and had pushed Seraphal to express her feelings. Sona confirmed this, admitting that she had nudged her sister to confess, and that they were all willing to share Issei. Issei, feeling a sense of relief, accepted Seraphal's confession, promising to protect her for who she was, not just because of her title. Tears of joy filled Seraphal's eyes as she celebrated with Issei, and the other girls shared in her happiness, especially Sona, who felt proud of her sister for finding love. In that moment, Issei inquired about Flowey, wondering where he was. An adult male voice responded, revealing Ascari, Toriel, Gaster, and a young goat resembling Toriel, who wore a shirt with the Delta rune symbol. Issei recognized the young goat as Asriel and was curious about how he had grown into a teenager. Gaster explained that when Flowey merged with Issei, he gained access to immense powers, including those of Great Red, Ophis, and Draigg, as well as the miracle drag Amrita, which caused a permanent transformation. Asriel added that he could now shift between his forms at will, including accessing his hyper-death form. Toriel expressed her joy at seeing her child grown, hugging Asriel, who felt embarrassed by the attention. Ascari then asked Issei how he was doing, to which Issei replied that he was fine, though a bit drained. He expressed a desire to go out, but the girls exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Asriel, Ascari, and Gaster kept their distance, aware that trouble might be brewing, while Toriel chuckled at the unfolding situation. That was when Asia spoke up, insisting that Issei needed to rest after the exhausting battle. Kuroka agreed, emphasizing that he had to take a break without any arguments. Raynare added her support, reminding him that the girls were right. Issei hesitated, but the determined glares from the girls made him realize there was no way out. However, he had a plan. He suggested that they all go somewhere fun to celebrate their victory and his awakening. He turned to Kunu, asking if she wanted to spend some time with him. Kunu looked to her mother for approval, and Yasaka smiled, knowing her daughter wished to bond with her adoptive father. Sona then inquired about Issei's idea. Issei proposed a trip to Disney World in Orlando, but he needed to check with Yasaka first to see how long she could be away from Kyoto. Yasaka replied that she could be gone for 8 hours, noting that only 1 hour had passed since her arrival. She admitted that she had never visited Disney World before, which surprised Issei. Yasaka blushed, revealing her embarrassment about never having traveled due to her concerns about leaving the ley lines. Issei chuckled, causing her to squeal in protest. He quickly reassured her that he would stop teasing. With excitement, he announced that they should invite everyone else from their family to join them. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Issei reached out to Chara, Frisk, Sona's peerage, Kiba, Gasper, Valerie, Tiamat, and Crumcrotch, all of whom had contributed to the fight against Gaia. He also invited Sans, Papyrus, Undine, Alphys, and Mettaton, although Mettaton mentioned that his cousin preferred solitude. The group spent the day enjoying the rides at Disney World, experiencing every attraction at least once. It was a joyful day for everyone involved. Later that evening, the faction meeting began in a large hall filled with leaders and representatives from various factions. Surzex and Ajuka from the Devil faction, Gabriel and Michael from the Angel faction, Azazel and Baraquil from the Fallen Angel faction, and Odin and Thor from the Norse faction were present. Zeus and Hera from the Greek faction were also there, all curious about the man who had stopped the Mother Goddess. Surzex opened the meeting by explaining that Ascari and Toriel could not attend due to other commitments. He then addressed the situation with the Chaos Brigade. Zeus expressed his gratitude to Issei for helping to defeat Gaia, who had manipulated their lives and caused much suffering. Surzex reassured Zeus that he had done what he could. Azazel warned that Ryzavim would not remain silent after losing one of his key pawns, urging the need for immediate action. Ajuka speculated that Ryzavim might be planning something dangerous, possibly involving human test subjects or a superweapon that could threaten all life. The room fell silent at the thought of such a weapon. Hera asked if there was a way to stop Ryzavim before it was too late. Azazel replied that only one person could do it, Issei. Gabriel confirmed that Issei had been their greatest asset in stopping their enemies and had united them in their fight. Zeus praised Issei for his strategic mind, noting that even the Olympians had come to respect him, though Artemis remained hostile toward him. Azazel suggested forming a team to confront the Chaos Brigade, as the threat was becoming increasingly urgent. This would be an alliance team against them. Surzex asked Azazel for his suggestion. Azazel proposed the team would be called Dxd. Zeus expressed his approval of the name, referencing Issei's Dabilo's dragon, but questioned who would lead the team. Michael suggested that his joker, Dulio Gesualdo, should take the lead, noting that he possessed the Longinus Zenith Tempest, the second highest tier Longinus after the true Longinus. Zeus agreed, but emphasized the need for sub-leaders. Azazel suggested having 2 sub-leaders this time. Surzex inquired about Azazel's choice, and Azazel proposed the first-generation Sun Wukong and the current wielder of the boosted gear, Issei Hayadu, as the sub-leaders. Zeus had no objections and expressed his enthusiasm for Issei to lead the team. Surzex echoed this sentiment, and the other leaders also agreed, recognizing that the 3 chosen were the best leaders available. Issei had a unique ability to foresee the Chaos Brigade's next moves, making him a valuable asset, while Dulio's reputation as the wielder of the second strongest Longinus and Sun Wukong's cunning leadership made them ideal choices. Surzex and Azazel volunteered to inform Yasaka, Ascari, and others about the news. At the Hayudu residence, everyone returned home after their trip to Disney World, greeted by Azazel, Surzex, and their parents. Yasaka and Kunu had left early for Kyoto to check on the ley lines. Issei and the others excitedly shared stories from their adventures at Disney World when Surzex decided to break the news. He explained that due to the Chaos Brigade's rampant actions, they had decided to form their own team to respond, cautioning Issei not to spoil anything. The team would be called Team Dxd. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Azazel continued, announcing that Dulio Gesualdo, the wielder of the Longinus Zenith Tempest and the joker of Lord Michael, would lead the main team. Raynare and Chara expressed curiosity about Dulio's strength, and Issei explained that Dulio was powerful enough to rival Lord Michael, capable of defeating legions of evil dragons. In a previous timeline, his balance breaker allowed him to create bubbles that could control the climate, and he had held his own against Crumcrotch, the strongest evil dragon. He was also a master tactician. Raynare and Chara were in awe, feeling proud to be led by such a strong warrior. Azazel then introduced the sub-leaders for Team DXD, naming Sun Wukong and Issei Dxd. The room erupted in applause and cheers for Issei, who was surprised but thrilled to be chosen as a sub-leader. Asia congratulated Issei, Kuroka noted that Valley would be jealous, and Raynare expressed her pride in him. Sona and Israel also shared their pride, and Chara smiled happily for Issei. Issei thanked everyone, and Roswies remarked on how proud they should all be, prompting Mickey and Goru to agree that it was a time for celebration. Serafal offered to bring party supplies, declaring it a night for celebration. They all began to celebrate Issei's selection as the second sub-leader of Team DXD, a moment he cherished deeply. 2 days later, after the celebration, Issei and the others learned that the finals between Team Citri and Team Bale would take place in a week's time. Aware of the need to train hard, they committed themselves to becoming stronger, knowing the Bale peerage had previously defeated the Gremory peerage with relative ease. Saji, Tsubaki, and Sona resolved to train harder than the others, understanding that Seorg would not hold back. Issei took it upon himself to train them, ensuring they would be prepared for the upcoming challenges. A week later, Issei and the others were in the waiting lobby when they encountered an unexpected visitor. They had never anticipated his arrival, especially considering Issei had once humiliated him. The young man, in his early 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes, greeted Issei as the Red Dragon. He wore a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery, matching pants, and black dress shoes, with a white dress shirt that was not fully buttoned beneath his open blazer. Riser Phoenix, the third child of the Phoenix family, approached Issei Hayadu with a purpose. He wished Issei good luck against Seorg Bale and expressed a desire to discuss something important. Riser wanted to understand why Issei had helped Rias, especially given the animosity he had heard Issei held towards her. Issei clarified that he had never truly hated Rias, rather he had resented the forced marriage she faced. As a dragon, he cherished freedom, but he did not love her and never would. Riser, surprised by this revelation, inquired about the reasons behind Issei's feelings. He had assumed that Issei's actions stemmed from love, but now he felt uncertain. Sona encouraged Issei to share what had transpired in the previous timeline. Riser, intrigued, realized that Issei had undergone a true reset at some point. Issei began to recount his past experiences, including the betrayals he faced, which led to his suffering. He spoke of the people he cared about and his determination to never be manipulated again, ultimately leading to his reset. Riser listened intently, his initial shock giving way to tears. He felt remorse for not being there for someone who had shown him the right path in life and for not preventing Ravel's actions. Overcome with emotion, he expressed his sorrow for failing both Issei and his sister. Issei, feeling pity for Riser, reassured him that it was not his fault. Ravel's choices were her own, and he held no hatred towards her or Riser's family. Riser nodded, understanding that Issei had never harbored animosity, even when he had acted arrogantly in both timelines. He felt relieved that Issei did not hate him or his family for Ravel's actions. Riser promised Issei that Ravel would not approach him again. He acknowledged her fear of Issei after the engagement party and vowed to set a better example for his sister and peerage. He was determined to ensure that Ravel would not repeat her past mistakes. Issei smiled, recognizing the change in Riser. Riser took his leave, wishing Sona luck in her upcoming match against Seorg. As Riser departed, he resolved to be a better person and a brother Ravel could look up to. Asriel remarked on how well the conversation had gone, considering the circumstances. Issei encouraged the group to win the raiding game and become champions. Sona and Saji were determined to show Seorg that they would not be easily defeated. The Citri peerage headed to the stadium to face Seorg Bale, while others gathered to watch the match. Meanwhile, at the faction meeting headquarters, discussions arose regarding the growing actions of the Cows Brigade. Everyone recognized the urgency of addressing this threat, leading to the decision to form a specialized team to confront them. They named the team Team DXD, with Dulio Gesualdo, the wielder of the second strongest Longinus, Zenith Tempest, as the leader. Sun Wukong, the first-generation Monkey King, and Issei Hayadu, the wielder of the boosted gear, were chosen as sub-leaders, and all agreed on this arrangement. Dxd and Azazel then went to share the news with the team at Issei's place, where they celebrated Issei's new role as sub-leader of Team Dxd. 2 days later, it was announced that the finals would take place between the Citri and Bale families in a week's time. The Citri peerage began training diligently to prepare for the match. As the week progressed, they geared up for the raiding game when an unexpected visitor arrived, Riser Phoenix. He had changed and came to wish good luck to Sona Citri and to speak with Issei Hayu. During their conversation, Riser learned that Issei did not love Rias, prompting Issei to explain his disdain for arranged marriages, which led to Riser realizing that Issei had undergone a true reset. This revelation devastated Riser, who then vowed to become a role model for his sister Ravel, promising to guide her away from his past mistakes before he left to watch the match. Sona and her peerage made their way to the Agar's stadium for the final match against Sayorg Bale. The crowd erupted in cheers as they entered, each member taking their place in the stadium. They were determined to win the finals and achieve their dream of becoming raiding game champions. Sona aspired to open a school for low-class devils, enabling them to participate in the raiding games, a privilege they had long been denied. As the announcer, Nod Gauman, addressed the audience, excitement filled the air. He welcomed everyone to the finals of the Rookies 4 raiding game, the grand finale everyone had been anticipating between the heirs of the Bale and Citri families. The crowd applauded as the two peerages took their positions in the stadium. Nod explained that, due to the popularity of the dice game in previous raiding games, they would be using the same format. The rules were laid out. Knights were worth 3 points, bishops 4 points, rooks 5 points, kings 12 points, queens 9 points, and pawns 1 point. Regulus would take 7 points, while Saji, the wielder of the evil dragon King Vitra, would take 4 points. With that, the game commenced. The screen rolled the dice, landing on the number 5, sending the rooks into battle. From the Bale team came Gandhanma, while Lu Garu, a new member of the Citri peerage, represented Citri. Issei recalled that he and Bennia had been recruited a few weeks prior. The match began swiftly, with Gandhanma transforming into his golem form. Despite his strength, Lu's speed and durability proved superior as he chipped away at the golem's defenses. With a well-timed punch, Lu struck Gandhanma's vulnerable spot, defeating him and eliminating him from the game. The crowd erupted in applause as Lu Garu was declared the winner, marking the Citri team's first victory. Sona congratulated Lu on his achievement, and Saji gave him a thumbs up for his performance. The dice rolled again, revealing the number 9, signaling that the queens would compete next. Tsubaki from the Citri team faced off against Quisha from the Bale team. Both queens possessed abilities designed to reflect their opponent's attacks. Quisha's ability, Hole, allowed her to absorb a magical attack and redirect it, while Tsubaki's Sacred Gear, Mirror Alice, enhanced the damage of reflected attacks but lacked control over their trajectory. The battle would ultimately be decided through hand-to-hand combat, as both knew that relying solely on their demonic powers would lead to a stalemate. As the fight progressed, they exchanged blows, but Tsubaki emerged victorious by skillfully using her Mirror Alice to deflect Quisha's punch back at her. Although the match was primarily a physical contest, Tsubaki's training in hand-to-hand combat with Issei and Saji had given her the upper hand. She fought not just for herself, but for her team, knowing that victory was essential. The crowd cheered once more for Tsubaki's victory, leaving the Bale peerage in a precarious position after losing their queen and rook. Sayorg understood that while they may not be the strongest, each member's role was crucial to the team's success. The dice rolled once again, revealing the number Sona sent out Bennia Orcus and Tsubasa Yura, while Sayorg sent out Baruka Furcus and Ladora Bune. The match began with Tsubasa taking most of the hits from Ladora, who had transformed into a dragon, gaining a significant advantage for the team. Bennia utilized her scythe and her Grim Reaper physiology to gain the upper hand against Baruka. They found themselves in a stalemate, as Baruka used his horse to evade many of Bennia's attacks. Eventually, Bennia managed to defeat Baruka with a well-timed strike from her scythe, eliminating him from the match. However, while Bennia was occupied with Baruka, Ladora easily overwhelmed Tsubasa, dealing with her attacks effortlessly. Over time, Tsubasa could not withstand the pressure and was ultimately taken out by Ladora. After that, Ladora turned his attention to Benia, who was already exhausted from her battle with Baruka. With a single swing, Ladora sent her flying, eliminating her from the match as well. This resulted in a partial victory for the Bale team. Nod announced the outcome, stating that Benia and Tsubasa from the Citri team and Baruka from the Bale team had been eliminated, declaring Ladora the winner and the Bale team victorious. The dice rolled again, landing on the number this time. The Bale king himself, Seorg, entered the fray. Sona felt conflicted. She did not want Saji to go in since he was her trump card, so she reluctantly sent Tsubaki along with her other knight, Tomo. They knew they had to at least stall Seorg, as none of them could match his strength, which rivaled that of ultimate-class devils. Seorg smiled at the duo and charged at Tomo, sending her flying. She managed to use her sacred gear, received from Grigori, to regain her balance. Tsubaki attempted to keep Seorg at bay with her demonic power, but it had little effect. He easily punched her into the ground. Fortunately, she used her sacred gear, Mirror Alice, to mitigate most of the damage and maintained her distance as Seorg pursued her. Tomo tried to use her sacred gear and the counter knights she created to stall Seorg, but he quickly targeted her, grabbing her hand and eliminating her with ease. Nod announced Tomo's elimination. Seorg then focused on Tsubaki, who struggled to evade his relentless punches. Knowing she needed to weaken him, she fired her strongest demonic blast at Seorg. Dust filled the arena, but when it settled, Seorg stood unharmed, having covered himself with Tuki. He retaliated with a Tuki-enhanced blast aimed at Tsubaki. Tsubaki used her Mirror Alice to deflect most of the blast, just as Seorg had anticipated. He remarked that it was time to end the match. He charged at Tsubaki, delivering a powerful kick that sent her soaring. He then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her, causing significant damage and ultimately sending her flying across the arena, resulting in her elimination. This led to a total victory for Seorg Bale, who used a Phoenix tear that both he and Sona had received at the start to secure his win. Sona felt a wave of worry wash over her, having lost both her queen and knight to him. She knew she had to be more cautious moving forward. Nod commented on the impressive fight between the heir of Bale and the two members of Team Citri, noting how overwhelming it had been for them and how easily Seorg had won. He encouraged the audience to give them a round of applause. Saji tried to keep Sona calm, knowing he was the only one who could do so since Issei was absent. He understood the challenge ahead. He needed to defeat Seorg, as he and Sona were the only ones strong enough to keep up with him. Additionally, Issei had informed them about Regulus and his balance breaker, which posed another significant threat. Saji reassured Sona, encouraging her to hold on to hope for victory. Sona nodded, remembering how her fiancé would handle such situations. They may have lost Tsubaki, but that did not mean they would lose. They were determined to win, no matter the obstacles. The dice rolled once more, landing on the number. Sona sent both of her bishops to fight against the Bale team, while the Bale team sent out Mistida and Coriana. Both bishops had received sacred gears from Grigori. Momo used her barriers, but Mistida countered with her own sacred gear, Trick Vanish, preventing Momo from using her gear for a time. However, Rhea protected Momo with her own gear and magical power, allowing her to deal with Mistida, ultimately eliminating him. This severely weakened Momo, who was caught off guard by Coriana's ice attack and was subsequently eliminated. Saji clenched his fists in frustration but remained calm. Coriana then turned her attention to Rhea, who, despite her calm demeanor, was furious about her teammates' elimination. She used the faces as shields to block Coriana's ice attacks, much to Coriana's annoyance. Rhea declared it was time to end the match and fired a powerful demonic blast at Coriana, eliminating her before she could retaliate. This resulted in a partial victory for the Citri team. The remaining members of the Citri team were Lu, Saji, Rhea, and their leader, Sona, while the Bale team consisted of Ladora, Regulus, Liban, and their leader, Seorg. The dice rolled, landing on an 8, and this time, Saji and Rhea were sent into battle against Liban and Ladora. As the fight commenced, Ladora transformed into a dragon, but Saji quickly shifted into his Vitra promotion form, gaining the strength to contend with Ladora. However, The battle took a turn when Libin swiftly overpowered Rhea, leaving her unable to react. With his sword skills, Libin eliminated Rhea, who struggled to defend herself against his speed. This event ignited the fury of Saji, who quickly dispatched Ladora, leading to her elimination. He then turned his focus to Libin, who found it difficult to evade Saji's relentless attacks. Saji unleashed Vitra flames, causing Libin significant discomfort through his armor. Determined to finish the fight, Saji prepared a powerful blast of demonic and draconic energy, which struck Libin and eliminated him from the match. Saji emerged victorious, but the loss of Rhea weighed heavily on him. Issei and his team watched with admiration as Saji overcame the two opponents that had challenged the Gremory team. Suddenly, the announcer made an important announcement. The final match would be a battle royale between the remaining members of both teams. The teams were teleported to the battlefield, where Sona instructed Saji and Lu to confront Seorg while she faced Regulus Nemia. Regulus transformed into his Nemean lion form and launched an attack on Sona, who skillfully utilized her water powers to fend him off. Meanwhile, Saji and Lu engaged Seorg, managing to keep pace with him as Saji employed his absorption line to hinder Seorg's use of Tuki, while Lu relentlessly struck him. Amid the chaos, a scream pierced the air. Sona was visibly injured, having sustained damage from Regulus, who had evaded most of her attacks. Regulus expressed remorse for his actions, acknowledging the severity of the situation. Saji and Lu rushed to Sona's side, offering her a phoenix tear. Sona felt guilty for being a burden and apologized, but Saji reassured her that she had done her best and that they would handle the rest. Regulus then proposed a combination of powers, emphasizing the necessity of uniting their strengths to secure victory. Seorg hesitated, recalling that such a fusion was only meant for dire circumstances. However, understanding the stakes, he agreed. They merged into a single armor, proclaiming their transformation. A magnificent golden lion armor enveloped Seorg, complete with a helm adorned with a golden mane and a lion's face on his chest. The battle intensified as the armored Seorg began to dominate, tossing Lu around with ease. Sona instructed Saji to activate his balance breaker. With a determined smile, Saji complied, transforming into Malbolge Vitra promotion. Together with Sona and Lu, who had shifted into his wolf form, they mounted a formidable assault against Seorg. Sona's water attacks disrupted Seorg's stance while Saji used his tentacle lines to target the armor, turning parts of it to ash. Lu struck at Seorg's weak points, attempting to immobilize him. Despite their efforts, Seorg remained relentless, driven by the desire to prove himself and save his mother from a sleeping disease. He unleashed a powerful Tuki blast, eliminating Lu but not before Lu managed to inflict a scratch on Seorg's vulnerable spot. As Lu fell, he urged Saji to win for their team. With Lu eliminated, Saji focused on bringing down Seorg once and for all. He relentlessly attacked the weak spot, causing Seorg to succumb to unconsciousness from blood loss and pain. A voice emerged from the armor as Regulus, with tears in his eyes, pleaded with Saji to stop, acknowledging that his master had already been defeated. Saji, exhausted but smiling, expressed his respect for Seorg and his eagerness for a rematch in the future. As the green light surrounding Saji faded, it was confirmed that Seorg Bale had been defeated and retired from the match. The announcer declared Saji the winner, and Sona Citri's dream had finally come true. Tears of joy filled Sona's eyes as she thanked Saji for his support. Issei and the others celebrated Sona's victory, proud of her achievement and ready to commemorate their success together. The crowd cheered for their victory, celebrating an incredible grand finale for the rookies' raiding game. Issei and his friends made their way to the medical rooms to check on the injured members. In the Citri Hospital's medical room at 4:30 p.m., Issei and his friends approached the chambers where the injured members from the raiding game were being treated. They immediately went to the Citri team to assess their injuries, most of which had been healed thanks to the Phoenix Tears. Everyone congratulated Sona on her victory, but their joy was short-lived. Suddenly, a magic circle opened, revealing Yasaka, who appeared exhausted and distressed, her clothes torn and tears streaming down her face. Issei rushed to catch her, and his friends shared their concern about what had happened. Issei asked Yasaka what had occurred and where Kunu was. Yasaka explained that Artemis had attacked them while they were shopping and had kidnapped Kunu, warning that if she did not see Issei in 2 hours, something terrible might happen. Overcome with emotion, Yasaka broke down in tears. Issei felt a heavy dread at the thought of why Artemis would attack them. He consoled Yasaka, assuring her that everything would be all right, while the others shared her concern for Kunu and expressed their desire to help. At that moment, another portal opened, revealing Lord Zeus and Lady Hera. Zeus, with his head bowed in shame, began to explain the situation. He and Hera had never anticipated that Artemis would go so far to demonstrate her disdain for men, especially by targeting an innocent girl. Zeus revealed that Artemis's hatred stemmed from a past betrayal by a lover, leading her to believe that all men were the same for centuries. Hera added that Artemis had kidnapped Kunu out of jealousy and hatred, fueled by Issei's achievements and the fact that he was a man. As the weight of the situation settled in, Issei radiated a powerful aura of determination and anger. The thought of someone harming his family ignited a fierce protective instinct within him, instilling fear in the Citri peerage members who understood the depths of his resolve. Issei declared that if anything happened to his daughter, he would not spare Artemis. Zeus recognized Issei's kind heart but also understood his fierce protectiveness over his loved ones. He admitted his own regrets about not raising Artemis better and expressed his desire to make amends. Issei reassured Zeus that it was not his fault. Artemis had made her choices and would have to face the consequences. He insisted on being taken to her. Asriel, eager to join, declared that no one could hurt his niece and get away with it. However, Issei insisted that this was his battle, and he would ensure Artemis faced the consequences of her actions. The group nodded in agreement, knowing that when Issei showed this side of himself, it meant serious trouble for anyone responsible for hurting his family. Yasaka, holding on to Issei's shirt, pleaded with him to save her daughter, expressing that she and Issei were all she had left in the world. Issei comforted her with a gentle kiss on her forehead, promising that he would protect their daughter just as he had saved Yasaka. Issei then asked Zeus to teleport him to Kunu's location. As they departed, Yasaka bowed her head, tears falling for her daughter. Raynare and the others comforted her, expressing their faith in Issei's ability to save Kunu. They reassured Yasaka that Issei would not let anything happen to her daughter as long as he was around. In Mount Olympus, Greece, at 11:30 a.m., Artemis awaited Issei. Kunu, imprisoned in a cage designed for Yukai, called out, demanding her release and warning that her father would not forgive Artemis for what she had done. Artemis, with a smile, taunted Kunu, eager to see how Issei would attempt to rescue her. When Issei arrived alongside Zeus, he glared at the goddess, recognizing the beauty that masked her deep-seated hatred for men. Dressed in traditional Greek clothing and armed with a bow, Artemis greeted Issei with a smirk. Zeus urged her to release Kunu, reminding her that the child had done nothing wrong and was not responsible for the jealousy Artemis felt. Artemis retorted, accusing Zeus of hypocrisy due to his past infidelities. Zeus insisted that Kunu was just a child and demanded her release. Issei then interjected, threatening Artemis with dire consequences if she did not let Kunu go. He charged at her, but she raised her bow defensively in front of Kunu, ready to confront Issei's fury. However, instead of getting angry, Issei responded with sarcasm, teasing Artemis about being a goddess of cowards. This remark made both Zeus and Kunu chuckle, while Artemis, furious, charged at Issei, declaring her bravery. Issei easily sidestepped her attack and used a boost on her speed, which overloaded her and sent her crashing into a wall. He then walked over to Kunu and used his power to free her from her cage. Kunu hugged her father tightly, and Issei reassured her to go to Lord Zeus for protection. Kunu asked about her father's safety, and Issei insisted that he would settle things once and for all, urging her to stay with Lord Zeus. Kunu nodded and ran to her protector. Issei then turned his attention back to Artemis, vowing to teach her a lesson she would never forget. As he began to awaken his powers, he declared himself the Red Dragon Emperor, ready to uphold the truth and lead others on the path of righteousness. Transforming into his Cardinal Crimson full-drive armor, He charged at Artemis, who was still dazed from her impact. He struck her relentlessly as she struggled to defend herself, proving that he would protect his family at all costs. Artemis, keeping her distance, fired an arrow at Issei. He caught it effortlessly and then snatched her bow from her hands, easily breaking it in two before using a fire attack to destroy it completely. Artemis cried out in despair as her weapon was obliterated and charged at Issei in anger. In that moment, she heard another voice echoing in her mind, draining her power. Shocked, she realized that Issei possessed the powers of the White Dragon as well. Issei explained that he had absorbed that power and trained to use it without consequences. He continued to strike Artemis, leaving her injured and weakened. Just then, Zeus arrived, asserting that he would take care of Artemis's punishment. He informed her that she would no longer hold her title as a goddess and would have to earn it back through better actions. Realizing her mistakes, Artemis accepted her punishment, acknowledging that her jealousy had led her to attack an innocent girl. She expressed her remorse, admitting that she had been blinded by her emotions and had acted out of betrayal. Issei, crouching down to her level, shared that he too had faced betrayal but chose not to hate. He encouraged her to learn from her mistakes, believing she could become a better person. Artemis smiled, recognizing Issei's strength of character. Meanwhile, Issei checked on Kunu, relieved to hear that she had not been harmed. Zeus then apologized for his daughter's actions, grateful that Issei had not killed her. Issei reassured him that he held no hatred towards Zeus or the Olympians, especially since Kunu and Yasaka were unharmed. He acknowledged Zeus's efforts in raising Artemis and noted her apology. With that, Issei and Kunu prepared to leave, heading back to Yasaka, who was worried about her daughter. We then follow a trainer from Aspertia City, a trainer who has been aspiring to become a Pokemon master just like his father. His name is Issei Hayadu. Issei can be seen grabbing his bag, his Pokédex, and a cap. He then gathers his Pokeball and calls out to his Pokemon, his one true best friend. Issei asks Pikachu if it is ready to become the very best. Pikachu runs towards him and jumps onto his shoulder, excited and eager. In another scene, Rias confronts Issei, questioning what he means to her. Issei stumbles over his words, trying to respond, but Rias, feeling hurt, storms out of the room in tears. The others in the room express their disappointment in Issei's insensitivity. Unlike in the original story, Issei feels anger rather than confusion. He questions how they could treat him this way after everything he has done for them. Akino tries to understand his feelings, but Issei, overwhelmed with emotion, lashes out, expressing his frustration at being seen as nothing more than a tool. Kiba attempts to reassure him, but Issei's laughter is unsettling, revealing his deep hurt. He explains that a past betrayal has left him fearful of rejection, making it difficult for him to connect with others. Akino tries to reassure him, but Issei's anger intensifies as he recalls the hurtful words of his past. The atmosphere becomes tense, and Issei, feeling cornered, decides to leave. Irina attempts to stop him, but he warns her to stay back, his anger palpable. Issei runs away from the occult research club room, leaving his friends grappling with guilt for not understanding him. He distances himself from Kuo, seeking solitude beneath a tree. Suddenly, he feels a strange sensation and glitches out of reality. When he awakens, he finds himself in an unfamiliar office room, confused and disoriented. In another scene, Issei confronts Raynare, determined not to let her escape. Raynare boasts about her power, but Issei, fueled by his emotions, strikes her, sending her crashing through a window. Exhausted, he collapses, only to be caught by Kiba, who apologizes for being late due to Rias's orders. Rias praises Issei for his bravery, and as they regroup, Kaneko brings in the unconscious Raynare. Rias wakes Raynare, introducing herself as the heir of the Gremory family and the owner of the town. Raynare, realizing her predicament, becomes desperate. Rias reveals that she has dealt with Raynare's allies, leaving her isolated and vulnerable. Raynare tries to manipulate Issei by invoking memories of their past, but Issei remains steadfast, declaring his loyalty to Rias, who saved him. Raynare attempts to sow doubt in Issei's mind, suggesting that Rias had ulterior motives for saving him. Issei, feeling betrayed, looks to his friends for confirmation, but they hang their heads in shame, unable to meet his gaze. Rias, regaining her composure, confronts Raynare, declaring that her manipulation ends now. Raynare pleads for Issei's help, but he remains silent, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. As Raynare's desperation grows, Issei's aura shifts, revealing a powerful presence that commands attention. He stands protectively in front of Rias, refusing to let her face Raynare alone. Rias urges Issei to let her handle the situation, but he stands firm, unwilling to let anyone else be harmed. The tension in the air thickens as the confrontation reaches its peak, with Issei determined to protect those he cares about. No one is going to die tonight, is that clear? Rias wanted to talk to Issei, but he was furious. He demanded answers, and the tension in the air was palpable. Angering a demonic dragon was a dangerous game, and Issei's frustration was evident as he questioned Rias about his reincarnation into a devil. Rias stammered, explaining that she had hoped for his potential, but Issei pressed her further, asking if she would have left him to die if he hadn't possessed a special ability. Rias hesitated, and Issei's frustration only grew. He then made a bold demand, insisting that Rias reincarnate Raynare, a fallen angel, into her peerage. He believed she could be an asset to their team. Despite Rias's protests, Issei was adamant, and Raynare felt the weight of Issei's gaze, realizing she had made a grave mistake in provoking him. Issei presented Raynare with a choice: servitude or death. He reminded her of the innocent lives she had taken, and the atmosphere turned tense as he threatened her. Raynare understood the gravity of her situation and chose servitude. Issei took her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, which she had stolen from Asia, declaring it was never hers to begin with. His anger was palpable, and those present felt the intensity of his emotions. As Issei walked toward Asia's body, Kiba questioned his intentions. Issei explained that he would take Asia with him as a reminder of his failure to protect her. He refused to let Rias use Asia as a pawn, just as he felt he had been used. With that, he left the church hall, leaving Rias to grapple with her pride and the consequences of her actions. In another part of the world, John was walking through the forest, consumed by anger over his betrayal by Pyrrha. She had exposed his fake transcripts, and despite his efforts to save Carden from a grim attack, he found himself ostracized by his peers. Friends turned into foes, and even his own team turned against him. While some, like Ruby and Blake, stood by him, the majority of the school showed no mercy. John's parents disowned him upon learning the truth, leaving him with only his sisters for support. Heartbroken, he fled Beacon Academy, only to find himself surrounded by Grimm. Determined to fight, he charged at them, knowing it was a fight for survival. However, he was quickly overwhelmed and fell into a dark abyss, contemplating his fate. As he fell, he thought about his disgrace and the friends he had let down. But fate had other plans for him, and he did not meet his end in that moment. Instead, he awoke after his fall, unaware of the new journey that awaited him. Finally, it was a battle royale between the remaining members of the peerages, with Lu, Saji, and Sona facing off against Regulus and Seorg. Regulus pressured Sona into using the Phoenix Tear on herself to avoid elimination. They then combined their powers to form a new balance breaker, Regulus Ray Leather Rex, which allowed them to overpower the trio and force Saji to activate his own balance breaker, ultimately eliminating Lu from the match. However, Regulus was unprepared for Saji's strategy. Saji unleashed Malbulge Vitra Promotion, targeting Regulus's weak points and effectively taking him out, leading to Seorg's defeat. With that victory, Sona was crowned the champion of the Rookies 4, bringing her immense joy. Issei and the others celebrated her success, congratulating her warmly. At that moment, Yasaka appeared through a magic circle, her clothes tattered and exhaustion evident on her face, tears welling in her eyes. She revealed that Kunu had been kidnapped, igniting anger among the group. Zeus and Hera soon arrived, disclosing that Artemis was behind the abduction. Zeus offered to take Issei to the stadium where Kunu was held captive. Upon arrival, Artemis greeted them with a smirk. Zeus demanded that she release the child, but she refused, prompting Issei to confront her. He successfully rescued Kunu, who immediately ran to Zeus. Fueled by determination, Issei confronted Artemis, leading to her defeat and the shattering of her bow. In the aftermath, Zeus stripped her of her title and possessions, making it clear that she would have to earn them back, which she accepted. Issei checked on Kunu, relieved to find her unharmed. Together with Zeus, they headed back to the Citri hospital, where the others awaited their return. As Issei and Kunu walked through the portal with Zeus, Yasaka's eyes glistened with tears. Kunu called out to her mother, who embraced her daughter with overwhelming relief and tenderness, grateful that they were reunited. Yasaka expressed her joy at Kunu's safety and thanked Issei for bringing her back, acknowledging him as a true father who cares for his children. Issei affirmed his love for both Yasaka and Kunu, promising to protect them no matter what. They shared a heartfelt embrace until a cough interrupted their moment. Zeus apologized for the trouble caused by his daughter, assuring them that she would not trouble them again. Hera also expressed her regret for Artemis's actions, acknowledging her responsibility despite not being Artemis's true mother. Yasaka reassured them that she held no ill will, grateful that everyone was safe. Issei echoed her sentiments, urging Zeus and Hera not to apologize for Artemis's mistakes, hoping such incidents would not occur again. They nodded, relieved that Issei and Yasaka did not harbor hatred towards the Greek pantheon. Issei then noticed the other girls lost in daydreams about their future with him, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Yasaka for having a child, even if adopted. He called out to them, snapping them out of their reverie. Just then, two figures entered the scene. Askari greeted everyone, praising Sona and Saji for their performance. Sona thanked him, and Askari insisted they drop the formalities. Toriel approached Kunu, recognizing her from Issei's descriptions. Kunu smiled as Toriel affectionately patted her head. Asriel then inquired about their visit, and Toriel explained they had come to watch the finals of the Rookies 4, thoroughly enjoying the competition. Chara chimed in, reminding her mother that she typically disliked fighting. Toriel clarified that while she opposed violence, she found regular combat intriguing. Asriel suggested they celebrate Sona's victory, and Issei agreed, inviting all members of the Citri peerage to a feast that evening in honor of the occasion. Everyone agreed with Issei's suggestion, as it had been a while since they had a party. They decided to take the night off and enjoy the day, celebrating Sona Citri's victory over Seorg in the finals. The festivities continued late into the night until they all decided to call it a day and get some rest, knowing that most of them had school the next day. 2 days later, at the Hayudu residence, Issei was at home working on his homework, which his teacher and girlfriend, Seraphal, had assigned him. He was nearly finished when he heard a voice and turned to see her entering with a plate of chips. Previously, Issei and his friends had successfully rescued Kunu from Artemis and reunited her with her mother. After a heartfelt reunion, Yasaka expressed her eternal gratitude to Issei for saving their daughter. The mother and daughter shared a warm embrace until they were interrupted by a cough, as others were present. Askari and Toriel joined them to congratulate Sona, and they all celebrated her victory at the Hayudu residence. 2 days later, Issei was focused on his homework when Roswiz came in to help him. They discussed how to tackle the problems without any issues. After finishing, Issei decided to play a video game but soon stopped and headed toward Ophus's room. On his way, he encountered Asriel and Chara, who sensed a dangerous presence coming from the same direction. Issei rushed to Ophus's room, only to find Cao Cao attempting to harm her. Without hesitation, Issei charged at Cao Cao and struck him, sending him flying. Thankfully, Ophus was unharmed, and a fight broke out. Cao Cao was prepared for Issei this time. He smirked at Issei's anger and activated his subspecies balance breaker, Polar Night Longinus Chakravartin. This made things difficult as Cao Cao used orbs to target Chara, the weakest one present. He attempted to turn Asriel's attack against him, which only fueled the brothers' anger. They began to retaliate against Cao Cao. Issei, recalling his previous encounter with Cao Cao, informed Asriel of the orb's capabilities. This allowed Asriel to make unpredictable moves, forcing Cao Cao to dodge and inadvertently move closer to Chara. In a moment of vulnerability, Cao Cao attempted to defend himself against Chara's knife, leaving him open to a direct punch from Issei. This coordinated effort forced Cao Cao to retreat. Azazel arrived to check on everyone and was relieved to find that no one was harmed. Soon after, Sona called to inform them that the hero faction had launched an all-out assault on Crow Academy, prompting them to rush there. Issei called his team for assistance, and Vala's team joined them as well. Together, arrived to support the peerages under attack. Issei faced off against the hero faction while Nilray magicians and the Old Satan faction, led by Euclid Lucifuge, engaged in battle. Azazel and Tiamat managed to drive Euclid away, but Tiamat wanted to pursue him. Azazel stopped her, reminding her of the balance breaker monsters created by Leonardo. Issei and Vala, along with their allies, confronted the gigantic monsters summoned by the brainwashed Leonardo. Fortunately, no students were present for the hero faction to take as hostages. Issei realized he needed a powerful balance breaker to combat the monsters, but with Great Red absent, he was on his own. The 12 Bandersnatch were towering beasts, each 150 meters tall, known for their immense durability and tenacity. Issei remembered how these creatures had given the Emperor, Diehauser Belial, a tough time and were even immune to space-time magic. The Jabberwocky was also known for its incredible regenerative abilities. Issei decided to use Draigg's signature move, Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flames, to defeat the Jabberwocky, especially since the Citri and Gremory peerages were struggling against the attacks from the Cow's Brigade. Just then, the Lucifer peerage arrived to assist. Grafia had been informed by Azazel about the situation, and Issei felt grateful for their timely arrival. He asked Grafia where Surzex was, to which she replied that he was currently occupied defusing a situation with the government but would join them soon. They were there to help, and Issei was eager to find his brother. Before he could ask, Azazel informed him that his brother had fled but managed to create a copy of the boosted form to fight against them. Tiamat noted that he had run away upon realizing he would be caught. Grafia urged everyone not to waste time, emphasizing the need to deal with the monsters. Grafia commanded the Lucifer peerage, which included Surtur II, Okita Suji, McGregor Mathers, Bahamut, Enku, and Beowulf. They all began attacking the numerous Bandersnatch, while Issei asked Tiamat to handle one of them, to which she agreed. Azazel took on another, and the rest engaged with the remaining Bandersnatch and the Jabberwocky. Jean found herself fighting against Raynare, Irina, and Lu Fei, who sought a rematch, just like Siegfried. Meanwhile, Issei and Valley faced Cao Cao, Kuroka, Frisk, and Biko held off George, and Roswies, Chara, Arthur, and Israel battled Heracles. The battles commenced simultaneously. Jean was furious after losing a member of the hero faction to a devil, a creature she despised. She charged forward, determined to defeat him. However, she faced Raynare and Irina, whom she had encountered before in Kyoto. Fortunately, she had Lu Fei assisting her. Lu Fei used her spells to keep the former Holy Maiden at bay while Raynare and Irina hurled light spears at Jean, limiting her movements. Forced to activate her balance breaker, Jean had a surprise in store. Earlier, she, along with Siegfried and Heracles, had enhanced their sacred gears with the blood of the original Satans, known as Chaos Break. To her shock and anger, Kiba had managed to take down Siegfried despite the advantage. Jean proclaimed that she could now use the Chaos Break. As she merged with the holy sword she had created, she transformed into a silvery lamia made of holy swords, shocking the trio of girls. They realized she had gone too far, sacrificing her own lifespan for an advantage. Now, she could compete against Raynare, Irina, and Lu Fei with relative ease. In response, Raynare revealed something surprising. She unleashed her 6 wings, shocking the others. Her light spears became more potent, enhanced by her training against the mother goddess Gaia. Irina and Lu Fei joined in, with Lu Fei casting elemental spells while Irina threw light discs at Jean, attempting to destroy her holy swords. However, Jean was able to regenerate with little difficulty. Using her tail made of holy swords, Jean sent an angel flying aside a pile of rubble, causing some damage. Raynare was furious, vowing that Irina would pay for that. She charged at Jean while Lu Fei bombarded her with spells, forcing Jean to defend herself. Irina, feeling dazed, realized she was only holding the others back. She hated herself for betraying Issei and recognized that her self-loathing was only harming her. Determined not to let history repeat itself, she resolved to protect her childhood friend no matter what. This self-realization transformed Irina, granting her an additional pair of angel wings. The others were surprised by this change, and Irina felt a surge of power. She joined Raynare and Lu Fei in their fight against Jean. Raynare acknowledged Irina's breakthrough, while Lu Fei congratulated her. Irina insisted they focus on defeating Jean, who no longer resembled a holy maiden but a monster. Lu Fei understood whom Irina referred to, relieved that the Irina before her was not the deceitful monster from the previous timeline. They all began attacking Jean, who taunted them. Raynare commented on how Jean had lost in the previous timeline, speaking in a low tone that made Lu Fei and Irina blush. When Raynare inquired about what had happened, Lu Fei revealed that Issei had used his dress break to strip Jean of her Lamia armor, causing her to blush as well. Meanwhile, Issei felt a strange sensation and wondered if someone was talking about him. Valley asked if something was wrong, and Cao Cao interrupted, reminding them they were in the middle of a fight. Issei shrugged it off and suggested they continue. Back with Raynare, Irina, and Lu Fei, the trio managed to push Jean back. Lu Fei had an idea and decided to use her dispelling magic to nullify the swords surrounding the former holy maiden. This worked, leaving Jean temporarily vulnerable, which was the perfect opportunity for Raynare and Irina to strike. Raynare called out to Irina, who was quick to respond. They unleashed their light attacks, forcing Jean to defend herself with her blades. Irina knew she could not use Chaos Break for much longer, as it threatened her lifespan. They knew that now was the time to strike her with a flurry of light arrows. Jean found herself unable to escape as the arrows surrounded her, and Lu Fei used defensive magic as a barrier, preventing her from fleeing. Multiple arrows struck Jean, causing her armor to crack and her clothes to tear, leaving her with painful cuts. Lu Fei then employed her sealing magic to confine Jean, ensuring she could not escape. Lu Fei celebrated their success, and Raynare suggested they check on the others. In another scene, Kuroka, Frisk, and Biko faced the formidable spellcaster George, who was stronger and more prepared than before. He had counters ready for Kuroka's senjutsu. Fortunately, Biko, the current Monkey King, joined them in the fight against the Master Magician of the Hero faction and the Longinus Wielder. George unleashed several magical spells at Frisk, causing significant damage. However, Frisk's regeneration allowed him to heal quickly, and his soul trait provided him with immense pain tolerance, enabling him to withstand George's attacks. Biko summoned the Nimbus to assist from a distance, while Kuroka used her senjutsu flames to combat George's magic. Kuroka formed a circle of senjutsu around her and launched blue flames at George, forcing him to counter with his own magic. Biko extended his magical pole, striking George's barrier and creating a weak spot. Realizing he needed to reinforce his barrier, George was momentarily distracted when Frisk attacked him with hand-to-hand combat. George countered, but Biko prevented him from summoning more spells. Kuroka supported her teammates from behind with her nature magic, pushing George back as Frisk and Biko assisted her. Frisk's focus snapped George out of his thoughts, and he landed a punch that dazed George. Seizing the opportunity, Kuroka charged at George, summoning Tuki to strike him in the stomach, knocking him out. They celebrated their victory with high fives, and Kuroka called them to help the others, prompting them to rush off to confront the remaining members of the Cow's Brigade. Meanwhile, Arthur, Asriel, Chara, and Roswies faced Heracles, who sought retribution for their earlier encounters. Arthur attempted to pierce the muscular hero with his sword skills but struggled. However, with the others joining in, they began to push Heracles back. Heracles activated his balance breaker to regain the upper hand, but Asriel countered with his chakra breaker, pushing Heracles back. Chara and Arthur then attacked with their knives, dealing significant damage. Heracles was forced to use his sacred gear defensively to avoid further harm, but the relentless slashes eventually shattered his armor, leaving him vulnerable. Desperate, Heracles declared he had something in store for them and activated Chaos Break. In an instant, the variant detonator transformed him into a mechanical form, resembling an iron suit. He grew immensely in size, becoming a towering mechanical golem equipped with missile and rocket launchers, along with metal shields designed to withstand magical attacks. It had a mechanical boulder in one hand and a plasma launcher in the other. The golem radiated immense power, designed to confront a being of even greater strength. Roswies attempted to fire magic at it, but the armor remained unscathed, leaving everyone astonished. Known as a prodigy in magic, Roswies found herself unable to land a single attack. Chara tried using her knife to damage the armor, but even she could not leave a mark. Heracles then declared that it was futile. Not even the strongest devils could penetrate this armor. He slammed the ground, causing everyone to be thrown back a considerable distance. The strength of this creature was bewildering. Suddenly, the rocket launcher on its back fired several seeking missiles towards the group. Arthur and Israel managed to destroy and evade the explosions of several missiles, but Chara and Roswies struggled. The sheer number of missiles, which targeted them based on their magical signatures, made them difficult to avoid. Chara took 2 missiles head-on. If not for her soul, she would have been severely injured, and she was sent flying into the rubble of a nearby school, barely conscious but still aware. Roswies faced an even worse fate. Her magic could not destroy most of the missiles due to their high magical resistance. Although she managed to defend herself with barrier magic, it eventually shattered, leaving her vulnerable. In shock, Roswies realized the danger. She was struck by multiple missiles, rendering her unconscious and sending her flying across the area, taking her out of the fight. Asriel called out to Roswies, urging Arthur to check on her condition while he prepared to confront the golem. Arthur rushed to the fallen Roswies and Chara. Thankfully, Roswies was breathing, but she had been knocked out by the missile strikes. He then turned to Chara, who weakly urged him to assist Asriel. Arthur complied and joined Asriel in the battle against the hero faction. The golem continued to wreak havoc, smashing the ground and even targeting a school bus full of children. Fortunately, Asriel used his barrier magic to protect the bus. He instructed Arthur to evacuate the children, warning that the golem would cause destruction if left unchecked. Arthur used his Caliban to teleport the bus to safety, ensuring the children would think it was just a dream. He returned to assist Asriel, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the golem. Asriel summoned his third move, Chaos Sabers II, wielding 2 identical sabers as he charged at the golem. Arthur skillfully evaded most of Heracles' attacks, allowing Asriel to sever one of the golem's mechanical arms, causing Heracles to feel the impact. Arthur then struck at the golem's heart with his Caliban, forcing it to defend itself. This created an opening for Asriel, who unleashed his second move, Galacta Blazing. He hurled massive stars at Heracles, which exploded on impact, showering the golem with smaller stars and ultimately dropping a colossal star onto it, dealing significant damage. Heracles struggled to maintain the integrity of his armor as it began to crack. Asriel and Arthur saw a defeated Heracles brought to his knees, the remnants of the stars piercing through the armor. They knew they had to act quickly to end the fight. Together, they summoned chains with Excalibur ruler, binding the golem and preventing its escape. Seizing the opportunity, Asriel unleashed his Shocker Breaker move, unleashing a torrent of lightning that struck Heracles, causing him immense pain. Heracles screamed in agony, unable to withstand the power of the attack, and soon fell unconscious. Arthur used the chains to secure him, ensuring their victory. They turned to check on Roswies and Chara, who were now on their feet, with Chara supporting Roswies, who had sustained considerable damage. They realized they needed to assist Issei and the others in their battles, but upon seeing the Cow's brigade gaining the upper hand against the Citri and Gremory peerages, they decided to join the fight. With Valley and Issei, the two were engaged in combat against Chow Chow, who was struggling against the dragon duo. They pushed him back with ease, and Chow Chow, frustrated, activated his balance breaker, Polar Knight Longinus Chakravartin, hoping to regain the advantage. The duo remained cautious, aware that a single mistake could turn the tide against them. Chow Chow noticed that his teammates had either fallen or were incapacitated. In desperation, he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, Truth Idea. The true holy spear which pierces. Issei charged at Cao Cao with blinding speed, causing him to cough up blood. He unleashed a fierce onslaught, preventing Cao Cao from chanting the truth idea, which could easily kill Vale due to his half-blood nature. Vale assisted Issei by constantly dividing his energy, making it difficult for Cao Cao to keep up. Thinking he had the upper hand, Vale fired a pure demonic blast at Cao Cao, but Cao Cao easily deflected it, sending it toward Kaneko. Kaneko braced for impact, but Kuroka took the hit, shielding her sister. Kaneko watched in concern as Kuroka was greatly injured but remained barely conscious. This act ignited the fury of the dragon duo, who began their relentless assault on Cao Cao. Issei, in particular, was furious, delivering powerful blows to the hero faction leader, while Vale activated his Imperio Juggernaut drive, forcing Cao Cao to his knees. With George knocked out, there would be no blood of Samuel to aid Cao Cao this time. The Divine Dividing activated, unleashing its power and crippling the weakened Cao Cao further. Joined by their teammates, Issei and Vale faced Cao Cao, but he easily dealt with them using his female treasure ability, rendering them unable to act. Issei then called out to his allies, insisting that he alone could defeat Cao Cao, and Vale agreed. Issei and Vale continued their fight against Cao Cao, realizing that weapons and magical attacks would not work against him. They resorted to good old-fashioned punches, determined to make him pay for what he had done to Kuroka. They relentlessly attacked him, with Vale dividing most of Cao Cao's power while Issei pummeled him, eventually bringing the hero faction leader to his knees. As Cao Cao attempted to use his Gorgon Eye to petrify them, something unexpected occurred. Cao Cao struggled, unable to control what was happening. From his Gorgon Eye emerged a silhouette of a woman with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. Issei and Vale recognized her as Medusa, the Gorgon. Medusa, finally free, radiated a dangerous bloodlust, eager to torment Cao Cao for imprisoning and torturing her. She then turned her attention to the Red Dragon and the White Dragon Emperor, ready to battle them and consume them completely. In the meantime, another fight was brewing between the hero factions Heracles and Team Dxd's Arthur, Asriel, Chara, and Roswies. The four initially managed to hold their ground against the brute of the hero faction, even after he unlocked his balance breaker. However, Heracles then activated his Chaos Break, transforming into a formidable brown mechanical golem equipped with rocket launchers and plasma energy in his fists. This new form was powerful enough to push all four of them back. The golem fired multiple shots, successfully hitting Chara and Roswies, leaving Chara barely conscious and Roswies unconscious. As Heracles attempted to attack a bus full of innocent children, Asriel intervened while Arthur safely relocated the kids. Together, they resumed their fight against the golem, ultimately destroying it and stunning Heracles, preventing any further damage. Meanwhile, Vale and Issei were engaged in battle with the hero faction leader, Cao Cao. Seeing his team defeated, Cao Cao attempted to activate the truth idea but was thwarted by Issei, forcing him to rely on his regular balance breaker. Vale applied pressure by dividing his power, allowing the duo to take Cao Cao down with relative ease. However, Vale made a critical mistake by firing a magical blast that Cao Cao deflected toward Kaneko, prompting Kuroka to take the hit for her. This enraged Vale and Issei, who relentlessly attacked the hero faction leader, bringing him to his knees. At that moment, a silhouette of a woman with a snake tail emerged from his eye, revealing Medusa, who gazed hungrily at the three, intent on consuming them. Medusa's appearance was a stark reminder of her monstrous nature, having long lost any semblance of her former humanity. She lunged at Cao Cao with lethal intent but was halted when Issei wielded his Durandal, forcing Medusa to retreat. Issei checked on Cao Cao, who questioned why he was saved. Issei urged him to focus on the fight, and although Cao Cao felt he might not be as effective as Vale or the others, he was determined to contribute. Vale encouraged the group to strategize, emphasizing the need to counter Medusa's petrifying gaze. Suddenly, Medusa announced her intent to kill them, startling the trio. She lunged at them, but Cao Cao used his holy spear to divert her attention, allowing Issei to strike her. In response, Medusa unleashed multiple snakes from her hair, launching them at the team. Issei quickly warned his allies, alerting Raynare, Sona, and Rias about the impending danger. The warning was received loud and clear. Approximately 100 snakes were unleashed upon the enemy. Rias and those who could gain aerial advantage took to the skies. Rias utilized her power of destruction to obliterate most of the snakes, while Aquino summoned lightning to disintegrate them before they could cause harm. Aquino playfully declared her determination to protect everyone, unleashing a storm of holy lightning that annihilated the snakes. Frisk, although vulnerable due to his reliance on hand-to-hand combat, fought alongside Chara, who dispatched many snakes. Arthur and Zenobia worked together, using Excalibur to eliminate threats before they could bite anyone. Asriel focused on protecting Roswies, ensuring no snake could reach her while simultaneously defending himself. Some snakes managed to get close, but Asriel swiftly dispatched them with his swords. Biko and Kuroka fought side by side, taking down several snakes while protecting one another. Kuroka used her flames to incinerate the snakes before they could attack. Lu Fei expertly wielded her magic, both defensively and offensively, to destroy any snakes that approached her. The Gremory and Citri peerages also contributed significantly, effortlessly defeating numerous snakes. Saji, in his balance breaker, shielded Momo and Rhea from danger, while Irina utilized her angel wings to gain distance, using her light powers to eliminate most of the snakes with ease. Raynare assisted her, launching light grenades and arrows to dispatch the remaining threats without difficulty. As the snakes advanced toward the Lucifer peerage, Issei and Chow Chow took charge, swiftly eliminating one serpent after another. Meanwhile, Valley engaged Medusa, ensuring she couldn't unleash her powers. When one of the snakes lunged at Graphia, she braced herself, occupied with the Jabberwocky. However, Issei intervened just in time, using his Durandal to prevent her from being harmed. Graphia expressed her gratitude to Issei, who assured her that they would handle the snakes and Medusa while she focused on the Jabberwocky. She commanded her peerage to confront the Jabberwocky and Bandersnatch just as Diehauser and Surzex arrived. Surzex instructed Graphia to assist with the Bandersnatch while he took on the Jabberwocky, and Diehauser was to do the same. With a confident smile, Surzex faced the Jabberwocky, which roared in challenge. Unfazed, he taunted the beast, expressing his disappointment in its attacks. The Jabberwocky charged at him, but Surzex easily dodged its furious strikes, moving gracefully from side to side. Frustrated, the beast struggled to land a hit. Surzex then unleashed a flurry of punches, breaking several of the Jabberwocky's wings and causing it to falter despite its regenerative abilities. Aware that the regeneration was a significant issue, he decided to unleash his full power to eliminate the threat entirely. He prepared his signature move, the Ruin of Extinction, trapping the Jabberwocky in a sphere of destructive energy. As the sphere closed in, the creature howled in distress, unable to regenerate as it was ultimately defeated. With the Jabberwocky dealt with, Surzex turned his attention to the others. Meanwhile, Issei, Valley, and Chow Chow had formed a temporary alliance to confront Medusa, who was enraged at the loss of her snakes. She screamed in fury, vowing revenge as she charged at them. The trio skillfully dodged her attacks, but Medusa, frustrated, attempted to use her stone gaze to turn them to stone. Valley intervened, reflecting her gaze back at her, causing her hand to petrify momentarily. However, she quickly shrugged off the effect. Valley suggested that Chow Chow should use his balance breaker to strip Medusa of her powers, but Chow Chow admitted he was too exhausted to activate it. Instead, they would have to confront her without it. He fired a light attack from his sphere, forcing Medusa to defend herself. Issei combined his dragon shot with Chow Chow's light beam, pushing Medusa back and staggering her. Angered by the assault, Medusa retaliated, attempting to poison the trio with her body. They evaded her attacks with agility. Issei summoned his Durandal once more and engaged Medusa, who summoned a new wave of snakes to assist her. He wondered how many snakes she could conjure. He asked her how many she had left and how long she could keep summoning them. Medusa responded with a chilling promise that they wouldn't live long enough to find out. Issei, undeterred, assured her that they would outlast her. He charged at her, evading her grasp as Cao Cao's sphere forced her to defend against both of their attacks. Issei then slashed downward with his Durandal, marking her torso with a burning symbol from the holy sword. Medusa glared at him in pain, redirecting her snakes toward the trio. Seeing this, the others sprang into action. Lu Fei and Sona created a barrier to contain the snakes, while the rest of the team focused on destroying any that managed to escape. Lu Fei declared that she wouldn't let the snakes escape, reinforcing her spell. The snakes attempted to break through the barrier, but Issei and Valley worked together to eliminate most of them with ease. Rias, Sona, and their peerages joined the fray, effectively neutralizing the snakes with their potent magic. They worked in harmony, ensuring that any who fell victim to Medusa's powers had access to Phoenix tears to counteract the effects. Together, they fought valiantly, determined to protect their allies and defeat Medusa once and for all. The others were assisting in eliminating any stragglers attempting to escape, hindered by Lu Fei's barrier. Any snake that tried to attack Lu Fei was swiftly dealt with by Arthur and Kuroka before it could reach her. Medusa observed the chaos, tears welling in her eyes as her snakes fell. Consumed by fury, she charged at the trio with the intent to destroy them. However, Cao Cao, noticing her advance, used his spear extension to strike the spot where Issei had previously wounded her with Durandal. The spear pierced through Medusa's body, causing her to scream in agony as she glared at Cao Cao with pure hatred. Issei and Valley understood the urgency. They had to defeat her before she could summon her snakes again. Issei urged Valley and Cao Cao to act quickly, emphasizing the need to stop her at all costs. Valley, contemplating their situation, suddenly had an idea. He reminded Issei of how they had taken down Grendel. Issei realized that with Valley in his Imperio Juggernaut drive and himself in Cardinal Crimson full drive, they could execute their plan. Cao Cao, curious, asked for details. Valley's divine dividing began to glow with power, despite his exhaustion from the ongoing battle. He knew this was his last chance and unleashed his most powerful move, the compression divide. Medusa began to shrink, her anger and shock evident. She struggled against the powers of compression divide when she suddenly heard another voice, not from the White Dragon Emperor. The energy surged as Valley called out, unleashing the Longinus Smasher. An intense beam of light shot toward the already weakened Medusa, who found herself unable to dodge or block the attack. The light consumed her, and Cao Cao expended his remaining energy to fire a pure light energy blast, determined to eliminate the Gorgon once and for all. Medusa screamed and cursed the trio as she was engulfed by the blast, her form disintegrating into nothingness. Cao Cao collapsed from the strain of his efforts, while Issei carefully stored the vial of Samuel's poison in his pocket dimension to prevent anyone from using it. He and Valley sat down to rest, having removed their armor to recover from the battle. Issei expressed satisfaction with their victory, and Valley admitted he had enjoyed the fight, despite Issei's teasing about his battle enthusiasm. They shared a chuckle as they observed their allies still engaged in combat against the remaining anti-monsters, with the Lucifer peerage, Dihauser, Tiamat, and Azazel managing the situation. The Lucifer peerage faced off against the Bandersnatch, formidable creatures that posed a significant challenge. Even Azazel found himself struggling to defeat them. One of the Bandersnatch lunged at Graphia, who had grown tired of the skirmish. Taking to the skies with her wings, she unleashed her strongest ice attack, a beam of pure ice energy aimed directly at the creature. After a moment of staggering, she regained her balance just in time to shatter the Bandersnatch with her ice, effectively neutralizing the threat. Exhausted, she sat down beside Surzex, who praised her efforts. Graphia playfully pulled Surzex's ear, reminding him not to call her honey in public. He winced in pain, pleading for her to let go. After releasing him, she blushed and fell asleep next to him, while Surzex reflected on their moment of peace amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Dihauser struggled against his own Bandersnatch opponent. His ability had only managed to sap some of the beast's strength, leaving him in a precarious situation. Realizing he needed to act quickly, he devised a plan to target the creature's heart, using his ability to nullify its defenses. Determined, he prepared to turn the tide of battle in his favor. Dihauser understood the urgency of the situation. He needed to act swiftly before the beast could escape. He charged at the Bandersnatch, aiming to destroy its heart. With determination, he pierced the creature's chest and used his hands to crush its heart effortlessly. The Bandersnatch let out a pained yelp as its heart was finally destroyed. Afterward, Dihauser took a moment to rest before joining his allies. Suji, the knight, skillfully evaded most of the Bandersnatch's attacks while Beowulf dealt significant damage to the creature. Suji wielded his blade with precision, inflicting severe injuries on the Bandersnatch's body. With Beowulf, who had recently been promoted to queen with Graphia's permission, they managed to inflict substantial harm, causing the beast to howl in distress. Suji, focused and resolute, prepared for the final blow. He spun his blades in a circular motion, generating enough force to carve a wound into the Bandersnatch's body. With Beowulf's assistance, he pierced the creature's heart, ending its life instantly. MacGregor Mathers, the master magician, had a considerable advantage over the Bandersnatch. Thanks to his bishop piece, his magical reserves far exceeded those of Lu Fei. He employed defensive magic to shield himself from the beast's attacks, knowing that the creature lacked a rational mind. Growing bored, he decided it was time to conclude the encounter. He summoned multiple magical circles, each representing different types of magic. His knowledge surpassed even that of George, renowned for his mastery of the arcane. The circles, consisting of demonic, angelic, fallen, fairy, and dragon magic, surrounded him as he aimed them at the Bandersnatch. A powerful magical blast erupted from the circles, disintegrating the beast effortlessly. MacGregor then relaxed, allowing himself to recover his magical energy. Surtur II, a demonic beast from Asgard, was known for heralding Ragnarok. Although this version was weaker, he was still formidable. When the Bandersnatch charged at him, Surtur easily caught the beast and spun it around. He unleashed a firestorm, evaporating the creature without difficulty. Bahamut, typically a transport ship designed to aid in battles against smaller foes, found himself struggling against the Bandersnatch. Just then, Suji arrived to assist the sacred beast in defeating the creature. Joined by Beowulf, they worked together to bring down the Bandersnatch once and for all. Drawing on his past magical rituals, Suji had become a host for several yokai, enabling him to combat the beast and the smaller monsters surrounding him. He called forth a powerful attack, summoning thousands of yokai that charged at the Bandersnatch, overwhelming it with ease. Meanwhile, Bahamut and Beowulf dealt with the smaller monsters to prevent them from causing further harm. Enku, a Qilin symbolizing luck, was capable of fighting foes much stronger than himself. After being promoted to queen, he gained a burst of speed and enhanced abilities. He fired a magical blast that pushed the Bandersnatch back. As the creature attempted to strike, Enku skillfully evaded its attacks, using his knightly traits to avoid harm. With remarkable speed, he unleashed a single magical blast that took down the Bandersnatch. Azazel faced the beast created by the Annihilation Maker, enjoying the challenge without exerting much effort. He wielded light spears to keep the Bandersnatch at bay while simultaneously launching offensive strikes. Azazel found himself toying with the creature, taunting it as it continued its assault. As the Bandersnatch persisted, Azazel grew bored and decided it was time to end the fight. He used his light spears to pin the creature's limbs, rendering it unable to move and causing it to howl in pain. With a decisive strike, he aimed a light spear at the Bandersnatch's head and heart, piercing through effortlessly and ending its life. Satisfied, Azazel turned to see how his students were faring, discovering they had successfully defeated Medusa along with the hero faction and the Cows Brigade. Tiamat faced off against 4 remaining Bandersnatch simultaneously. Aware that they were weaker than usual, she volunteered to take them on, confident in her abilities. Tiamat, the Dragon King, approached the 4 monsters with the intent to eliminate them before they could wreak havoc, knowing she was among the few capable of handling multiple foes without issue, alongside Surzek's Lucifer and her master, Issei Dxd. The Bandersnatch felt a twinge of fear as they realized that the Dragon King had come to face them directly, but they had no choice. They needed to fight. One of the Bandersnatch charged at Tiamat, but she swiftly grabbed him by the throat and slammed him to the ground. With a minimal use of chaos fire, she burned the beast to ensure it wouldn't return. Tiamat expressed her disappointment, noting that she had expected more from the creatures created by one of the 4 high tiers Longinus. She decided it was time to eliminate the remaining threats. Charging at the other 3 beasts, she moved with such speed that they were thrown into a panic, unable to keep up with the Chaos Karma Dragon. Tiamat closed in on one of them and struck down with her brute strength, causing several bones to break and internal damage. Using her Chaos Sphere, Tiamat obliterated the remains of the defeated beast before turning her attention to the last 2 monsters. She charged at them before they could react, slamming one of their heads against a nearby school wall with tremendous force, the impact resonating through the air. The beast staggered, and Tiamat used her chaos powers to disintegrate it completely, leaving no trace behind. The final Bandersnatch charged at her with the intent to kill, but Tiamat merely nodded, acknowledging the mistake. She deftly evaded its attacks and seized the beast's abdomen, slamming it to the ground with enough force to shatter its internal structure. Tiamat unleashed her chaos flame, engulfing the beast in flames that consumed it entirely, leaving nothing but ashes. With the last Bandersnatch defeated, Tiamat took a moment to recover, realizing she might have overdone it. In the aftermath of the battle, Cao Cao and the rest of the hero faction were taken into custody for their actions against a faction leader and the 2 devil heiresses. Fortunately, no one had been severely harmed, resulting in minimal punishment of imprisonment. Indra, who arrived after the incident, confiscated Cao Cao and George's sacred gears, informing them they would be returned once their punishment was served. The peerages, having dealt with their respective enemies, took a well-deserved rest after the intense confrontation. Leonardo was taken to Grigori for an assessment of his condition, as he was suffering from severe mental anguish after activating his balance breaker. Heracles and the members of the hero faction faced mere imprisonment, though some did not survive their time in custody due to the destruction of their sacred gear by Ophus's snake. Jean was placed under the watchful supervision of the Vatican, as she was a former holy maiden and needed to take responsibility for her actions. Vasco Strata volunteered to ensure she remained on the right path. Irina received praise from both Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel for overcoming her insecurities and earning her 2nd pair of angel wings, an achievement few could accomplish in such a short time. Issei and his friends congratulated her, bringing her great joy, while the Seraphs expressed gratitude to Issei and his friends for capturing most of the hero faction. With the Chaos Brigade becoming increasingly aggressive, Grafia was placed under house arrest until her brother was captured, as the government feared her strength could be a liability. Sensei opposed this decision, but Grafia assured him she was fine staying at the Gremory estate for a while. This would also allow her to spend more time with their son, Milikas, as her duties often kept her busy. Most members of Team DXD decided to take a break after their battles against the hero faction, which the leaders approved. They were all high school students, after all, and they knew that the next day would bring new challenges. Seraphal chose to live in the Hyudu residence to be closer to her partner. She convinced Surzex that she could manage her Satan duties from the underworld without issue, despite his doubts due to her history of leaving him with her paperwork. Grafia often ensured that Surzex completed his tasks before he could leave his room. The next day, at the Hyudu residence, Issei was watching television with the family, enjoying Captain America: Civil War. Since Seraphal had joined them, the atmosphere had become much livelier, even bringing an occasional smile to Ophus as she enjoyed her new family. Suddenly, a portal with the Gremory crest opened, revealing Surzex Lucifer. He informed Sona that the middle-class promotion examination would take place in a week, and she needed to relay this to her brother. Issei also needed to inform Kiba and Aquino about their upcoming examination. Mickey then suggested that Surzex stay for a while, but he declined, stating he had something important to attend to and had to leave. After Surzex teleported away, Issei called Kiba to inform him about the middle-class promotion examination and asked him to notify the others in his peerage. Meanwhile, Sona did the same with Saji. Issei knew Rias would handle Kiba and Aquino's preparations, while he and Sona would personally help Saji get ready for his test, believing he deserved the promotion. Issei and Sona teleported to Saji's house, where they were greeted by his younger siblings, Keiho and Jengo. They recognized Sona and curiously asked who Issei was. Issei crouched down to their level and introduced himself as a good friend of their brother, explaining that he and Sona were there to help Saji train. Saji soon joined them and sent his siblings inside to play. He inquired about how they planned to help him improve. Issei explained that he wanted to enhance Saji's balance breaker timing and durability in battles. Sona added that she would focus on improving his knowledge of the underworld, warning him that they wouldn't go easy on him. Saji felt a surge of determination as he listened to Sona's serious tone. He had promised his parents to protect his younger siblings and knew he needed to grow stronger to keep his love, Momo, and Rhea safe. With resolve, he asked them to train him as hard as they could. Both Sona and Issei smiled, recognizing how far Saji had come since becoming a reincarnated devil. They committed to teaching him everything they could in the week leading up to the examination. Meanwhile, Rias was busy training Kiba in his knowledge of the underworld, ensuring he absorbed as much information as possible, while Akino focused on her combat skills, aware that she could not always rely on magic and needed to improve her reserves. Kiba focused on enhancing his glory Draigg trooper and sword of betrayer, determined to be fully prepared for the upcoming examination. He also worked on improving his soul trait, bravery, aiming to become strong enough to protect those he cared about from any threats. 1 week later, in the examination hall of the underworld at 10:30 a.m., Saji approached the examination building, feeling a mix of nerves and determination. This examination was crucial for him, and while he wanted to excel, he feared the possibility of failure. Issei and Sona offered their support, placing reassuring hands on him and expressing their confidence that he would succeed, which brought him comfort. Kiba joined them, mentioning that he would also be taking the examination. Issei inquired about Akino's whereabouts, to which Kiba replied that she had already entered the hall without explaining why. Issei wished them both luck as they headed inside to take their middle-class examination. Sona moved closer to Issei, who noticed her concern and asked if something was wrong. She admitted to worrying about Saji. Issei held her tightly, understanding her protective nature towards her peerage, similar to Rias's feelings for hers. He reassured her that Saji would do well, hoping to ease her worries. Inside the examination hall at 11 a.m., Saji and Kiba entered to find Lady Phoenix, the matriarch of the Phoenix family, overseeing the examination. She welcomed the candidates and explained the rules, emphasizing that any cheating would lead to immediate disqualification. The examination would consist of 3 parts: the candidates' ambitions, questions about the history and government of the underworld, and a one-on-one sparring match. Saji and Kiba exchanged determined glances, knowing they needed to pass all 3 parts to advance and eventually become high-class devils. As the doors opened, they entered a typical examination hall, complete with benches and chairs for the candidates. They took their seats and received sheets to write about their motivations for taking the examination. Saji poured his heart into his essay, expressing his desire to protect his friends, his master, and his family. He aspired to become a high-class devil to better defend the underworld from future threats, inspired by his mentor. Kiba shared a similar motivation. Initially driven by revenge, he now sought to protect Issei, his friends, and his family. He also hoped to find any survivors of the Holy Sword Project, like himself. Becoming a high-class devil would provide him with the resources necessary to achieve his goals. Issei had instilled in Kiba a new purpose: to fight for those he cared about. Despite past betrayals, Kiba recognized Rias's efforts to change and become a better person, and he felt grateful for her past support. He wrote his essay with a sense of fulfillment for his new life and friendships, especially the chance to protect them. The next part of the examination focused on the history and government of the underworld. Saji had prepared extensively through personal tutoring, and Kiba had received similar lessons from Rias Gremry. They felt confident, knowing that being trained by 2 high-class devils would give them an advantage. The test consisted mainly of questions about the history of the underworld, with a few questions about its government included. Overall, the test proved to be manageable for both, thanks to their thorough preparation from Issei, Sona, and Rias. They completed the exam ahead of schedule, finding it easier than anticipated. Akino, sitting at a distance, finished her test much quicker than the two, leaving the examination hall promptly. Kiba and Saji exited the examination hall after submitting their papers to the main invigilator at the center of the room. Once outside, they began discussing how the exam had gone. Kiba asked Saji about the answers to a particular question regarding the 4 extinct devil clans. Saji mentioned that he had written down Sabanak, Bur, Gasun, and Larage, while Kiba had chosen Larage, Igelos, Bodis, and Bathan. They exchanged compliments on their answers. Kiba then noted that the next test would involve one-on-one battles, to which Saji agreed. Kiba emphasized the importance of winning for the supporters who had helped them reach this point, expressing their need to excel in the examination. Saji admitted to feeling nervous, but Kiba reassured him, reminding him of their previous battles against formidable opponents. Saji nodded, feeling a bit more confident. With an hour remaining before the final examination, they decided to wait at the cafeteria near the examination area. The upcoming test would pit them against random devils, allowing the invigilators to assess the strength, magic, and abilities of the low-class devils. After returning from the cafeteria, Saji and Kiba entered the battle arena, an open space resembling a stadium designed for fighting tournaments. The circular arena was constructed from concrete reinforced with defensive magic, ensuring it could withstand the force of the devil's attacks. Kiba and Saji were not surprised by the familiar setting, having seen it in a previous timeline. They felt excitement about the potential opponents they would face, knowing the matchups could change each time. Lady Phoenix then made an announcement about the upcoming matchups, noting the positive atmosphere of the crowd and the quality of the battles to come. She welcomed all candidates to the final part of the middle-class examination, explaining that it would consist of one-on-one matchups between randomly selected devils. Points would be awarded based on physical, analytical, mental, and magical skills, with winners receiving double points for their performance. As the matches commenced, some were more engaging than others. When it was Saji's turn, he found himself facing a low-class devil from the Barbados household. The match began, and Saji skillfully dodged most of the magic attacks directed at him, even managing to withstand some with poise. Determined to elevate his performance, Saji decided to unleash some of Vitra's flames to slow down his opponent. Recognizing the need for a decisive move, he called out for Vitra's promotion. In an instant, Saji transformed into a massive evil dragon, towering at 20 meters in height. The Barbados devil realized he was at a disadvantage, recalling that this was the form Saji had used in a previous battle against the Eastern Dragon. Despite having lost that encounter, this transformation was not to be underestimated. Saji unleashed a new wave of Vitra flames, far more potent than those he had previously used. The Barbados devil struggled to evade the attack and resorted to defensive magic, but the barrier proved insufficient. The flames easily breached the barrier, engulfing him and leaving marks across his body. This resulted in a clear victory for Saji, who returned to his normal state just as the referee made the announcement. The referee declared that the Barbados devil was unable to continue, and Genshiro Saji was the winner of the match. Saji returned to the area where Kiba awaited him. The blonde knight had watched the match and was pleased with Saji's victory, congratulating him on his success. Kiba was eager for his own turn, wondering who his opponent would be. After several matches, with a mix of wins and losses, Kiba was called for his match against the bishop of the Amy household. Aware that his opponent had a magical advantage, Kiba knew he needed to rely on his speed to outmaneuver her before she could strike. As the fight began, Kiba took his stance, observing the blonde woman who resembled Ravel, albeit with some differences in her features and hairstyle. She approached him with a friendly demeanor, which he reciprocated. However, the bishop quickly harnessed her magical power to charge at Kiba, but he had already activated his enhanced reflexes. He attempted to close the distance, but she continuously fired magical attacks, keeping him at bay. Determined not to let her gain the upper hand, Kiba summoned his blade blacksmith and activated his subspecies balance breaker, Glory Drag Trooper. Several knights in dragon armor surrounded him and charged at the Amy bishop. Although she tried to eliminate many of them with her magic, they evaded her attacks with ease. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba activated his own soul trait, forming a durable orange armor around himself. With the dragons distracting the bishop, Kiba moved in closer and summoned his sword of betrayer, striking her from behind and causing significant damage. He then unleashed his sword style, delivering precise strikes that rendered the bishop of the Amy household unable to continue. The holy properties of his sword allowed him to breach her defenses effortlessly, leading her to surrender as she could withstand no more. The referee announced that the Amy devil was unable to battle, declaring Kiba Yuto the winner of the match. Kiba helped his opponent to her feet, congratulating her on her performance. He acknowledged her magical spells, which had pushed him back for a while. As he left the arena, Saji joined him, offering his congratulations as well. They then watched the remaining matchups unfold. Akino had her matchup next, and it was a one-sided affair. Known for her sadistic tendencies, Akino overwhelmed her opponent effortlessly, laughing as she dominated the fight. Saji and Kiba exchanged glances, with Saji sweating and Kiba face-palming at her antics. Once the examination concluded, Lady Phoenix informed them that they would receive their results within a week, allowing everyone to return to their respective homes. A week later, at the Occult Research Club in Kuo Academy, everyone except Tiamat gathered to hear the results. Seraphal arrived with the results for Kiba, Saji, and Akino, wearing a smile as she announced that all of them had passed the test. Seraphal declared that Genshiro Saji, Yuto Kiba, and Akino Himejima had successfully passed the middle-class examination and were now officially middle-class devils. The results were signed by Surzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, Seraphal Leviathan, and Falbium Asmodeus. She handed each of them their scrolls, which confirmed their success. Saji's marks were 45 out of 50 in the essay writing section, 85 out of 100 in the examination section, and 96 out of 100 in the battle section, totaling 226 out of Kiba achieved 50 out of 50 in the essay writing section, 85 out of 100 in the examination section, and 88 out of 100 in the battle section. Totaling 223 out of Akino scored 40 out of 50 in the essay writing section, 100 out of 100 in the examination section, and 80 out of 100 in the battle section, totaling 220 out of the minimum. Passing mark was 150 out of 250 to advance to the next class of devils. Everyone congratulated the trio on their promotion, recognizing their hard work. Many decided to enjoy the day, celebrating their achievements. Issei, in particular, congratulated the three of them, including Akino, who was surprised by her promotion to the next class but accepted it with grace. They all agreed to celebrate the trio's advancement to middle-class devils. In an undisclosed location hidden from the supernatural world, the Chaos Brigade prepared to make their next move. After losing both Gaia and the hero faction to the Alliance, they knew they needed a strategy to defeat the Alliance once and for all. Euclid approached Ryzavim, excited to share the results of his experiments with hate. Euclid led Ryzavim to a massive chamber, towering like the Empire State Building, where an ominous entity lay concealed beneath a blanket. He explained that his experiments had yielded something so dangerous that it would obliterate the Alliance, allowing them to invade other worlds without opposition. Ryzavim, grinning maniacally, praised Euclid's work and expressed his eagerness to see Issei suffer, relishing the thought of his pain. Ryzavim's laughter echoed throughout the base, where he had created a small army of evil dragons using the Holy Grail. Although not as large as he had hoped due to Issei and his friends' interference, he planned to unleash them against the Alliance. The experiments on human souls had transformed them into mindless husks of hate, intent on destruction. Team Dxd would soon face an opponent stronger than any they had encountered before, and they needed to prepare themselves. Previously, the aftermath of the battle between the hero faction and Team Dxd resulted in a complete victory for Team Dxd, with several hero faction members taken into custody. Chow Chow and George lost their Longinus and would only regain them after serving their punishment. Leonardo was taken to Grigori for mental care, while Jean was sent back to the Vatican under the watchful eye of Vasco Strada. Most of the sacred gear possessors perished in containment due to Ophus's snake breaking their gear. Team DXD took a well-deserved rest after their triumph over the Chaos Brigade. 2 days later, Surzex teleported to the Hyudu residence to inform them about the upcoming middle-term examination for Saji, Kiba, and Akino before leaving for personal matters. Issei and Sona then visited Saji's house to train him for the exam. A week later, Saji and Kiba entered the examination building. The first test asked why Saji wanted to be promoted to middle-class devil, followed by a written examination on the history of the underworld and its current government. The final test assessed the candidate's physical, analytical, mental, and magical capabilities. In the first match, Saji faced a reincarnated devil from the House of Barbados and won easily using his Vitra promotion. The next match featured Kiba against the Bishop of the Amy household, who he defeated by distracting her with the Glory Drag Trooper and exploiting his speed. Akino's final match was a display of overwhelming power, as she showed no mercy to her opponent, relishing in her victory. Afterward, the candidates and the trio returned home. A week later, during lunch, Serafal announced the results of the middle-class promotion exam, revealing that all 3 had passed with flying colors. They celebrated their success, unaware that the Chaos Brigade had completed their experiment on hate, creating a devastating weapon aimed at the Alliance. Ryzavim was determined to plunge Issei into despair before destroying everything he cherished. 2 months later, on a snowy December day in Kuo, Issei enjoyed hot chocolate while Chara and Asriel played in the snow, engaging in a lively snowball fight. Chara teamed up with Asia, while Asriel partnered with Frisk, and they all had a wonderful time. Meanwhile, Raynare and the other girls helped Issei's mother in the kitchen, as Issei's father was at work. Issei watched Dragon Ball Super, engrossed in the Goku Black Saga, when he suddenly sensed a familiar, angelic presence. It turned out to be Gabriel and Michael, both dressed in festive Christmas outfits for the celebration of Jesus Christ's birth. Issei inquired about the unexpected visit from Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel. Michael explained that they were there to invite Issei and his friends for a tour of heaven, expressing gratitude for their assistance against the Chaos Brigade and for bringing back one of their holy maidens. Issei was curious about their festive attire, noting that Christmas was still a few days away. Gabriel clarified that they celebrated the entire month of December in honor of Christ's birth. At that moment, the girls from the kitchen entered, and Serafal and Gabriel were surprised to see each other at the Hyudu residence. Tension filled the air as they exchanged glances. Serafal remarked on Gabriel's presence, questioning why a Mao would be in such a place when she presumably had a mansion of her own. Serafal then revealed that she was there with her partner, emphasizing that she would not remain a virgin for life like Gabriel. Gabriel was taken aback by Serafal's comment, stuttering in disbelief. Serafal continued, pointing out that despite living longer, Gabriel still had not found a boyfriend. Gabriel, feeling provoked, insisted that she had a life of her own. The atmosphere grew charged with their competitive auras, prompting Michael and Issei to intervene before things escalated further. Michael reminded Gabriel that wrath was a sin, while Issei urged Serafal to calm down, highlighting the presence of others around them. Hearing this, both Gabriel and Serafal settled down, recognizing that they were there for a peaceful occasion rather than to engage in rivalry. Just then, the other 4 who had been playing in the snow joined them, with Asriel expressing concern over the tension. Chara quickly dismissed it, pointing out that the 2 were merely settling their long-standing rivalry. Asia then asked what had brought Gabriel and Michael to them. Gabriel reiterated their invitation to heaven, acknowledging their help in battling the hero faction. Frisk, intrigued, asked if heaven was the place where souls went after death. Gabriel confirmed this, adding that they were offering special access for the group to visit even while alive. Frisk felt honored by the opportunity, and Gabriel encouraged everyone to simply call her by her name, as well as Michael. Issei agreed to the plan, and Mickey brought snacks for their guests. The group prepared to head to heaven, eager to take full advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After a while, they all teleported and headed towards the Vatican, the place where the church existed and the access portal to heaven was located. Michael had informed Issei earlier that some of the exorcists had moved past their grudges against other races, but he was aware that others still clung to their old resentments. Issei mentioned that they might need to confront these individuals, as well as prepare for a potential attack from the Cow's Brigade. He shared this information with Gabriel, and they both agreed to enhance the security of heaven. The Church, Vatican City, 11:30 a.m. Issei and the others were awestruck by the grandeur of the Vatican Church, one of the largest churches in history and the residence of the head of the cathedral. They entered to explore this remarkable place, knowing it would be a once-in-a-lifetime experience for Chara, Issei, and Frisk, who had never visited any cathedrals before. Issei had spent most of his life trapped underground, while Chara and Frisk were currently living in America. Rias and her peerage were also invited to visit the church due to their assistance in the fight against the hero faction. Issei and his team, along with Sona and her peerage, greeted the Gremry peerage, who responded warmly. They all anticipated an amazing vacation, eager to explore the church and purchase souvenirs before returning to Kuro. As Issei walked through the church, he spotted Vasco Strata and approached his teacher, who greeted him with a smile. Vasco recognized Issei's voice and expressed his happiness to see him. Issei inquired about Vasco's well-being, to which Vasco replied that he was fine and asked what brought them to the Vatican. Before Issei could respond, Michael entered the scene, prompting Vasco to bow respectfully. Michael encouraged Vasco not to bow, acknowledging his significant contributions and expressing his curiosity about why Vasco had not chosen to become an angel, suggesting that heaven could benefit from his leadership. Vasco explained that he preferred to live and die as a human, having witnessed much throughout his long life. Michael acknowledged this, and Vasco inquired about Issei's progress with Durandal and his abilities. Issei shared that he had improved his skills with the blade and had managed to defeat opponents stronger than himself. Vasco praised Issei for his achievements, mentioning his notable battles against powerful foes like Rizavim and Gaia. Vasco then offered to give them a tour of the church, which had stood for centuries, maintained by priests and angels. Sona expressed her gratitude for the opportunity. As they entered the church halls, the group marveled at the architecture, many eager to take photos, and they were granted special permission to do so. Vasco shared the history of the church, explaining that it had once been a corrupt organization that exploited people in the name of God, but those practices had long since been abolished. Now, the church served God, with donations primarily used for maintaining the church and aiding the less fortunate. As they continued their exploration, Issei pondered how such a magnificent building had been preserved for so long. He felt fortunate to be able to visit heaven again before returning to his regular studies. Vasco then revealed a hidden room, protected by magic to prevent chaos if the public were to discover it. He unlocked the door to show them a portal to heaven. Vasco explained that this portal led to heaven itself, emphasizing that entry was only possible with the presence of a seraph. He presented them with golden halos, informing them that these were necessary for devils, as their skin would burn in heaven's holy presence. Raynare reflected on her long absence from heaven, sharing that she had never been allowed to visit since her fall. Issei looked at her sympathetically, understanding the pain of her past. He reassured Raynare that she could visit heaven again, where she might feel a sense of belonging. Gabriel supported Issei's words, acknowledging their father's past mistakes and expressing their commitment to rectify those wrongs. Raynare recognized their efforts and appreciated their support. Michael encouraged the group to enjoy their time in the Vatican, suggesting they explore the many attractions available. Issei and the others agreed and set off to visit various locations, including the image galleries and the Sistine Chapel. Issei was particularly excited, as he had never had the chance to visit these places before, having been a pawn of Rias Gremry. Now, he was free to explore and enjoy the wonders of the Vatican. Peter's Square and many other places were bustling with activity. The group decided to settle down and eat at a restaurant, which had to combine multiple tables to accommodate their large party. Issei and his team, along with the Gremry and Citri peerages, filled the restaurant, enjoying their meal together. After leaving the area, a voice called out to them from a distance. It was Irina, who had been summoned back to the Vatican for something important. Issei noticed the fear and sadness in her voice when she mentioned her father. Irina revealed that her dad had been attacked and poisoned, and he had not been waking up. She pleaded for help, desperation evident in her tone. Issei understood that this was the work of Masaomi Yagi, who had been revived by the Holy Grail, likely at the behest of Raizavim. Determined to assist, Issei assured Irina that they would save her father and urged her to lead the way. Together, Issei, Irina, and their friends headed toward the Shidu residence, knowing they needed to act quickly to save Irina's father. At the Shidu residence, Issei and his team found Tsuji Shidu barely conscious. The venom from Yamada no Orochi, an evil dragon, had taken a toll on him. Issei, curious about what had transpired, asked Tsuji how he had ended up in this situation. He recalled that Masaomi Yagi, a skilled exorcist seeking revenge for the past, had attacked him. Tsuji introduced himself as the pastor of the Protestant Church of England and began to explain the tragic incident involving Cleria Belial, which had forced him to take drastic actions to maintain the status quo between factions. Raynare and others were outraged by the church's actions against a loving couple. Raynare lamented the loss of the heaven she once knew, which had been built on forgiveness but had since become a mere government system. Issei felt pity for the couple who had suffered. He remembered the past timeline and how he had helped bring justice for Cleria Belial, which had pleased Daihauser. They had also prevented the Great King faction from gaining absolute power by informing the Four Satans about the decisions being made. Issei suggested that Mr. Shidu should go to heaven for treatment, where he would receive better care. Tsuji agreed and expressed his intention to visit the church to see if he could be taken there. Just then, Lord Michael appeared, offering to escort Tsuji to the third heaven for proper treatment. Irina and Mrs. Shidu bowed in respect, but Lord Michael urged them not to. He assessed Tsuji's condition and confirmed that he had been infected by the venom of Yamada no Orochi, which had been slain by the Shinto god Susanoo. Tsuji revealed that his former colleague was working with the evil dragon and sought revenge for the past. Lord Michael felt a sense of guilt for the suffering caused by the circumstances surrounding their actions. He knew he needed to rectify the situation before it was too late. With that, Lord Michael escorted Tsuji to the third heaven for treatment. Irina and Mrs. Shidu felt reassured that he would receive the best medical assistance available. Issei and the others decided to leave, eager to explore Vatican City. After dropping off their bags at the hotel and resting for a while to adjust to the time difference, they ventured out to see the sights. As they explored, they encountered a woman waiting for them. She introduced herself as Griselda Quarta, a former top exorcist and the current queen of Gabriel's brave saints. With her striking blue eyes and features reminiscent of an actress, she welcomed them warmly, having been informed of their arrival by Lady Gabriel. They knew that she could hold her own against most members of the peerages and could even challenge Issei, Azazel, and Tiamat. Griselda introduced herself as the queen of one of the four great seraphs, Lady Gabriel, and regional manager for heaven. She expressed her pleasure in meeting the servants of Gremory and Citri. Issei introduced himself and his companions, including his sister Chara, Azazel Dreamer, Frisk Dreamer, Tiamat, Asia Argento, Roswies, and Kuroka. Griselda felt a twinge of fear, knowing that some of these beings, like the powerful dragon king Tiamat and Azazel, the god of hyperdeath, could easily overpower her. Issei, the strongest red dragon emperor and slayer of Gaia, was also present. Zenobia, feeling a bit panicked, approached Griselda, who had always been her legal guardian. The two embraced, sharing a moment of warmth after a long separation. Parted, Griselda mentioned that Lady Gabriel had informed her of their visit to heaven and wished them an enjoyable stay in the Vatican. Issei acknowledged her words, and they departed the area. Griselda thought to herself about the formidable presence of Issei and his friends. She recognized their powerful auras and their ability to sense danger from afar. Even the humans in their group seemed stronger than they appeared. She silently urged Zenobia to be cautious around them, especially since they had defeated Gaia, a being capable of immense destruction. Later, Issei and his friends arrived at their hotel, which unfortunately had single beds, much to the girls' disappointment. Issei found himself alone in his room, contemplating their next steps. He turned to his dragons for insight. Draigg noted that they had not encountered any action from the opposing side yet, suggesting they were safe for the moment. Trihexa warned that this calm might be deceptive, as the terrorists had not surrendered and could strike at any time. Issei acknowledged that their enemy was after the fruit of life and the fruit of wisdom, and he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Draigg lamented that the Cows Brigade seemed to enjoy ruining vacations, to which Issei agreed. They decided to get some rest, wishing each other good night. In a different location in the Vatican, a figure reflected on the recent events, realizing that Lord Michael had saved someone named Tuji Shidu. This individual was determined to seek revenge for past grievances, vowing that no one would save Tuji this time. He clenched his fists, waiting for further instructions from his superiors, resolute in his quest for vengeance. Previously, it had been a snowy day filled with fun. Asriel and Chara played in the snow while Issei and the others stayed indoors. Lord Michael and Lady Gabriel visited Issei's house, dressed in Christmas attire, to invite them to heaven. The girls engaged in a spirited rivalry, which was calmed by Michael and Issei's intervention. They prepared for their journey to Vatican City, home to the Vatican Church and the gateway to heaven. Upon arrival, they were greeted by Vasco, who was curious about their presence. After being informed of their visit's purpose, Vasco took them on a tour of the church, sharing its rich history. Eventually, he led them to a secret room concealed by magic, where they discovered a portal to heaven. Vasco showed them halos designed to allow devils to enter heaven without complications. Following their discussions about heaven, they explored Vatican City as tourists, enjoying local cuisine at a restaurant. There they encountered Irina, who was in a state of panic. She explained that her father had been attacked and poisoned by someone. Upon arriving at their house, they found Tuji, Irina's father, lying on the bed, suffering from the effects of the poison. They discussed the Cleria Belial incident, which had resulted in the death of his colleague and his devil lover, igniting anger in Issei and his friends. It became clear that the attacker was someone who had returned from the dead to seek vengeance for his lost love. Issei was then approached by Lord Michael, who offered to take Tuji to the third heaven for treatment, which Tuji gratefully accepted. Afterward, the rest of the group enjoyed some sightseeing before returning to the hotel for rest. Inside his room, Issei had a conversation with his dragons, who warned him that the Cows Brigade would be attacking soon, indicating that they were experiencing a calm before the storm. They advised him to rest, as a confrontation with the Cows Brigade was likely the next day. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, the attacker vowed to exact his revenge, having tracked down several members of the Great King faction and Tuji's colleagues, determined to eliminate Tuji at any cost. The following day, Issei woke up and began getting ready when he heard a knock on the door. It was Raynare, dressed in her school uniform, accompanied by Chara, Asriel, Frisk, and Asia. Issei inquired about their visit. Raynare admitted that she had trouble sleeping without him, which made Issei chuckle. Raynare pouted at his amusement, which he found endearing. Chara then mentioned her excitement about visiting heaven for the first time. Issei expressed surprise, recalling that she was supposed to be trapped. Chara explained that she had been stuck in limbo, unable to move on despite having passed away due to human actions. Asia empathized with Chara, who brushed it off, stating she had moved on. Asriel chimed in, sharing his own past as flowy and his desire to see heaven properly. Issei reassured him that he would love it, noting that he wouldn't have to wear a halo this time since he was no longer a devil. Asia expressed her happiness about visiting the realm of the gods again, praying that she would no longer suffer from headaches. Michael had previously offered her a chance to return to the church, but she had declined, wanting to spend her life with Issei. The group was pleased to see Asia no longer treated as an outsider when Kiba called out to them. He informed them that Sona and Rias were waiting for them, eager to visit heaven. Issei was surprised by their impatience, noting that they still had time before departure. Kiba explained that while Sona understood, Rias was quite impatient, recalling a previous incident in Kyoto when she had thrown a tantrum for not getting everything she wanted. Issei sighed, acknowledging Rias's spoiled nature, and decided they should not keep her waiting. Raynare added that they didn't want to provoke another outburst from her, while Chara expressed her desire to avoid drama. As they prepared to join the others, Asriel paused to check on Kiba, who reassured them that he had mostly moved on from his past, finding peace in knowing that his friends' souls could rest. Kiba smiled genuinely, bringing happiness to Issei and Israel. They then joined the girls and met up with Rias and the others. At the dining table, around 9:30 a.m., Issei and the others were enjoying their meal when Rias approached them, questioning their delay. Issei explained that they had been in their hotel rooms getting ready for lunch. He noted Rias's impatience, reminding her that they would visit all the places she wanted to see, acknowledging her feelings about the Kyoto incident. They all sat down at the dinner table for lunch, joined by Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji. Sona mentioned her previous visit to heaven, expressing curiosity about what would happen this time. Saji shared his desire for a vacation free from the Chaos Brigade's interruptions. Issei agreed, acknowledging that they would likely be as bothersome as ever. Sona suggested they enjoy their visit until the uninvited guests arrived. Previously, another day began for Issei and the others as they prepared for their trip to heaven. After waking up, Issei got ready and met up with his old friends. They engaged in light conversation, touching on the Holy Sword project, which Kiba had finally moved past. He no longer sought vengeance and was comfortable around the Holy Swords. They were guided into heaven by Vasco Strata and Griselda Corda, who provided halos to the devils, allowing them to visit without suffering side effects. In the first heaven, they entered the interdimensional room, which unnerved many of the devils due to the overwhelming number of biblical statues and artifacts. After their visit, Michael held back Issei and Irina, sensing something was wrong. Despite her initial reluctance, Irina eventually opened up about her feelings, expressing regret over her past timeline counterpart's actions towards Issei. She cried as she recalled the hurtful things said behind his back. Issei reassured her that while he could not forgive her counterpart, he believed that she genuinely regretted her actions. This brought her happiness, and they left the room to rejoin the others. Next, they visited the second heaven, which felt more like a detention center than a paradise. Raynare recounted the Tower of Babel incident, explaining the presence of the Babylon people. They then moved on to the third heaven, where Irina's father resided. Conversations turned to the Cleria Belial incident, which had led him to leave Kuo and settle in the Vatican to atone for his sins. Suddenly, they encountered a vengeful Masaomi Yagaki, who sought to confront Tsuji for his involvement in the murder of his lover. He unleashed the Chaos Brigade, an army of evil dragons, treacherous angels, and Nilray magicians. As Masaomi charged at Tsuji, Irina intervened, insisting they would handle him and instructing Issei to take Tsuji to safety. Tsuji asked Issei to look after Irina, which he promised to do. As the battle unfolded between Masaomi, Irina, and Zenobia, Masaomi grew bored. A former skilled exorcist, he found fighting against a novice angel and a low-class devil unchallenging. He managed to keep pace with Irina while maintaining a disinterested expression. Irina, frustrated, vowed to show him her skills and charged at him, but he remained unimpressed. Zenobia joined her, but they struggled against an exorcist who wielded a sword infused with the spirit of the evil dragon Yamada no Orochi. He used his sword to create 2 dragon heads, overwhelming the 2 exorcists with ease. Masaomi focused on Irina, his main target, as she used her Excalibur as a whip to strike at him. However, he easily parried her attacks. Angered, Irina charged again, but Masaomi swiftly grabbed her sword and slammed it to the ground, delivering a kick that sent her tumbling away. As she struggled to recover, Masaomi attempted to slash at her, and she narrowly dodged his attacks, aware of his lethal capabilities. With Zenobia occupied with the dragon heads, Irina found herself alone against Masaomi. He wasted no time in attacking, and she barely managed to defend herself. Exhausted, Irina staggered and fell to the ground as Masaomi approached with malicious intent. He smiled gleefully, relishing the thought of causing despair to Tsuji by harming his daughter. As he raised his sword, Irina closed her eyes, accepting her fate, believing she deserved this for betraying Issei. In that moment, Zenobia screamed in alarm, calling out to Irina. Masaomi raised his sword, intent on attacking Irina, but Issei intervened, wielding his Durandal to block the strike. Irina opened her eyes, confused as to why Masaomi had not finished her off, only to see Issei holding him at bay. Issei glared at the exorcist, his expression filled with determination. Masaomi gritted his teeth, realizing that the Red Dragon Emperor had come to thwart his plans. Ryzavim had warned him about Issei's interference, and he understood that this opponent was formidable, capable of pushing back even the Super Devil. This setback delayed the Chaos Brigade's mission to obtain the Holy Grail. Issei declared that he could not allow Masaomi to harm Irina. Masaomi, furious, demanded to know why Issei was obstructing his revenge. Issei insisted that he would not let Masaomi kill her. He then looked at Irina, instructing her to leave Masaomi to him while she assisted Zenobia in fending off the attacking heads. Irina agreed and joined Zenobia, who was struggling against the two heads. With Irina's help, they gained a slight advantage. Issei focused on Masaomi, knowing that he could potentially talk him down from the fight but realizing he would need to overpower him. Masaomi charged forward with lethal intent, but Issei skillfully parried the attack and countered with a swift kick, sending Masaomi stumbling back. Regaining his balance, Masaomi prepared for another strike, but Issei advanced, launching a series of powerful attacks. Issei understood that overwhelming force was necessary to defeat his opponent, just as he had done with Jin in the past. Masaomi found it increasingly difficult to land a blow, as Issei's strikes were far stronger. The sheer force behind Issei's attacks could easily incapacitate anyone unable to keep up. With Durandal in hand, Issei decided to escalate the battle, activating his Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Instantly, he transformed into his fearsome red armor, ready for the next phase of the fight. As Masaomi attempted to strike, Issei effortlessly caught his sword with a single finger, much to Masaomi's shock. Frustrated, Masaomi launched a relentless barrage of attacks, but Issei blocked each one with ease. Issei, maintaining a calm demeanor, invited Masaomi to continue, which only fueled Masaomi's irritation. Determined to take Issei down, Masaomi charged again, but Issei simply dodged his strikes. Taking to the skies, Issei sought an aerial advantage. Masaomi, refusing to be underestimated, aimed for Issei's neck with his blade. However, Issei anticipated the move, bringing Durandal up to defend himself. Their swords locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to yield. With a swift motion, Issei broke the lock, pushing Masaomi back. Recognizing Issei's skill and physical prowess, Masaomi acknowledged that few could push him back like this. He decided it was time to stop holding back. Impressed, he asked Issei who had trained him to reach such a level. Issei revealed that it was his master, Vasco Strata. Masaomi's eyes widened in realization. He knew Vasco Strata, the legendary figure from the Vatican who had once pushed back Kokabeel. Understanding that Issei was still holding back, Masaomi knew he had to act decisively if he wanted to achieve his vengeance. Meanwhile, the battle between Zenobia, Irina, and the two heads of Yamada no Orochi raged on. Irina skillfully dodged the head's attacks, aware that a single bite could lead to poisoning. Just then, she noticed Zenobia staggering and collapsing from exhaustion. Shocked, Irina realized that if Yamada managed to land a hit on Zenobia, it could spell disaster for them both. Irina was already engaged with one opponent when another threatened to take her down. She called out to her friend, Zenobia, urgently needing to help her before the poisonous bite from Yamada's head could take effect. Irina charged forward, taking the hit meant for Zenobia. When Zenobia opened her eyes, she saw Irina had been bitten, tears welling up in her eyes. Issei stood in shock at the sight, while Masaomi wore a satisfied smile, feeling he had finally achieved his revenge. Irina collapsed from the poison, leaving Zenobia feeling completely helpless. The dragon heads approached to finish the job, prompting Zenobia to close her eyes, resigned to the inevitable. Meanwhile, Issei was focused on battling Masaomi, who was reveling in his apparent victory. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the scene, and both dragon heads fell lifelessly to the ground. The flash faded, revealing a young man with blonde hair and green eyes, dressed in priestly attire. Issei recognized him immediately. The young man introduced himself as Giulio Gesualdo, stating that he needed to take the girls to safety for healing. He acknowledged Issei as the sub-leader before teleporting away with Irina and Zenobia. Masaomi's fury grew as he realized that Shido's daughter had once again been saved by someone else. With no one else around, Issei decided to unleash his full power. The boosted gear activated, announcing its readiness. The energy surged as Issei unleashed a dragon shot towards Masaomi, who struggled to fend it off. Issei pressed the attack further, using his dividing gear to diminish Masaomi's power, sending him flying with a direct hit. Issei charged at the exorcist, who barely managed to defend himself with his sword. Issei took advantage of the moment, attacking with determination. A smirk crossed Issei's face beneath his armor. He knew Masaomi had yet to push him to his limits. As Masaomi was forced back, he realized he needed to unleash the full power of his sword. He called out the name of his technique, summoning 8 dragon heads beside him. Issei understood the danger they posed, knowing they could regenerate. Although the poison wouldn't affect him much, it could still weaken him, and he had to remain strong, especially with Ryzavim lurking nearby. Issei knew he had to act quickly to prevent Masaomi from harming anyone else. It was time to begin the chant for Cardinal Crimson. He recited the words that would awaken his power. In a flash, Issei's balance breaker transformed, resembling the Juggernaut Drive. Unlike the despair typically associated with that form, this one radiated hope and righteousness. A part of Masaomi recognized he should not engage in battle with Issei, but his desire for revenge against Tsuji and Irina drove him forward. Issei charged at Masaomi, retracting the wings of Cardinal Crimson as the boosted gear activated once more. In an instant he closed the distance, catching Masaomi off guard. The boosted gear called out again, and Issei delivered a powerful gut punch, causing Masaomi to stagger and cough. Issei sent Masaomi flying with his power, leaving him bewildered by the rapid turn of events. He summoned his wings again and conjured 2 blasters, the boosted gear announcing its readiness once more. The blasters charged and fired a beam at Masaomi, who struggled to defend himself against the onslaught. He knew he had to be cautious, a direct hit could be fatal. Issei, confident that the blast wouldn't kill him, picked up Durandal and charged at Masaomi, who was still recovering. With a swift motion, Issei disarmed him, severing the hand that held his blade. Masaomi screamed in pain, fear overtaking him as he realized he was now at Issei's mercy. He had failed in his quest for revenge, and with Irina safe, he felt utterly defeated. However, Issei had no intention of killing him. Instead, he wanted to persuade Masaomi to join his side. He offered a chance for surrender, assuring him that he would not inflict any further harm. Masaomi looked down, knowing he had no choice. If he wanted to survive, surrender was his only option. Issei lowered his armor, recognizing that he was in no condition to continue fighting. He turned to Masaomi, asking him to explain what had driven him to harm innocent people, as their blood would have been on his hands. Masaomi looked at Issei in shock, confused by the mention of multiple innocent lives. He asked what Issei meant. Issei pointed to the chaos around them, and Masaomi's horror grew as he realized the extent of the damage he had caused. Many angels and exorcists were being overwhelmed by the evil dragons, forced to retreat while Issei and his team, along with the Gremmery and Citri peerages, worked to assist them. Masaomi admitted to Issei that he had not been aware of the destruction he had caused. Issei, puzzled, pressed him for clarification. Masaomi explained that the sword he wielded had been corrupting him, leaving him unable to comprehend his actions. Issei confirmed that the sword was indeed corrupted. Masaomi expressed his sorrow, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the tragedy of losing his lover, who had been killed in cold blood by faction members. Issei felt a pang of pity for him, understanding that Masaomi's grief mirrored his own experiences with loss and the restrictions placed upon him by Rias. Masaomi continued, his voice trembling as he recounted how his lover had been murdered simply for being a devil. Issei nodded, empathizing with Masaomi's pain. He shared his own story, revealing that before he became a dragon, he had been a devil in Rias Gremmery's peerage. He had befriended a nun, despite the enmity between their factions, and had defied his master's orders to see her. Their encounter had ended in tragedy when they were attacked by a fallen angel, leading to his own injury and the loss of his friend. Masaomi was taken aback, realizing that Issei had endured similar hardships but had managed to protect his loved ones. He felt a sense of happiness for Issei, despite his own sorrow. Curious, he asked how Issei had transformed from a devil into a dragon, speculating that he must have been a reincarnated devil. Issei explained that his former master had betrayed him, prompting him to remove his pieces and request Draigg to transform him into a dragon, though he preferred not to delve into the painful details. Masaomi then questioned why Issei did not seek vengeance for the wrongs done to him. Issei replied that revenge was ultimately pointless. While it might provide temporary satisfaction, it did not lead to anything meaningful. He expressed his desire to break the cycle of hate and move on from the past, refusing to let it hold him back. Masaomi reflected on Issei's words, recognizing the strength in his ability to let go. He acknowledged that they were alike in their struggles, admiring Issei for his resilience. Before Masaomi could continue, he felt a sudden stab in the chest. Issei was shocked to see that Masaomi had been attacked by an unseen assailant. The identity of the attacker soon became clear. The figure revealed himself to be Raizavim Levon Lucifer, a smile on his face as he spoke. He had achieved his goal, having obtained the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of life. Raizavim addressed Issei, asking how he was doing. Issei glared at him with pure hatred, knowing that Raizavim had not only acquired the fruits but had also killed Masaomi. In his final moments, Masaomi urged Issei to take revenge on his behalf. With that, Masaomi succumbed to his injuries. Issei took a fighting stance, realizing he had to confront the super devil eventually. Raizavim, however, waved his finger and declared that Issei's opponent would be someone else. At that moment, Masaomi's sword, Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, began to shatter, revealing the dragon Yamada no Orochi. This feral beast, a light-headed eastern dragon with tears of blood streaming down its face and a mouth filled with sharp fangs, was an 8-headed dragon measuring 200 meters in length. Issei understood that he would have to fight both Raizavim and the dragon, but Raizavim teleported away, stating he had what he came for. Issei was left alone to face the evil dragon. He took one last glance at Masaomi's lifeless body, vowing to fulfill his last wish. He prepared himself for battle against the dragon. Meanwhile, the others were engaged in combat against the Chaos Brigade armies, defeating evil dragons left and right. Suddenly, they sensed an immense presence emanating from an evil dragon that resembled a combination of a tree and a dragon. Raynare recognized this dragon and shivered at the sight. Chara noticed her reaction and inquired about it. Raynare explained that the dragon was Layden, the insomniac dragon, whom she had learned about from Azazel. He had once guarded the golden apples of Hesperides and had been killed by Hercules as part of his labors. Layden approached them, introducing himself as the insomniac dragon, responsible for barriers and protection walls. The group readied themselves for battle, knowing they had to stop him before it was too late. However, things were not going according to Masaomi's desires. Issei decided to take it to the next level by activating his Cardinal Crimson Full Drive, which allowed him to push beyond his limits. The already struggling exorcist was unable to keep up with Issei as he used his Sonic Star Booster to close the gap between them. He then unleashed his Solid Impact Booster, delivering a powerful blow that sent Masaomi flying, leaving him gasping for breath. Issei followed up with his Fong Blast Booster, firing a crimson beam that struck the exorcist directly. In a decisive moment, Issei used his Durandal to sever Masaomi's arm, freeing him from the influence that had clouded his judgment. After this act, both he and Issei reached an understanding, and Masaomi chose to abandon his quest for vengeance. However, this moment of clarity was short-lived, as Raizavim appeared and ended Masaomi's life, leaving Issei in shock and filled with anger. Raizavim then escaped with the fruit of knowledge and life, forcing Issei to confront Yamada no Orochi, who had emerged from the sword after Masaomi's demise. Meanwhile, the others were engaged in battle against the Chaos Brigade when a terrifying presence manifested Layden, the insomniac dragon, who sought to challenge them all. They knew they had to defeat him before he could wreak further havoc. Issei took his stance, gripping Durandal firmly in his hand, ready to face the primal and feral beast. He was confident that his teammates could handle Layden, especially with Tiamat by their side. As he focused on Yamada no Orochi, the dragon responded with a fearsome roar. Issei charged at the creature, aware that one of its heads would attempt to bite him. He knew he could withstand the dragon's attacks, but he had to remain cautious to protect his teammates. With a swift motion, Issei used Durandal to slice off one of Yamada's heads. The dragon howled in pain as it lost a head, and Issei followed up with a dragon shot that disintegrated the remaining head effortlessly. The other heads glared at him as he danced around, fully aware that this battle was just beginning. Issei felt invigorated, ready for more. He re-equipped Durandal and prepared for another strike as the dragon roared in fury, attempting to unleash flames from its remaining heads. Issei easily dodged the flames, knowing that if he unleashed his full power, he could defeat Yamada without difficulty. However, he refrained from revealing the full extent of his abilities, wanting to avoid instilling fear in others. Instead, Issei unleashed his own fire breath and charged at the dragon, delivering a powerful punch to its face. Flames swirled around him as he activated the boosters on his armor, calling out a battle cry. In a flash, he blinded the beast, leaving it disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Issei landed a punch on one of Yamada's remaining heads, cracking its jaw and inflicting significant damage. Understanding that Yamada relied on instinct rather than rational thought, Issei recognized this as an advantage. The dragon saw him as a threat to its survival and attempted to attack with its heads. However, Issei skillfully grabbed one of the heads, using it as a shield against the flames. The dragon was forced to cease its fiery assault, and Issei took this chance to rip off the head he held, overcoming the challenge with determination. The loss of the head caused the remaining ones to howl in distress. Issei looked at the severed head, which continued to wail, before he incinerated it with his fire power. He declared that 2 heads were down, with 6 more to go, and asked if Yamada wished to submit. The dragon roared defiantly in response, and Issei took this as a clear refusal. With renewed resolve, Issei prepared for the next phase of the battle. He charged at the dragon, knowing he still had 6 heads to contend with. As one of the heads lunged at him, Issei, faster than the dragon could react, used his sonic star booster to close the distance. He plunged Durandal into the dragon's torso, causing it to stagger. Seeing the dragon's vulnerability, Issei grinned, knowing that his plan was unfolding perfectly. He then delivered a powerful punch to the dragon's face, shattering its features and pushing forward in the fight. Issei removed his Durandal from the torso of the dragon and swiftly severed one of its damaged heads, leaving Yamada with only 5 heads remaining. He then unleashed the Welsh dragon flare, incinerating the severed head before it could be used against him. Cracking his knuckles, Issei noticed the dragon retreat slightly, its instincts urging it to flee as it realized the danger of continuing the fight. Issei, gaining the upper hand, positioned the Durandal defensively, ready for another attack from the malevolent creature. He knew that Yamada needed to be defeated and purified before it was too late. As Yamada attempted to escape using its wings, Issei anticipated the move and quickly acted a barrier, blocking the dragon's path. With no way out, Yamada lunged at him, teeth bared. Issei dodged the attack and countered with a fiery breath, causing the dragon to howl in pain. In that moment, a light spear struck Yamada's head, interrupting its assault and redirecting its attention. The attacker was revealed to be Seraph Gabriel, her expression fierce. Issei was surprised to see her, knowing she was engaged in battle with rogue exorcists and other angels. He questioned her presence, wondering why she was not fighting the traitors. Gabriel reassured him, stating that she could handle the dragon and had already dealt with the traitors. She gestured towards the ongoing battle where Team Dxd was engaged with Layden and other angels led by Seraphs Uriel and Raphael. Issei felt confident that they could take down Yamada together, and they turned their focus back to the dragon, which now wore a look of fear. Gabriel launched multiple spears at the dragon, but it countered with flames, incinerating them. Seizing the opportunity, Issei unleashed his own fiery breath, pushing back several of Yamada's heads. This display surprised Gabriel, who questioned Issei's strength. He replied cryptically, hinting at the power he possessed. Gabriel recognized Issei's potential, aware of his bond with the beast Trihexa and his status as the Red Dragon Emperor. She understood that he had the capability to defeat Yamada but also knew he preferred to keep his full power hidden to avoid instilling fear. Gabriel admired Issei's compassionate nature, feeling grateful to have such a strong ally fighting alongside her. Together, they could overwhelm the evil dragon. Gabriel proposed they join forces to take down Yamada. Issei graciously offered her the lead, but she quickly refocused on the battle. She instructed Issei to use his Durandal to eliminate the remaining heads while she distracted the dragon with her spears. With determination, Issei agreed, and Gabriel summoned her spears once more. As expected, Yamada retaliated with flames, but Gabriel intensified her assault, launching more spears despite the toll it took on her. Just then, Issei called upon Draigg to enhance his speed, and the boosted gear activated, propelling him toward the dragon at incredible velocity. In a flash, Issei struck, severing 3 of Yamada's heads that had been attacking Gabriel's spears. The flames diminished, allowing the spears to overwhelm the dragon, resulting in a powerful explosion. When the dust settled, Yamada no Orochi was left staggering, with only 2 of its 8 heads still intact. The dragon looked at the duo with fear, realizing it was now at a disadvantage. Yamada retaliated with flames aimed at Issei, who blocked the attack with Durandal and his armor. However, the dragon's second head lunged at Gabriel. Exhausted, she attempted to evade the attack, but Issei recognized the dragon's strategy. It aimed to separate them and take them out one by one. Gabriel managed to dodge most of the strikes, but fatigue caught up with her, and she staggered as one head lunged to bite her. Closing her eyes, she braced for impact, only to hear a biting sound. Issei had intervened, taking the blow for her. The poison coursed through his body, rendering his left hand numb. Gabriel cried out in alarm, but Issei reassured her, insisting he was fine and determined to finish the fight. With renewed resolve, he wielded his Durandal and severed the second-to-last head of Yamada. In unison, Gabriel pierced the final head with her light spear, while Issei unleashed his flames, destroying the last head of the beast. Exhausted and affected by the poison, Issei collapsed, realizing too late the toll it had taken on him. Gabriel caught Issei in her arms, tears welling in her eyes. She realized that Issei had taken the hit for her, and she knew she could heal him with the technology of heaven. It was crucial to get Issei to a safe area. Raynare, having heard Gabriel's cries, rushed to them, her heart heavy with concern. She had witnessed Yamada's attack on Issei, aimed at bringing down the seraph. With determination she approached, knowing they could handle Layden since a special ally had come to assist them. Raynare asked what had happened, noticing Issei's condition. Gabriel explained that Issei had taken the hit for her, and the poison from Yamada had entered his wound. Thankfully, his draconic state allowed him to remain partially conscious. Raynare insisted they take Issei back for treatment, offering to accompany Gabriel. Despite Gabriel's worries about the others, Raynare reassured her that they could manage against Layden on their own. Gabriel reluctantly agreed, and together they took to the skies, carrying the barely conscious Issei to a safe location for treatment. As they arrived, Issei managed to speak, recognizing Raynare. She gently placed a finger on his lips, urging him to conserve his energy and relax, assuring him she was there with him. They laid Issei on a bed in a secure area of heaven, with Raynare staying by his side while Gabriel gathered supplies for his treatment. Meanwhile, 2 hours earlier, the rest of the team faced a new threat. Layden had just joined the Cow's Brigade, eager to test his strength against Issei and his allies. He reveled in the power of his barriers, challenging anyone to fight him. Tiamat, along with several members of Issei's team and Rias Gremory, stepped forward to confront Layden. He was thrilled by the number of challengers, recognizing them as formidable opponents. Rias, feeling flattered, smiled proudly, though her expression shifted when she noticed Asriel and Tiamat's annoyance. Asriel declared that he and Tiamat would handle Layden, urging the others to deal with the remaining Cow's Brigade members. Chara insisted on joining the fight, confident that the rogues posed little threat to Sona and Rias's peerage. Sona confirmed their capability, emphasizing that defeating Layden was their priority. Layden welcomed the challenge, charging at the group. Chara attempted to slash at him with her knife, but Layden's barrier absorbed the attack, leaving her stunned. He taunted her, stating she would need to do better to harm him. Azazel unleashed a powerful attack, summoning stars to rain down on Layden. The area of effect destroyed many surrounding evil dragons, and while Layden's barrier held initially, it began to crack under the pressure. He grinned as the barrier shattered, the stars dissolving around him. Tiamat launched her own attack with chaos fire, but Layden countered with his barrier. However, the chaotic nature of her flames proved too much for his defenses, forcing him to evade while he retaliated with his flame breath. Tiamat withstood the attack, her clothes slightly singed but her resolve unshaken. Chara checked on Tiamat, who reassured her that the flames were nothing she couldn't handle. She prepared herself for the next round of battle. Kiba activated his Blade Blacksmith, entering his subspecies Balance Breaker, summoning several Draconic Knights to assist in the fight. Layden unleashed his Flame Breath, destroying most of the knights with ease. Rias then used her power of destruction against him, but Layden had anticipated this. He raised his barrier to absorb the attack, which began to crack under the force of her power. For the first time, Layden felt the pressure of being pushed back, yet he smiled, eager to test his barriers against such formidable power. He knew that if he remained with the Cow's Brigade, he would need to prepare for encounters with even greater opponents, including Sirzex Lucifer. Layden once again reinforced his barrier, leaving Rias in shock. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing. From behind the barrier, Layden acknowledged her strength but hinted at his own power. Suddenly, the barrier shattered, and Layden lunged at Rias. She barely managed to dodge as he unleashed a torrent of fire, which was countered by a strike of holy lightning from Aquino, who had taken to the skies. Aquino, with a playful tone, declared that she couldn't allow any harm to come to the president. She fired more holy lightning at the dragon, landing a direct hit. Her excitement was palpable as she reveled in the moment, but her joy quickly turned to shock when Layden not only survived the attack but also retaliated, clawing at Aquino and causing her to fall to the ground, injured. Fortunately, Kaneko caught her and brought her to safety, though Aquino was unable to continue fighting. Rias, witnessing her queen's plight, glared at the insomniac dragon with fury. She unleashed her power of destruction in a desperate attempt to defeat him. As she launched her attack, Layden used a barrier to absorb most of the blast. Azazel and several other magic users combined their abilities to shatter the barrier, allowing Rias's attack to hit Layden directly. He staggered from the impact and, in a moment of desperation, used a Phoenix Tear, prompting Rias to question how he had obtained such rare items. With a smirk, Layden revealed that he had acquired them from the black market and prepared to retaliate for the damage done to his barriers. He unleashed another wave of fire at the team, but Tiamat and Azazel worked together to mitigate the damage. Layden then charged toward Frisk and Chara, who were caught off guard. Chara managed to dodge, but Frisk took a direct hit. Azazel, enraged by Frisk's injury, unleashed a powerful lightning attack, surrounding Layden with multiple strikes. The dragon took several hits, and while his wooden body began to splinter, his inherent durability allowed him to withstand the onslaught, though it fueled his anger. Kaneko rushed to check on Frisk, who was regenerating thanks to his soul trait. She asked if he was all right and able to fight. Frisk nodded, determined to continue. He got into a fighting stance and landed a punch on Layden, causing some of the wood to break off. Layden attempted to retaliate, but Azazel used his Chaos Slicer ability to hold the dragon in place, giving Frisk the chance to evade. Frustrated by the team's resilience, Layden resolved to take them down one by one. He summoned multiple barriers to stall his enemies, using stronger ones against Azazel, Tiamat, and Rias. Chara used her knife to weaken one of the barriers, but it remained unbroken. The others were making progress, but it wasn't fast enough. Seeing this, Layden charged at Frisk with malicious intent. The team shouted for Frisk to dodge, but Layden's speed was overwhelming. Just as he was about to strike, Layden's mouth was forced open by several bones, surprising everyone. The attacker was revealed to be a skeleton in a blue hoodie and shorts, recognized as Sans the skeleton. Frisk greeted Sans, who casually remarked on the situation, noting Aquino's injuries. Sans made a pun about Aquino's condition, eliciting groans from the team. Frisk reminded everyone to focus on the battle, as they were facing an evil dragon. Sans, unfazed, continued with his puns, which only angered Layden further. The dragon roared in frustration, threatening Sans if he made another pun. Sans, undeterred, responded with more humor, prompting Layden to unleash a fiery breath at him. Sans easily dodged the attack and retaliated by summoning a gastroblaster that fired at Layden. The dragon attempted to use his barriers again, but the others, having broken free, launched their own attacks, pushing back against Layden and landing a direct hit to his face. As the dust settled, it became clear that Layden had lost a significant portion of his body from the assault. Despite his immense durability, he realized that even he had limits. With his final Phoenix tear, he began to regenerate, regaining some strength but still low on stamina. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air, drawing their attention to Issei, who had been bitten by Yamada's head. They all understood the dire consequences of such an attack. Gabriel had cried out as Issei took the hit for her, and his team, along with his loved ones, were horrified by the injury he sustained. Issei began to stagger, but he refused to be defeated. Together, Issei and Gabriel managed to destroy the final two heads of the dragon before Issei collapsed onto Gabriel's hand. Raynare wanted to rush to her lover's side, and everyone could see her desire, but they knew they had to deal with Layden first. Sans called out to her, urging her to go to Issei while they handled the threat. Raynare hesitated, but Asriel reassured her that Issei needed her. He urged her to stay by his side while they took on the insomniac dragon. Raynare agreed, determined to help him. Sona expressed her concern, not wanting to lose Issei. She insisted that he could not die, not like this. Raynare promised that she would not let him die and encouraged her friends to defeat Layden for her. With tears in her eyes, Raynare took to the skies, flying toward Issei. The others held back their emotions and focused on the battle against Layden, knowing they needed to seal the beast once and for all. Sans had a plan to take the creature down. He voiced his concern about Layden's regeneration, pondering how they could defeat him. Just then, a voice spoke up, revealing a yellow reptilian monster with a hunchback, wearing glasses and a lab coat. Sans recognized her and asked what she had in mind. The creature introduced herself as Dr. Alphys and explained that they needed Rias's power to defeat the dragon. She pointed to Rias, who looked confused and asked how she could help. Alphys instructed Rias to charge her power of destruction into a ball, explaining that the more she charged it, the more potent it would become. Rias understood that she needed to use her extinguished star attack, which would be the key to defeating Layden. She began charging her attack and looked at Sans, who was ready to assist. Alphys reminded Sans that he needed to use his gravity magic to immobilize Layden for a while. Though it would take a toll on him, he was their best option. Sans agreed to do his best. Layden roared in defiance, vowing not to let them succeed. However, his attack was interrupted by the combined efforts of Issei's team and the Gremory peerage. Kiba used his gram to keep the dragon at bay, while Kaneko acted as a guard for Rias, ensuring Layden couldn't reach her. Frisk and Tiamat used their strength to hold the dragon back, while Asriel, Kuroka, and Asia employed their magic to either fend off the dragon or heal their teammates. Chara slashed at the dragon, preventing it from attacking Rias or Sans. After a tense moment, Rias announced that her extinguished star ability was ready. She signaled to Sans, who nodded in understanding. With a wave of his hands, Sans used his gravity magic to lift Layden upwards. Rias launched her extinguished star, which engulfed the insomniac dragon. Layden struggled against the attack, trying to defend himself with a barrier, but it was futile. His body began to disintegrate until there was nothing left. Exhausted, Sans and the others sat down, aware that the battle had taken a toll on them, especially since the dragon had been enhanced by the Holy Grail. Alphys brought forth a machine she had created with Gaster, explaining that it was designed to capture the souls of evil dragons, which were unstable to handle. As she activated the machine, It successfully extracted the soul of Layden and contained it within the device. Alphys knew she had to deliver it to the 3 factions for safe sealing. She had also done the same with the first half of Yamada's soul, though she struggled to maintain her composure upon seeing the dragon's heads. The others decided to rest after repelling the Chaos Brigade's attack. Many angels were injured, and Irina and Issei were recovering from poison inflicted by Yamada no Orochi in a safe location. Unfortunately, Ryzavim had obtained what he desired, the fruit of knowledge and life. The plan succeeded as Issei managed to sever 3 more heads from the dragon, leaving it with just 2. Gabriel felt drained from the relentless onslaught of spears and the battle against the traitors of heaven. One of Yamada's heads unleashed flames toward Issei while another lunged at Gabriel. She attempted to evade but found herself overwhelmed. Issei, compelled to protect her, took the brunt of Yamada's attack, becoming infected by the dragon's poison. Gabriel gasped in horror at this sight, drawing everyone's attention. Despite the chaos, they managed to destroy the remaining 2 heads. Issei was then taken for treatment by Gabriel and Raynare, who had heard Gabriel's cry and volunteered to ensure Issei reached safety. Meanwhile, 2 hours earlier, the rest of Team Dxd faced off against the insomniac dragon, Layden, who was eager to test his barrier against several members of the team. Rias initiated the attack, but her efforts shattered his barrier. Forced into a defensive position, Layden retaliated, targeting Rias with flames. Aquino intervened, drawing the dragon's focus and was swiftly taken out. Enraged, Rias unleashed her pod, combining her attacks with others to breach Layden's defenses, inflicting significant damage. However, he used a phoenix tear to recover and isolated the team with barriers, aiming for Frisk, the weakest member. Just then, Sans, the resident pun master, joined the fray, holding off the dragon. The team launched a combined magical assault, engaging Layden and the other evil dragons. Despite their efforts, Layden's immense durability allowed him to withstand the onslaught. The sound of Gabriel's shriek echoed, prompting the others to urge Raynare to assist Issei, who was in distress. They turned their focus back to Layden, who had exhausted his last phoenix tears for recovery. Dr. Alphys joined them, explaining that Sans and Rias needed to synchronize their abilities to defeat Layden. While the others distracted him, Rias charged her. Extinguished Star. With Sans' gravity magic lifting Layden, they easily destroyed his body. Alphys then activated a machine that contained the souls of both Layden and Yamada no Orochi, ensuring they could never escape. Issei was rushed to the first heaven for treatment. Thanks to his dragon physiology, he could endure longer than a regular human, but the poison posed a serious threat to his life. Throughout the ordeal, Issei remained conscious, demonstrating his strength. He observed Raynare hurrying him to the treatment area, knowing that Irina would also be present due to her own injury. However, Raynare's sole focus was on ensuring Issei received care as quickly as possible. She was determined to see him healthy and happy, disregarding the presence of Rias. Gabriel informed Raynare that the treatment room was to her left and assured her she would retrieve the necessary medicine to neutralize the poison and prevent infection. Raynare dashed to the room, joined by the dragons who prayed for Issei's safety. They believed he could survive the poison, having previously endured Samel's curse, but his current state worried them. Issei attempted to soothe Raynare's distress, but she urged him to remain quiet, fearing that speaking might worsen the situation. Upon reaching the treatment room, Raynare found Irina, her father, and Zenobia, all shocked to see Issei barely conscious on the bed, with Raynare's tear-streaked face revealing her anguish. They understood that something grave had happened to Issei, and Raynare's tears indicated urgency. Irina asked what had transpired, but Raynare's anger flared at the question, causing Irina to flinch. Raynare explained that Yamada had bitten Issei. Tuji, Irina's father, was taken aback by the revelation, and Irina began to cry. Zenobia turned away, struggling to maintain her composure. Raynare, looking at Issei's pained expression, placed her hand on him in a comforting manner, reminiscent of a mother caring for a sick child. She spoke softly to him, her voice trembling with emotion. Tears streamed down Raynare's face as Issei mustered the strength to wipe them away, urging her not to cry for his sake. Despite his critical condition, he still cared for her well-being. Raynare's tears flowed freely as she leaned against Issei, who could only offer a comforting hand, unable to move due to the paralyzing effects of the venom. He felt grateful to be by the side of the woman who loved him unconditionally, even as he worried about their friends battling Layden. Irina wiped her tears and asked how this had happened. Just then, a voice interjected, revealing itself to be Gabriel, who appeared with tears in her eyes. Both Dxd and Irina bowed before her, but Gabriel urged them to rise, reminding them to focus on their recovery. She instructed them to rest while she gathered the medical supplies needed to treat Issei. With antiseptic in one hand and a removal device in the other, she prepared to begin the process of extracting the poison from Issei's body, knowing it would take time. Gabriel understood the urgency of removing the poison. She brought in a disinfectant to clean the wound, ensuring it would not lead to any future infections. After carefully cleaning the area, she applied antiseptic to prevent any germs from taking hold. Once she was satisfied, she activated a removal device and informed Issei about the next steps. Gabriel explained to Issei that she would be injecting a needle into the bitten area to extract the poison. She reassured him that this was necessary to prepare for the antidote that would cure him of the lingering effects of the venom. Although the needle might sting a bit, she was confident in the procedure. Issei, recalling his previous encounters with danger, assured Gabriel that he could handle much worse. He had faced the evil dragon before, after all. Gabriel smiled at his bravery, feeling grateful for his strength. As Gabriel injected the needle into Issei's body, he gritted his teeth against the pain. The extraction process began, slowly removing the poison, which could spread and affect other parts of his body. To ease his discomfort, Gabriel used her healing magic, knowing that Issei had taken the hit for her. She felt immense gratitude towards him for saving her life. After 30 minutes, the venom was successfully extracted. Gabriel hurried to the medical room to retrieve the antidote, crafted from the venom of a celestial dragon. She was aware that this was the only place where the poison from the evil dragon Yamada no Orochi could be cured. With the antidote prepared in a clean syringe, she returned to Issei's room. Gabriel injected the antidote into Issei, her heart lifting as she realized he was now safe from the poison. She shared her relief, informing him that while most would need a week to recover from such venom, he would only require a day of rest for complete recovery. Issei expressed his gratitude for her help, acknowledging her crucial role in his recovery. Gabriel, in turn, emphasized her eternal gratitude for his bravery, reminding him that she would always be there for him whenever he needed her. She gently kissed his forehead before leaving to tend to other injured soldiers. As Issei reflected on the intense battle, he turned to Raynare, who appeared upset. He reassured her that he was fine, but she felt guilty for not being able to help during his time of need. Issei comforted her, expressing that her presence was more than enough for him. He cherished having her by his side. Raynare smiled, feeling a sense of happiness at Issei's words. Meanwhile, Dxd observed the couple with a smile, recognizing Raynare's feelings for Issei. Irina, however, wore a bittersweet expression, aware of her past mistakes and lost opportunities. Zenobia looked away, understanding that Issei had moved on from their previous relationship. The three decided to give the couple some privacy. In the first heaven, Vatican City, Issei rested on his bed, recovering from his injuries. Raynare stayed by his side, concerned about the whereabouts of their friends after the prolonged battle against Layden. Issei noticed her distant expression and gently asked if something was wrong. Raynare snapped out of her thoughts, revealing her worries about the battle. Issei reassured her that their friends were capable fighters, confident they would return safely. Just then, the door burst open, and members of Issei's team rushed in. Sona, Rias, and their peerages, including Asia, Kuroka, Roswies, and Chara, all jumped on Issei, tears of relief in their eyes at seeing him awake and unharmed. Issei comforted the girls, calming their worries as they celebrated his recovery. Issei reassured everyone, stating that he was all right and that the poison had left his body. He needed to rest for a while, but there was no cause for concern. The girls nodded in understanding and gradually left him. He then inquired about the battle with Layden. Sona informed him that they had won, though some had sustained injuries. She asked where Raizavim had gone, to which Issei replied that he had fled, claiming he had obtained what he came for, although he was unsure of its significance regarding heaven. Michael entered the room with a somber expression, revealing that he believed he could shed light on Raizavim's intentions. He had visited the fourth heaven, where the Garden of Eden was located, only to discover that the fruit of knowledge and the fruit of life were missing. Michael explained that Raizavim had stolen these fruits, which posed a significant threat, one far greater than anything they had encountered before. He urged everyone to rest, as they would soon face formidable challenges. Those familiar with the previous timeline were taken aback by Raizavim's successful theft. Issei pondered Raizavim's motives, recalling how the fruits had been used in attempts to revive Trihexa. Raizavim had even devised a backup plan in case his initial efforts failed. Issei proposed a theory, prompting everyone to focus on him. Michael, having witnessed the truth of Issei's previous statements, encouraged him to continue. Issei speculated that Raizavim's team had been experimenting with souls and hate, recalling their encounter with one of the laboratories in Romania. He believed they were attempting to recreate the Beast 666 for their own purposes. Vale had informed him that Raizavim was searching for a way to invade other worlds, needing an army to do so. This led to the attack on Romania to acquire the Holy Grail, which would allow him to revive slain dragons. Since they had thwarted that plan, Raizavim was now seeking alternatives, hence the assault on heaven for the fruits. Dr. Alphys interjected, her shock evident. The idea of recreating something as powerful and dangerous as the Beast 666 was unfathomable. The experimentation on hate was equally troubling, as it was known to possess a mind of its own and was highly unstable. Alphys expressed her disbelief at the prospect of cloning the beast, deeming it a reckless endeavor. Issei reminded her that this was the same group that had revived Gaia and used her against them, indicating that such actions were not new for the Chaos Brigade. Alphys recognized the validity of Issei's point, recalling how they had managed to recreate the necessary elements to revive Gaia. Sans voiced his hope that Issei's theory remained just that, a theory. If it were to become reality, the consequences would be dire. Issei shared his optimism, reminding everyone of their past victories against the Chaos Brigade, including defeating Gaia, who was as powerful as Ophis. They just needed to remain hopeful. Sans chuckled at Issei's determination, reminded of how Frisk had inspired hope in him and the other monsters. Issei's spirit was reminiscent of Frisk's, and Sans felt a sense of hope for a brighter future, even if it required fighting for it. He almost made a pun, but the group quickly silenced him, wary of the potential for another headache. Raynare firmly instructed Sans to refrain from making jokes, and the girls shared knowing smiles, making it clear that now was not the time for humor. Sans nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Asriel then asked Issei what his next steps would be. Issei replied that he intended to rest for the time being, as his arm was still stiff and needed time to recover fully. The girls in his harem sighed in relief, glad that Issei would not venture out while he was still injured. Some even offered to stay in heaven until he was fully healed. Tuji expressed his apologies to Issei and his daughter, acknowledging that his past actions had led to Masaomi targeting them. He regretted killing Cleria and felt responsible for the attack on heaven. Irina called out to her father, concerned for him. Michael addressed Tuji, acknowledging the difficult situation he had been placed in by the church's orders. He expressed that, given the Chaos Brigade's manipulation of Masaomi's desires for their own gain, he felt he should be the one to apologize for the burden placed on Tuji and his family. As a sign of respect, Michael bowed before the exorcist, recognizing his shared responsibility in the matter. Tuji and Irina were taken aback by this gesture. Tuji reassured Michael that as exorcists, it was their duty to serve him and the church. Irina echoed her father's sentiment, affirming their commitment to help the church with their lives. Michael smiled at the duo and encouraged them to rest, stating they had done enough for now. He then teleported away to assist in repairing the damage caused by the Chaos Brigade's attack on heaven, knowing that it needed to recover in case of future threats. Sans mentioned that he needed to return home, as Pap and Gaster were worried about him, and asked Alphys to join him. Alphys agreed, and they teleported to their home in America, where they shared the news that everything in heaven had been resolved, bringing joy to those waiting for them. Issei and the others spent the rest of the day at the hospital, with some recovering while others explored the area for places to visit. The next day at the Vatican Church, Issei and the others prepared to say their goodbyes to the church staff, with Irina staying behind for further treatment of her injuries. Tuji bid farewell to Issei, expressing happiness for him and his newfound love. Michael then expressed his gratitude to everyone for visiting heaven and protecting it from their enemies. Gabriel thanked Issei specifically, acknowledging that he had saved her life by taking a hit meant for her. She mentioned that she had asked Alphys to help purify the soul of Yamada no Orochi. Issei downplayed his actions, stating that they had all enjoyed their time together and that he was recovering well, despite some stiffness. Gabriel reassured him that the stiffness would subside soon. Issei then suggested they head back to Kuro, with Sona and Rias agreeing to meet again in the future. Just then, Vasco and Griselda arrived, and Griselda shared a heartfelt hug with Zenobia before they said their goodbyes. Vasco then presented Asia with a box filled with letters from those she had healed, expressing their gratitude. Raynare commented on the size of the box, impressed by the number of letters. Asia blushed and thanked everyone, feeling touched by their appreciation. Griselda added that the Pope regretted removing Asia from the church and extended an invitation for her to join them whenever she wished. Asia expressed her desire to stay with Issei and his family, who she considered her own. Griselda handed Asia her contact information, assuring her that she would be welcomed if she ever decided to join. They all waved goodbye to the church staff before Michael teleported them back to Kuro. Afterward, he left with Issei, who headed to his room to rest, joined by the girls. In an unknown location, a gathering of priests and nuns convened with a singular purpose: to dismantle the alliance formed between the devils and vampires. One speaker addressed the group, expressing their anger over Archangel Michael's involvement with the alliance and the forgiveness extended to the devils and vampires for their past actions. The crowd cheered, fueled by their resentment and the loss of loved ones to these beings. Another voice emerged, sharing a personal story of loss at the hands of devils, calling for consequences for their actions. The speaker declared that the Red Dragon Emperor and Team Dxd were pivotal to the alliance, and their downfall would lead to the collapse of the alliance, allowing them to take action against the devils once and for all. The crowd erupted in support, united in their desire for revenge. Vasco, present as a spy, feigned hatred for devils and vampires, all the while knowing that his student's life was at stake. Vasco thought to himself that he needed to inform Lord Michael and Issei about the situation. Previously, Issei had been recovering after being bitten by the Yamada's head. He was immediately sent to the first heaven for treatment, as the third heaven had become a battlefield due to the Chaos Brigade's attack on heaven. Raynare and Gabriel rushed him to the hospital for aid. Gabriel informed Raynare that she would gather the necessary supplies to treat Issei's poison. They entered a room designated for those infected by the venom of Yamada no Orochi, where they found Tuji and Irina had mostly recovered, and Zenobia was awake, merely exhausted from the battle. They were shocked to see Issei in such a state, barely conscious. Issei noticed tears streaming down Raynare's face and asked her to smile for his sake, which only made her cry more. Irina inquired about what had happened, and Gabriel entered with antiseptics, disinfectants, and a pump to remove the venom. With tears in her eyes, she explained the situation to the group. Gabriel first cleaned Issei's wound and then used the pump to successfully extract the poison from his body. Afterward, she returned with an antidote created from a celestial dragon to counteract the effects of the venom. Once she administered the antidote, Issei was out of danger. Gabriel kissed him gently on the forehead before leaving, which caused Raynare to pout. Issei reassured her that he was happy to have her by his side, calming her down. Soon after, Issei was joined by his team, Rias, Sona, and their peerages. His harem, along with his sister, rushed to him with tears in their eyes. Issei comforted them, assuring them that he was no longer in danger. They spent the day discussing their next steps, especially since Raizavim now possessed the fruit of knowledge and life. Issei theorized that Raizavim might use this power for something destructive, capable of not only destroying them but also invading other realms. They needed to stop him before it was too late. The next day, Issei and the others left the Vatican to head home. Vasco handed Asia letters regarding her actions and informed her that the Vatican would always welcome her if she chose to return. However, some exorcists were growing dissatisfied and were rallied by two individuals who promised to restore everything to the way it was. Issei lay on his bed, contemplating what would happen next and Raizavim's intentions with the fruits from heaven. He knew they would target Agar's next to seek the crystals there, attempting to take over the island. In a previous timeline, Raizavim had released Trihexa, which required the combined efforts of everyone, including gods, devils, angels, and many others, to defeat. Even Great Red, Ophis, and Lilith had assisted in the battle, which had been devastating, resulting in numerous casualties and significant destruction. Issei remembered how Naihagar had viciously attacked Ophis, leading to his parents being kidnapped and his identity revealed to them. Thankfully, they accepted him without hesitation, allowing him to confront Raizavim. However, Raizavim survived and activated Trihexa, leading to their fierce battle. Issei was recovering well, waking from a comatose state with his parents by his side. Vale, surprisingly, had also visited him during his difficult time. He noticed Asia sleeping peacefully next to him, safe and unharmed. However, he soon discovered that those he had fought for, including Rias and her peerage except for Kiba, Gasper, Roswies, and Asia had betrayed him, aligning themselves with another man and speaking ill of him. Despite this, the faction leaders still cared for him, particularly Azazel and Surzex, who regarded Issei as a son or little brother. They saw him not just as the Red Dragon Emperor, but as the kind-hearted Issei Hayu. Eventually, Issei suffered from Dragon's Fall, a condition that arose when a dragon's mate betrayed them. The evil pieces accelerated the disease's effects. Fortunately, Kiba, who was nearby, heard everything and called for help, reaching out to Azazel and Baraquil, who in turn informed the Valley team, Issei's parents, Gasper, Roswies, and Asia. They all gathered to support Issei in his weakened state, doing everything they could to cure him. During this time, Issei encountered Trihexa, revealing his true nature and the situation with his adoptive younger sister, who informed him about Trihexa merging with him. Issei then performed a true reset, allowing everyone present to remember everything that had happened, creating a new timeline and starting from scratch. Draigg spoke up, reminding Issei of the past. Issei looked at the gauntlet and reflected on their journey, noting that things seemed better than before. People had different personalities now, except for a select few, and he felt genuinely happy. Trihexa added that if he had not merged, he would have been a puppet for Raizavim, causing destruction. He felt grateful to Issei and the others for defeating him and granting him the freedom he desired. Draigg agreed, emphasizing the need to find a way to stop Raizavim again, just as they had done before. Issei confidently declared that they would defeat him once and for all. At that moment, Issei heard a knock on the door. He opened it to find his mother, Mickey, who had always supported him through both timelines. She appeared a bit tense. Mickey informed Issei that a priest was there to see him, someone who wanted to meet his student personally. Issei quickly realized it was Vasco Strata, his teacher who had taught him how to wield Durandal and its techniques. Curious about the reason for the visit, Issei assured his mother that he would see him. Mickey nodded and mentioned that Vasco was waiting downstairs. Issei made his way down to meet his teacher, noticing Vasco chatting with the residents of the house. Vasco greeted Issei warmly, inquiring about his condition. Issei replied that he had fully recovered from the poison. Vasco then handed Issei a letter, explaining the growing dissatisfaction at the Vatican regarding the alliance. The revelation shocked everyone present. Issei questioned whether Lord Michael was trying to assist the exorcists with their issues. Vasco confirmed that while Michael had good intentions and had tried to help many, there were still numerous exorcists who opposed the idea of peace between the factions due to their painful pasts with vampires, devils, and even the fallen. The damage was too severe for even Lord Michael to mend. He and the other seraphs had attempted to address the issues, but the animosity between the exorcists and the devils, as well as the vampires, remained. Vasco warned Issei that they were now targeting him and Team Dxd, who represented the alliance. He urged Issei to stop them before it was too late, emphasizing that they should not kill the misguided exorcists but rather help them, lest someone like the Chaos Brigade exploit the situation as they had with Masaomi Yagaki. Vasco estimated that hundreds, if not thousands, of exorcists would soon come to attack. Issei clenched his fist, realizing that the Chaos Brigade was attempting to recruit those who opposed the alliance or rejected peaceful coexistence. The others shared his anger. These exorcists needed to be dealt with and saved before the alliance faced a complete breakdown. Issei accepted the challenge and asked for his friend's support. Chara expressed her commitment, stating that no one could threaten the people she cared about without consequences. Raynare echoed her sentiment, agreeing wholeheartedly. Sona mentioned that she would inform Rias and her peerage, as they might also be targeted. Valerie confirmed that she had already spoken to Gasper, who would relay the message to Rias and the others. Asriel emphasized the importance of helping the exorcists, recalling how monsters had once hated humanity for sealing them away. He believed they could assist the exorcists and declared his willingness to join the effort. Tiamat added her support, stating she would follow them wherever they went. Kuroka insisted she would not sit idly by while they targeted her loved ones. Roswies agreed, stating they would face the challenge together and mentioned informing Frisk, who would join them soon. Vasco smiled, knowing this team was their best hope. He revealed that he had someone ready to aid them, who would join them shortly as they faced the exorcists. Issei thanked his teacher, who then explained he needed to leave to maintain his cover, as his presence could raise suspicions. Issei acknowledged this, and Vasco departed, leaving Issei and the others to prepare for the impending attack. In Kuo Town replica, at 12:30 p.m., Issei and his friends stood ready for the approaching exorcists. Suddenly, 3 magic circles opened, revealing figures from Gremory, Citri, and an angelic circle. Rias Gremory and her peerage emerged from the first circle, followed by Sona's peerage from the second, and the third circle revealed Dulio Gesualdo, the Joker of Michael. Dulio introduced himself as the leader of Team Dxd, expressing his pleasure in meeting everyone, especially Issei Hayaru, the current subleader. They shook hands, and the others followed suit, introducing themselves. Rias and Sona took the opportunity to present their peerages to Dulio. Issei then inquired about their plan. Dulio explained that they should expect their enemies to come after them, aiming to break apart their alliance. He felt a deep sadness for those tormented by their pasts and emphasized the need to stop them before it was too late. Issei suggested they wait and decide who to confront first when the time came. Dulio agreed, and Rias wondered what they should do in the meantime. Sona suggested playing a game, but before she could finish, a portal opened, revealing a large group of exorcists led by a middle-aged man in church vestments. Following him was a young boy with a childlike face, dressed in priestly attire and adorned with white angel wings. Dulio called out to Ewald, questioning the reason for their attack. Teodoro, the boy, declared his intent to protect the rights of the exorcists, insisting that while some devils were good, the evil ones needed to be eradicated. He could not accept the idea of depriving them of judgment for their sins, even if it went against Archangel Michael's will. Rias and Sona exchanged glances, understanding the weight of Teodoro's words. The war had taken many lives, and the exorcists sought revenge for their loved ones. Issei challenged their approach, urging them to reconsider their actions before it was too late. Ewald responded, revealing that their desire for justice had been thwarted by the alliance, and they saw Team Dxd as a symbol of that betrayal. They were determined to destroy it, no matter the cost. Dulio then assigned tasks, directing Rias and Sona to handle the exorcists led by Teodoro while he and Issei would confront Ewald. Just as they prepared to engage, an unexpected group appeared mass-produced evil dragons from the Chaos Brigade, led by Walburga. Dulio and Issei gritted their teeth, realizing the exorcists had received unexpected assistance. Walburga greeted them, suggesting it had been a while since their last encounter, and declared the battle would begin. She commanded the evil dragons to attack Team Dxd, forcing several members to fight against them. Saji volunteered to face Walburga, while Issei took on Teodoro and Dulio confronted Ewald. The rest of the team battled the evil dragons and the exorcists. Amidst the chaos, Sona and her peerage faced the exorcists, who were filled with hatred. However, many were unprepared for the devil's strength and were quickly subdued. Tsubaki used her sacred gear, Mirror Alice, to deflect light-based attacks, while Kiba absorbed the energy with his sword birth. The exorcists grew frustrated and demoralized. One exorcist shouted at Kiba, vowing revenge, but Kiba welcomed the challenge. Another exorcist fired a beam of holy light at him, but Tsubaki intervened just in time. Grateful, Kiba thanked her, causing her to blush and momentarily lose focus. Chara, witnessing this, felt a surge of jealousy, making Kiba uneasy. He reflected on the power of jealousy, likening it to a woman's kryptonite. Regaining his focus, Kiba continued to fight, subduing exorcists who resisted. Sona and Tsubaki used their magic to bind most of the exorcists, ensuring they posed no further threat. After a brief moment to recover, they checked on the ongoing battles. Rias and her peerage struggled against the overwhelming number of evil dragons, facing a tough fight with only 5 members against an entire army. Rias unleashed her extinguished star attack, a result of her rigorous training to ensure she stayed at the top of her game. The attack obliterated several of the mass-produced evil dragons. Akino supported her efforts, using her holy lightning and her newly acquired fallen angel mode, which enhanced her abilities. With 6 black wings sprouting from her back, she resembled a formidable fallen angel, her holy lightning now even more potent. Kaneko joined the fray, utilizing her newly attained Chiron mode to enhance her senjutsu abilities. She dispatched numerous evil dragons effortlessly, temporarily maturing her appearance to resemble her older sister by harnessing the natural ki around her and syncing it with her tuki. Kuroka watched proudly as her sister reached a new stage of evolution, confident that they could eliminate their foes without difficulty. Gasper employed his time-stopping abilities to halt the dragons, allowing Frisk and Chara to take them down with their combat skills. Chara unleashed her knife storm ability, disintegrating several dragons with ease. Gasper used his tendrils to eliminate many dragons before they could regenerate, while Frisk contributed with powerful strikes, ensuring the dragons posed no threat. Azazel and Raynare faced a group of stronger evil dragons. Raynare, with her 6 fallen wings, launched multiple light spears, swiftly taking down several dragons. Azazel escalated the battle with his Galacta Blazing and Shocker Breaker attacks, effortlessly destroying more dragons. When some dragons attempted to ambush Azazel, Raynare countered with her light spears, eliminating them before they could strike. Zenobia wielded her Excalibur, slaying multiple dragons without issue. She accelerated her attacks using her Night Piece, while Kuroka supported her with her Senjutsu, employing Poison Mist to weaken the dragons. When one dragon attempted to sneak up on Zenobia, Kuroka swiftly dealt with it using her Tuki. Zenobia expressed her gratitude to Kuroka, who urged her to focus as more evil dragons approached. Prepared for the onslaught, Zenobia twirled her Excalibur, dispatching several dragons with ease. Kuroka assisted with her Senjutsu flames, ensuring that most of the evil dragons were either defeated or incapacitated. Tiamat and Roswies took on the remaining, more powerful evil dragons. Tiamat transformed into her dragon form, effortlessly destroying several foes. The Exorcists and Chaos Brigade were struck with fear at the sight of a Dragon King joining the battle. As the evil dragons attempted to flee, Roswies used her barrier magic to contain them, while Tiamat unleashed her chaos flames to block their escape. Roswies employed her Norse magic to defeat several dragons. Tiamat finished off the remaining dragons with her chaos flames, while Roswies pressed the advantage, ensuring all the evil dragons were eliminated. Eventually, all the dragons were slain, leaving only Walburga, Teodoro, and Ewald. Meanwhile, Dulio was engaged in combat with an exorcist who struggled to keep pace with his attacks. Ewald wielded cloned Excalibur fragments to counter Dulio's onslaught, but Dulio effortlessly dodged every strike, not even activating his sacred gear, Zenith Tempest, which could easily overpower Ewald. Michael had forbidden him from using his balance breaker, a power capable of catastrophic destruction. Ewald, frustrated, demanded Dulio to fight him like a real man. Dulio, amused, decided to comply and activated his angel wings, pushing back against Ewald. Ewald realized he needed to evade Dulio's attacks as Dulio launched multiple light energy ball at him. Ewald managed to destroy the energy ball, but Dulio continued to evade his strikes, leading Ewald to grow increasingly frustrated. In a desperate move, Ewald unleashed a massive eruption of light with his sword, pushing Dulio back and forcing him to defend himself with his wings. Ewald celebrated his apparent victory, but Dulio emerged unscathed, leaving Ewald in shock. Dulio then declared it was his turn to attack, activating his sacred gear, Zenith Tempest, and preparing one of his techniques. Ewald stared at Dulio, overwhelmed by shock and fear at the power he faced. Dulio called out, summoning several bubbles that appeared in front of Ewald. He brought the bubbles closer to the exorcist, and when Ewald popped them, a flood of memories overwhelmed him, causing him to lose his will to fight. Dulio then spoke, sharing his own painful past. He explained that he had lost his birth parents in a civil war, but he chose not to seek vengeance. He emphasized that not all devils and vampires were evil, many had hearts and emotions. He urged Ewald to stop fighting and allowed him to help. Ewald recognized the truth in Dulio's words. He lowered Excalibur, ready to surrender, relieved that none of his exorcist students had been harmed. He acknowledged Dulio's victory and expressed his guilt for bringing them into the conflict, asking Dulio to let them go. Dulio smiled and reassured him that nothing would happen to the students, they would receive the care they needed. Ewald thanked Dulio sincerely. Scene change. 30 minutes earlier, Issei was engaged in a battle with the miracle child. He recognized that Teodoro was just a child, skillfully dodging the attacks aimed at him. Meanwhile, Teodoro grew increasingly frustrated, feeling the need to gain the upper hand. Issei, wanting to avoid harm, urged the boy to stop. Teodoro revealed his pain, explaining that his parents had been killed by devils, and he sought justice for their deaths. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed several light spears at Issei, who managed to deflect them with his strength and summoned Durandal. Teodoro questioned how Issei had come to wield Durandal, noting its selective nature in choosing its wielder based on purity of soul. Issei explained that he had been told only a pure soul could be accepted by the blade and asked if Teodoro still wished to fight. Conflicted, Teodoro hesitated, aware of the weight of his loss and the impact it had on his life. Issei recognized the turmoil within the boy and crouched down to his level. He shared a story of a man who had suffered betrayal but found people who cared for him and ultimately moved on to become a better person. Teodoro, with tears in his eyes, asked if that man was Issei. Issei nodded, prompting Teodoro to question why he would spare the devils responsible for his pain. Scene break. Issei found himself at Ichiruk Ramen, where the ramen guy challenged him about his toughness. Issei boasted about being the strongest Red Dragon Emperor, having defeated countless foes, including Gaia. The ramen guy, unimpressed, asked about Asia, who proudly mentioned going to bed late. Issei was left in disbelief at the exchange, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Scene break. Issei encountered a familiar face, exchanging playful banter with Raynare. At Grigori headquarters, chaos ensued as Raynare called Azazel for help, panicking about the appearance of two Isseis. Scene break. Sans humorously remarked on fallen angels, while Raynare internally screamed at the situation unfolding around her. Scene break. Issei looked at the downed Rias and called out for a doctor. Asia, timidly stepping forward, identified herself, only for Issei to tease her about being a nerd. Scene break. Lord Vladi, enhanced by the Holy Grail and immune to sunlight, confronted Gasper, who felt he couldn't fight without getting closer. Lord Vladi chuckled at the situation, adding to the tension of the moment. Then come as close as you like. Azazel urged Vala to pull the lever, but when Vala did, Azazel fell down, exclaiming that he had pulled the wrong lever. Vala's surprise was evident. Issei called out for recognition, declaring himself the most dangerous Red Dragon Emperor, and a smile spread across his face as he affirmed his identity. Issei contemplated a heart-shaped cake when Raynare suddenly tackled him to the ground, warning him against something. Later, Issei pointed out a flower to his father, Goru, who casually mentioned he found it online. Inside the flower case, a confused Floey wondered where he was. Kiba greeted Gasper, who responded with enthusiasm. Kiba asked for help, but Gasper was busy shopping for clothes. Kiba urged him to hurry, but Gasper expressed his frustration about only finding soup instead of clothes. The conversation escalated as Kiba insisted Gasper leave the soup aisle, leading to a humorous exchange about the situation. Issei greeted Sona and inquired about an Italian chef, delivering a pun that left Sona unimpressed and demanding he leave. Issei playfully challenged Matsuda with a trick-or-treat scenario, and in a surprising turn, he tossed Matsuda out of a window, eliciting a startled scream. Saji repeatedly expressed his excitement, much to Sona's annoyance, as she tried to get his attention. Despite her efforts, Saji continued his chant until she finally shouted for him to stop. Issei prepared for a challenge, teasing that the next word would be a mouthful, simply stating yeast without further explanation. Sona pointed out something amusing to Issei, who reacted with exaggerated surprise, but Sona's laughter continued, adding to the light-hearted atmosphere. Asriel declared himself the guardian of the sand, prompting Chara to dramatically announce Frisk's reaction, which was met with a dismissive response from Asriel. Asia relished the idea of keeping chocolate to herself when Chara burst in, sensing the chocolate and causing a comedic scare. Saji proclaimed that all women are queens, activating his powers, while Issei countered with a bold declaration about women, showcasing their playful rivalry. Valley expressed his aspirations, but Rizavim's reaction was one of disbelief as the intensity of the moment escalated. During training, Issei shouted a powerful phrase, sending Saji flying, which added to the chaos of their training session. Issei expressed concern about their fate, but Raynare encouraged him to think positively, leading to a humorous exchange about their impending doom. Rias attempted to breach the barrier around Issei's house, calling out to be let in, but her efforts were met with exhaustion. Rizavim challenged his opponents, boasting about his powers, but Issei summoned Draigg and unleashed a powerful attack, leading to Rizavim's dramatic defeat. Draigg checked on Issei, who mentioned a recurring headache, just as Kaneko entered the scene, humorously confirming the headache's presence. Grafia arrived with a manual about sacred gears, but Issei eagerly consumed it, claiming to have learned everything in an exaggerated manner. Valley and Biko spotted a bird and rushed to catch it, but their excitement led them to tumble off a building. Thankfully, they were unharmed, though they missed the bird. Ajuka casually asked the time, and Serafal cheerfully sang about muffins, only to be interrupted by Surzex, who provided the actual time. Serafal's repeated plea for someone to end her suffering added a comedic touch to the moment. Azazel humorously questioned Valley about being a cow, only for Issei to appear in a cow costume, adding to the absurdity of the situation. Issei entered wearing a cow costume, excitedly suggesting they go skateboarding. Meanwhile, the Satans were having a different conversation. Ajuka asked what time it was, and Serafal cheerfully chimed in, repeating that it was muffin time. Surzex corrected her, stating it was actually 12:30, which prompted Serafal to express her despair. In another scene, Donasik lamented being left behind, while Raynare gleefully announced she had met a real man. Issei, confident in his own charm, approached Raynare, inviting her to go skateboarding. Donasik glared at Issei, feeling resentment for what he perceived as a betrayal. Kiba joined in, playfully emphasizing the idea of real men. Frisk noticed something unusual, pointing out that some Cows Brigade members had been taken down. Issei skated by, muttering to himself about skateboards. Later, Issei confronted Kokobile, teasing him about his choices. Rizavim expressed frustration at facing two opponents. Rias made a witty remark about someone's appearance, while Issei retaliated with a humorous comeback. Mickey asked Chara what she was holding, to which Chara revealed a chocolate bar. Serafal then introduced the weather report, but Saji's over-the-top enthusiasm startled her. Kuroka playfully questioned Frisk about his eyesight, leading to a humorous exchange. Azazel made a light-hearted comment about being prepared for some roasting, while Grafia confidently stated she was already cool under pressure. Kuroka boasted about her claws, while Raynare expressed her disgust. Rias, in a moment of frustration, questioned why his opponents wouldn't just give up, to which Issei confidently declared he had the power of both God and anime on his side. Issei addressed the audience, reflecting on the beauty of the day and encouraging them to realize that character bashing wasn't the only path in the story. He expressed his desire for more engaging interactions rather than revenge plots. Miki announced she was baking cakes, and Issei enthusiastically declared he would take all her cheesecakes. Serafall turned to the audience, prompting Frisk to share his favorite color, which left her momentarily speechless. Barraquil attempted to lighten the mood with a joke about his daughter, but Aquino interrupted him with a commanding presence. Asia was alarmed when Kiba revealed he had a knife. Miki initiated a game of truth or dare, but Chara quickly opted for a dare, only to find the challenge less appealing than expected. Issei expressed concern about Raynare's bread teleportation, leading to a comedic revelation that she had been sending bread for days. This resulted in an unexpected encounter with a dragon, causing panic for both Issei and Raynare. As the scene shifted, the narrative hinted at a forthcoming Q&A session, inviting questions about the story's origins and future plans. The author reflected on the initial intentions behind the story, revealing that earlier drafts had been darker before settling on the current, more light-hearted tone. Issei was the kind of person who would help others no matter the circumstances. He firmly believed in the potential for change and was known for his forgiving nature. He had forgiven Azazel for allowing Raynare to run rampant, which led to the deaths of both himself and Asia. He also forgave Valle for betraying their alliance and welcomed Ophis, Kuroka, and Luffy into his home, despite their past actions that had hurt his friends. It was important to maintain his original personality. Issei did not want Kiba and Gasper to suffer. They had stood by him until the very end. If Riser had won, Rias and her peerage would have been bound to him, and Riser had been an arrogant individual who would never allow Kiba and Gasper to face consequences for their loyalty. Additionally, Sona had convinced him to assist Rias. At that time, Sona was unaware of the implications of her request, but given her skill in negotiation, Issei eventually agreed to help her. Raynare's transformation into a better person in this timeline stemmed from her desire for acceptance. Even in the original timeline, she sought recognition from her superiors, Azazel and Shimizai. She had killed Issei due to Kokabil's manipulation, as Azazel had sent her to observe him because he was a sacred gear wielder. In this new timeline, Azazel intervened, preventing Kokabil from manipulating her. He took her under his wing, guiding and training her like a father would a daughter. With his support, she began to heal from her troubled past. Azazel then asked her to look after Issei, hoping to prevent history from repeating itself. This time, she became Issei's primary love interest and accepted his desire for a harem, unlike Rias, who took longer to come to terms with it. Issei's acceptance of Raynare was rooted in his character. In the original timeline, he never truly hated her for her actions. Rather, he was left with scars that made him fearful of women. It took the support of his friends to help him overcome his insecurities after her demise. The choice to incorporate Undertale characters into the high school DxD fanfiction was inspired by the concept of resets. Undertale was one of the best games the author had played, focusing on themes of mercy and choice. The game was revolutionary in the RPG genre, with its unique mechanics allowing for different endings based on player decisions. The addition of Undertale characters was meant to enhance the narrative, with the monsters referred to as the monster faction. The characters received soul traits as a safeguard from the gods, similar to the sacred gear system, enabling them to combat supernatural threats. These traits could only be activated by strong emotions or desires, akin to the balance breaker of sacred gears. Plans for the concept of hate were set to unfold in the final arc of the story. The author hinted at its significant role, recalling that hate had previously stated it would return. This arc would also involve the Chaos Brigade and their powerful weapon designed for destruction. Corrupted souls would play a crucial part in the upcoming season, though further details were withheld to avoid spoilers. Issei would be among those who would assess hate in the future. When asked about favorite characters from the series, Issei's preferences were shared. Rias topped the list, as she appeared spoiled but had a kind heart. Although she made mistakes due to her pride, she grew over time, which earned her the author's favor. Asia was beloved for her kindness, showing compassion even to those who had wronged her. She preferred making friends rather than enemies and was fiercely loyal to those she cared about. Irina, despite her initially poor impression, deeply cared for Issei, even after his transformation into a devil. She feared that her feelings might jeopardize her standing in heaven but eventually embraced her love for him. She is a bit of an airhead. Roswies, everyone's favorite drunk Valkyrie, often finds herself lost in her own world. Despite her carefree nature, she remains loyal to her superiors, sticking by Odin even when his actions are questionable. She cares deeply for many people, but her personality takes a complete turn when she drinks, leading to unpredictable behavior. As for the others, the rankings continue with Aquino, Ingvild, Bennia, Ravel, Kaneko, and Zenobia. The top 4 were highlighted as favorites, while the others were not included since they are not considered main characters in the story. The strongest beings in this tale, excluding Issei gods or any multiversal entities, are as follows. 1. Trihexa, Great Red, and Issei, Axa. The first 2 are self-explanatory, while Issei has fused with several powerful entities, including Draigg, Trihexa, and Issei Dreamer. 2. Beast 666, Clone. More details will be revealed later in the story. 3. Gaia, Ophis, and Issei. This trio is also self-explanatory, with Issei managing to hold his own against Gaia. 4. The Trimurti, Shiva, Vishnu, and Brahma. 5. Draigg, Albion, and Krumkrotch, the strongest heavenly dragons and the mightiest evil dragon in rage mode. 6. Surzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, and Rizavim Levon Lucifer, final arc. Rizavim's role will be explained in the final arc. 7. Issei Dreamer and Indra, the god of hyperdeath and the heavenly king, respectively. 8. Hades, the strongest god of the underworld. 9. Thor, the god of thunder. 10. Luff and Aten. Previously, the aftermath of the events in the Vatican left Issei reflecting on the recent turmoil. He pondered Rizavim's true intentions with the fruit of knowledge and life, sensing that whatever it was, it couldn't be good. His thoughts were interrupted when his mother called for him. Vasco had come to inform them that the exorcists were rebelling against the Vatican. Upon hearing this, Issei and the others immediately accepted the challenge. Issei reached out to Rias and her peerage, as well as Sona's peerage, for assistance. Giulio Gesualdo, the leader of Team Dxd, joined them in the fight against the exorcists, who were led by Ewald Cristialdi and Teodoro Lagrenzi. Giulio instructed the teams to handle the other exorcists while he confronted Ewald. Meanwhile, Walburga appeared with an army of mass-produced evil dragons, adding to the pressure. The teams, except for Giulio, Issei, and Saji, managed to destroy most of the evil dragons, easily subduing the exorcists, with some even surrendering. Giulio engaged Ewald, skillfully evading his attacks. When Ewald taunted him to unleash his full power, Giulio complied, activating his balance breaker, which caused Ewald to lose the will to fight. Giulio then convinced Ewald to surrender, and he accepted full responsibility for his actions and those of his students, pleading with Giulio not to punish them, which Giulio agreed to. Issei faced Teodoro, sensing the child's inner conflict. When Teodoro summoned Durandal, he lost his will to continue fighting and inquired about Issei's goals. Issei responded with understanding, recognizing that Teodoro needed help. As Teodoro broke down, Issei offered him comfort, leading to Teodoro's surrender. After finishing his fight, Giulio informed Issei that the exorcists would be taken away by the seraphs for therapy. Saji fought against Walburga, revealing their balance breakers and managing to push her back. Walburga attempted to escape, but an unnamed ally thwarted her efforts. Tobio blocked her escape routes and easily knocked her out. Afterward, Tobio sealed the flame of the Longinus Incinerate anthem that Walburga possessed, taking her to Grigori for confinement. With the battle concluded, everyone returned home. The Alliance gathered to discuss their next steps, aware that they would need to intervene if Issei's theory proved correct. The Cows Brigade had unveiled their strongest weapon, the clone of Beast 666, which Rhizavim intended to use to wreak havoc and conquer everything in his path. The Alliance and Team DxD prepared for the challenges ahead. 1 month later, Issei and Roswies went on a date, prompted by Gondal's insistence that Roswies find a partner. With the Cows Brigade on hiatus after their recent defeat in the demonic beast riot, they decided to enjoy some time together. Gondal, an elderly woman in a deep blue robe, had a fearless demeanor and a good posture, appearing to be the same height as Roswies. She wanted Roswies to find a boyfriend, perhaps even a husband, to care for her in the future. Recognizing Issei as the god-slaying Red Dragon Emperor who had defeated Gaia, she successfully convinced the duo to go on a date, much to their embarrassment and the jealousy of other girls, while Issei's parents, Asriel, Frisk, and Chara, cheered them on. During their date, they visited various places and enjoyed each other's company, making the most of their time together. However, their date was interrupted by none other than Euclid Lucifuge, whose sole goal was to recruit Roswies to his cause. Issei stepped in to defend Roswies, and Euclid called out to him, greeting the Red Dragon Emperor and the Valkyrie. Euclid expressed his desire for Roswies, pointing at her as she moved behind Issei. Issei, filled with fury, confronted Euclid, questioning his reckless behavior. Euclid declared that he would give Roswies a choice, to join them or face dire consequences. Roswies, determined to stand up for herself, insisted on speaking. She expressed her refusal to join Euclid, reminding him of how much his sister cared for him and how he was destroying everything. She warned him to leave Rhizavim or face serious repercussions. Issei smiled at Roswies' declaration, while Euclid's anger intensified. He shouted that this was not over and vowed to return. In a fit of rage, he charged at the duo, but Roswies' magic held him back. Issei, using his strength, struck Euclid, sending him crashing into several mall tables and creating a dent in the wall. Euclid struggled to rise, glaring at Issei with pure hatred. He angrily shouted that he would be back. With that, he teleported away. Issei checked on Roswies for injuries, and she assured him she was fine. They returned home to inform the others about the incident, and Sona mentioned that she would inform Lord Lucifer. 3 months later, Issei and Valley were sparring, as Issei had promised him a fight once there was peace. Since Rhizavim had been preparing for his final assault, there had been no attacks from the Cows Brigade. Valley was gaining the upper hand while Ophis watched, enjoying her chocolate. Chara was away in America with Asriel, spending time with Toriel and Ascari, while the others Raynare, Asia, Kuroka, Roswies, and Seraphal had gone shopping on their day off. Sona was busy in the underworld, having recently founded the Oros Academy after winning the Rookies 4 tournament. Her goal was to train less privileged devils and help them improve, a plan approved by all 4 Satans. As Valley kept his distance, siphoning Issei's power, Issei began to struggle. Valley taunted him, challenging him to show his true strength. Issei explained that he was exhausted from earlier training, but Valley pressed on, determined to push him further. Albion, Valley's partner, warned him that his plan was risky, but Valley was undeterred. Valley then threatened to go after Raynare if Issei didn't try harder. Issei was taken aback by the threat, and Valley smirked, knowing he had struck a nerve. With renewed determination, Issei charged at Valley, intent on defeating him. Valley easily dodged his attacks and continued to taunt him, pushing Issei to his limits. Finally, Issei had enough. He gathered a small ball of apocalyptic energy, a move known to bring even powerful foes to their knees. He hurled the sphere at Valley, who struggled against its power. As Valley fought to regain his strength, Issei charged at him again, delivering a powerful punch that sent Valley flying. Afterward, Issei offered Valley a phoenix tear to restore his energy. He firmly instructed Valley never to threaten Raynare again. Valley acknowledged the power of Issei's move, realizing it was the same one that had once defeated his grandfather. They both recognized their faults in the situation. Just then, Issei's phone rang. It was Sona, calling to inform him that the Oros Academy was ready for its grand opening and inviting everyone to attend. Issei agreed, and after ending the call, he shared the news with Valley, who was eager to go. At the Oros Academy in the underworld, Issei managed to gather the rest of the group along with the Gremory peerage. They marveled at the magnificent academy designed for raiding games and other activities. Issei knew that this academy was his fiancée's dream, and now it was finally complete. They could see Sona there, dressed elegantly for the grand opening. Another portal had opened, revealing Chara, Frisk, and Asriel, who had also received a call from Sona regarding the event. Chara expressed her amazement at the academy's resemblance to Hogwarts. Sona thanked everyone for coming and shared her gratitude towards her peerage, especially Saji, for helping her achieve her dream. She also acknowledged her fiancé and his family for their support, declaring that the Aros Academy was now open and operational. As Sona cut the ribbon to the academy, applause erupted from the crowd. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Big Sister Rias." A cute young boy with short crimson hair, resembling Surzex, appeared. Issei recognized him as Milika's Gremory, the son of Surzex Lucifer and Graphia Lucifuge. It had been a long time since Issei had seen him, and he wondered what Milika's was doing there. Rias embraced her little brother, who looked curiously at the others. She encouraged him to introduce himself. Milika's bowed to the group, smiling as he introduced himself as the future heir of the House of Gremory. Issei introduced himself and his siblings, while the others followed suit, greeting Milika's warmly. Tiamat, the Dragon King, made Milika's a bit nervous, but she reassured him with a gentle gesture. Just then, Graphia rushed onto the scene, clearly exhausted, and scolded Milika's for running off. Surzex joined her, reminding Milika's to be mindful of his mother's worries. Issei greeted his older siblings, and Surzex congratulated Sona on her achievement, praising the academy's facilities and layout. Sona beamed with pride as she led her guests on a tour of the impressive school, showcasing spacious classrooms equipped with smart technology and a cafeteria designed to enhance student learning. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the academy, signaling an unauthorized breach. Sona expressed her frustration at the timing of the attack, having just opened the school. Issei quickly took charge, instructing his siblings to protect Milika's and find a safe place for him. He sensed 2 areas under attack, suspecting the involvement of evil dragons and magicians from Nilrheim. He and his team would handle the dragons, while the others would confront the magicians. Graphia felt a pang of worry upon hearing about her brother's presence, but Surzex reassured her as they teleported away. Before leaving, Graphia asked Issei to bring her brother back safely, to which he promised he would. With that, the teams divided into their designated groups, Issei and his team, along with Valle, heading to confront the evil dragons, while the Gremory and Citri peerages prepared to face the magicians. On the south side of Aros Academy, Issei and his team rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Valle inquired if they could prevent the destruction of the school. Issei felt confident, noting that the attackers were at a disadvantage without their strongest member, Layden, and having lost many forces in previous battles. Asriel emphasized the importance of protecting the academy, as it held the hopes and dreams of many devils. Chara agreed, determined to defend their new home. As they approached the area, Issei sensed a powerful presence among the evil dragons. One of them, Grendel, had taken on a new form for battle and glared at the dragon emperors as they arrived. Issei stood firm, determined to protect the academy. He expressed his resolve, stating that they could not allow anyone to destroy a place built to fulfill children's dreams. Asia chimed in, making a clever reference that lightened the mood. Grendel, however, was not amused and demanded to know if they understood the seriousness of the standoff. Issei calmly pointed out that they were in the middle of a conversation, highlighting the absurdity of Grendel's outburst. Frustrated, Grendel charged at the team. Issei and Valle prepared to confront him, equipped with a machine designed to seal the dragon's soul, preventing any chance of revival by Sans, who had been with Issei's parents for safety. Tiamat was also absent, as Issei had entrusted her with watching over his parents, knowing Ryzavim would seek to exploit their vulnerability. Both Issei and Valle transformed into their balance breaker forms, aware that Grendel lacked the enhancements he would have gained from the Holy Grail. Despite this, he was still a formidable opponent. Valle took the initiative, launching a barrage of attacks while Issei kept Grendel at bay with Dragon. shots, gradually weakening him. Meanwhile, Issei's team, minus Tiamat, engaged the evil dragons. Chara and Frisk fought fiercely, with Frisk using his fists to fend off the mass-produced dragons while Chara skillfully dispatched them with her knife. Azazel dominated the battlefield, wielding his chaos sabers to slice through the dragons that approached him, while his shocker breaker incapacitated others with a dazzling display of lightning. Raynare utilized light-based weapons to eliminate the majority of the evil dragons, her relentless assault leaving no room for them to advance. She unleashed a flurry of light spears, obliterating any dragon that dared to come close. Roswies, an adept magic user, maintained her distance, opening portals of Norse dragon-slaying magic that decimated several dragons, leaving only a handful for Kuroka to finish off. Kuroka employed her senjutsu to incinerate the remaining dragons, ensuring their defeat. As the battle raged on, a new figure joined the fray, crashing down to the ground with a powerful impact. It was Issei Dxd, accompanied by Regulus. He quickly captured the attention of the evil dragons, taking on several of them single-handedly while Regulus handled the rest. Issei activated his balance breaker, Regulus Leather Ray Rex, gaining the upper hand and swiftly dispatching the dragons. Noticing Issei and Valet in combat, Issei approached them, announcing that he was a reinforcement sent by Lord Lucifer to assist. He revealed that Saji had already defeated the magicians they had been concerned about, showcasing his strength and skill. Suddenly, a screech pierced the air, drawing their attention to Roswies, who was under attack by Euclid Lucifuge. Issei recognized Euclid as the leader of a magician group associated with the Cow's Brigade, aware of his troubling obsession with his sister. Euclid had targeted Roswies due to her resemblance to Graphia, leading to a tense confrontation. Azazel, fueled by anger, demanded Roswies' release. Euclid, unfazed, claimed he needed her for an important purpose. Frustrated, Azazel and Chara charged at him, but Euclid used Roswies as a shield to protect himself. He then attempted to escape with her, but Gondol, Roswies' grandmother, intervened, sealing his teleportation powers and demanding the return of her granddaughter. With no choice but to flee, Euclid retreated, leaving Issei torn between pursuing him and staying to assist his friends. Valet and Issei urged him to go after Roswies, assuring him they could handle Grendel. With Asia using her healing magic to mend their injuries, Issei set off to rescue Roswies, determined to bring her back safely. Issei chased after Euclid, reassuring Gondol that he would bring her granddaughter back safe and sound, which filled her with joy. As he pursued Euclid, Issei focused on slowing down his own movements. Eventually, he managed to strike Euclid's leg, causing the Lucifuge devil to stumble in pain and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Issei quickly rescued Roswies, who was overwhelmed with happiness and tears at his arrival. Issei reminded Roswies that he would always be by her side, urging her to trust him and watch as he handled the situation. Roswies acknowledged his words, feeling reassured by his presence. Turning his attention back to Euclid, Issei noticed the intense hatred in his glare. Euclid had failed once again, his plans thwarted by Issei and his team. Issei questioned whether Euclid still wished to surrender, mentioning that Graphia would be pleased to have her brother back. Euclid vehemently refused, declaring that he would demonstrate the true nature of devils, using Rhizavim's power. He expressed his desire to show the world just how brutal and dangerous devils could be, dismissing any interest in ruling or politics. Issei, undeterred, insisted that Graphia still cared for Euclid and missed him every day. He vowed to bring him back to her, no matter the cost. With determination, Issei charged at Euclid, who revealed a replica of the boosted gear, created from remnants of Issei's past battles. Euclid's armor, infused with dark energy, indicated the danger it posed. Issei knew he had to defeat Euclid quickly to avoid being consumed by that power. Entering his Cardinal Crimson form, Issei felt a surge of strength without needing to chant, thanks to his Diabolos Dragon God mode. He unleashed his power, transforming into a more refined version of his Juggernaut drive, with wings glowing crimson. Using his Sonic Star booster, he closed the distance to Euclid and struck him down with a powerful blow. Despite Euclid's attempts to retaliate, Issei's strength overwhelmed him. Recognizing the power of the beast within him, Issei prepared to use a familiar technique to secure victory. Summoning several white wyverns made of metal, he directed them to siphon Euclid's power, integrating it into his own. As Issei's chest cavity opened, the sounds of power surged around him. With renewed strength, Issei unleashed a devastating attack, overwhelming Euclid. The Lucifuge devil attempted to shield himself with a magic barrier, but it began to shatter under the relentless force of Issei's assault. In desperation, Euclid cried out, refusing to accept defeat to someone he considered inferior, insisting that he would not lose until his plans came to fruition. Euclid found himself completely overwhelmed by a powerful blast. He struggled to defend himself against the attack from the Longinus Smasher. His armor lay in ruins, his body battered, and his clothes torn. Miraculously, he survived, but his appearance was a testament to the battle he had endured. Blood trickled from his head and body, his hair was disheveled, and the replica of his boosted gear lay in shambles. He murmured to himself, expressing his despair at the thought of losing, before succumbing to exhaustion and fainting. Issei, witnessing the aftermath, dispelled his armor. Raynare rushed to him and embraced him, and he returned the gesture. At that moment, Draigg arrived on the scene. Draigg acknowledged Issei with gratitude for handling his brother-in-law. He informed Issei that he would take Euclid for interrogation regarding his actions and his involvement with the Chaos Brigade, particularly his connection to Raizavim Levon Lucifer. Issei inquired about Graphia and Milikas, to which Draigg reassured him that they were safe at home, having convinced Graphia to stay with their son. As Draigg approached Euclid, he declared that Euclid would face consequences for tormenting Graphia. He expressed the pain she felt when Euclid was revealed as an enemy. With that, Draigg picked up Euclid and teleported away, taking him to a maximum security prison where his wounds would be treated. Issei took a moment to relax before heading back to join the others, who were relieved to find that everyone was unharmed. When asked about Grendel, Valis showed them the device containing Grendel's sealed soul. After confirming the successful sealing, they regrouped with Sona and her team. Sona informed them that the school would remain operational as the damage was minimal this time. They all returned home, only to find their residence severely damaged. At the Hayadu residence, Issei searched for his parents alongside Asia, Chara, and Asriel. He soon discovered Tiamat, who was gravely injured, bleeding from multiple wounds, her clothes in tatters. She was beside Sans, who had also sustained heavy damage and was on the brink of fading away. Asriel explained that monsters begin to disintegrate when they are close to death. Asia immediately began to heal Sans, slowing his deterioration. Issei, filled with concern and anger, demanded to know what had happened to Tiamat and Sans, and where his parents were. Sans, barely able to speak, apologized for their failure to protect Issei's family. Tiamat then revealed that Raizavim had attacked them while Issei and the others were away, and they had been unable to prevent the kidnapping of his parents. Issei's heart sank at the realization of Raizavim's strength. He had not only breached Issei's defenses but had also taken down the strongest Dragon King and one of the mightiest monsters with ease. Anger surged within him as he vowed that Raizavim would pay for his actions. During the fight, a shriek echoed through the air as Euclid attempted to kidnap and teleport himself away. However, Gondel, who had joined the battle, sealed his teleportation abilities, forcing him to flee. Issei pursued him, freeing Raynare from the devil's grasp before confronting Euclid. The Lucifuge heir revealed his balance breaker, but Issei quickly overwhelmed him. Tapping into Cardinal Crimson full drive without the chant, thanks to the Diabolos dragon, Issei crushed Euclid, ultimately using his Longinus Smasher to decisively end the fight. Draigg arrived shortly after to take Euclid away for interrogation. Afterward, Issei and Raynare rejoined their teammates and headed back, only to find their home in disarray. Tiamat and Sans were in terrible condition, with Sans on the brink of collapse. They revealed that Raizavim had kidnapped Issei's parents to break his spirit, igniting Issei's fury over the actions of the super devils. At the Hayadu residence, Asia was healing Sans and Tiamat with her sacred gear while the others devised a plan to rescue Issei's parents. Suddenly, an unexpected guest arrived. Crotch burst in, shocked at the scene before him. His tall figure, clad in a black coat, with a mix of black and blonde hair and striking heterochromatic eyes, radiated a dangerous aura as he took in the situation. Issei expressed his anger about his parents being kidnapped by Raizavim, and Crom's fury matched his own. He declared his intention to join the fight against the Cow's Brigade, emphasizing that no one should harm a dragon's parents. Tiamat then spoke up, ready to explain what had transpired during their absence. In a flashback to 3 hours earlier, Tiamat had been at Issei's house, tasked with protecting it while he was away. She anticipated Raizavim's attack, knowing he would try to break her master's will. When Issei's mother, Miki, called for her, Tiamat explained her decision to stay behind. Miki encouraged her to enjoy herself, but Tiamat was content with her choice. As Miki prepared food, the doorbell rang, revealing Sans, the skeleton. After a brief exchange, they sensed an unwelcome presence, waking Sans from his near slumber. Tiamat instructed him to protect Issei's parents, and Sans rushed to inform Miki of the impending danger. Despite her panic, Sans reassured her that Tiamat was strong enough to handle the situation. Suddenly, Raizavim and Nihaugur broke through the barrier. Tiamat prepared to fight, but Raizavim threw a vial of dragon-slaying mana at her, causing her to scream in pain. Raizavim taunted her, commanding Nihaugur to crush her. Tiamat, filled with anger, vowed that Issei would not spare them for their cowardice. Returning to the present, Tiamat recounted the events leading to her near defeat. After she fell unconscious, Sans fought Raizavim but was unable to defeat him, leading to the abduction of Issei's parents. The situation worsened when Sona revealed that Agars had been invaded, and Ravel and Riser had also been kidnapped, intensifying the group's anger. Meanwhile, in Tartarus, Surzex interrogated Euclid, who remained silent even under pressure. They brought in Graphia to extract information, and it became clear that Raizavim had withheld crucial details. Euclid eventually revealed Raizavim's plans, including the attack on Oro's academy as a distraction for a larger invasion of Agars, aimed at harnessing the energy from the floating island for his ultimate scheme. Surzex thanked his brother-in-law but insisted that Euclid must remain in Tartarus for his actions. They received a call from Diehauser, confirming the urgency of the situation and the need to prepare for the impending apocalypse. At Agars, Issei arrived to rescue his parents, accompanied by Asia, Chara, and Crotch. Raizavim was taken aback and filled with rage as he commanded Nihaugur to confront Crom. To Raizavim's astonishment, Sans was revealed to be alive and had successfully saved Issei's parents, bringing them to safety. Issei expressed his gratitude to Sans, and the group teleported back to Kuo. Raizavim could do nothing but watch as his plan to break Issei crumbled. Anger and fury radiated from him as he glared at Issei, who smirked at the super devil's misfortune. Both knew that this confrontation was just the beginning of a greater conflict, and they prepared for the most significant battle of their lives. Issei declared that Raizavim had failed once again. Raizavim, furious, cursed Issei. Issei asserted that Raizavim would never win as long as he was alive, demanding whether Raizavim would surrender to the factions or die resisting. In a blind rage, Raizavim charged at Issei, who sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to Raizavim's face, bypassing all of his defenses. Raizavim was sent flying, unable to match Issei's strength. Issei proclaimed that Raizavim had made a grave mistake by harming his parents and vowed to make him suffer. Activating his Cardinal Crimson full-drive armor, Issei knew that anything less would allow Raizavim to overpower him easily. He had to ensure Chara and Asia were safe, as Raizavim might target them to break Issei's spirit. Now clad in crimson armor radiating power, Issei utilized Trihexa's strength to prevent Raizavim's sacred gear canceller from destroying his balance breaker. When Raizavim attempted to use it, he was shocked to find it ineffective against Issei. Issei taunted Raizavim, questioning the effectiveness of his tactics. In a fit of rage, Raizavim charged again, but Issei evaded and used Sonic Impact Booster to send Raizavim flying. Chara then charged at Raizavim, slashing at him multiple times, but Raizavim caught her and slammed her to the ground, causing her to cough. He grabbed her by the throat, forcing her to drop her knife, and Chara struggled in shock. Rizavim threatened that if he could not kill Issei or his parents, he would harm Chara to hurt Issei. However, before he could act, Issei unleashed a combination of Sonic Star Booster and Solid Impact Booster, sending Rizavim flying once more. Issei then turned to Chara, assessing her condition and asking if she was alright. Chara managed to catch her breath and assured him she was fine. Issei instructed Asia to look after Chara while he dealt with Rizavim, vowing to crush him. Asia agreed and began healing Chara, using her soul trait to create a protective green barrier around them. Meanwhile, Issei connected with the dragons within him, receiving their approval to activate his balance breaker, Trihexa mode. Draigg urged him to destroy Rizavim, and Issei responded with determination. In his transformed state, Issei manifested 4 wings, 2 draconic and 2 fallen, along with black armor and a powerful aura. This form radiated power beyond that of a dragon god, and Issei knew that Rizavim's past actions warranted severe consequences. Rizavim looked upon Issei with fear, realizing that his own powers were insignificant against Issei's might. As Issei approached, his aura disrupted the ground beneath him. Rizavim, terrified, pleaded for Issei to stay away, recognizing the threat he posed. Issei, filled with rage for the suffering Rizavim had caused, charged at him and delivered a devastating punch that shattered Rizavim's armor effortlessly. Grabbing Rizavim by the face, Issei slammed him around with ease, reminding him of the pain he had inflicted on Tiamat. Issei then choked Rizavim, slamming him against a nearby rock, causing significant internal damage and forcing him to cough. Issei summoned Durandal and aimed to strike at Rizavim, who was caught off guard. Rizavim clutched his lower region in pain, unable to contain his distress. Rizavim glared at Issei and attempted to punch him with all his might, but Issei barely flinched, leaving Rizavim in shock. Rizavim lamented that it was his strongest punch. Issei laughed, much to Rizavim's horror and the confusion of others around them. He remarked that Rizavim's strength was laughable, claiming even Draigg's punches were more powerful. Issei expressed disbelief that Rizavim was considered a super devil, asserting that he was far weaker than Ajuka and his brother. Rizavim gritted his teeth and used a phoenix tear to heal himself. Issei then guessed that Rizavim had obtained that tear from Ravel and Riser. Rizavim admitted that he had to torment them to get what he wanted, explaining that the tears could only be extracted when their bearers were devoid of emotion. He expressed frustration that Diehauser had refused to join him, as he had tried to manipulate him but failed. Issei, aware of Rizavim's manipulative nature, called out a powerful move. He targeted the phoenix tears hidden within Rizavim's clothing, and to Rizavim's horror, they were completely destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Rizavim looked at Issei in fear as Issei remarked on the number of tears Rizavim had, questioning how his robe had managed to conceal them without breaking. He noted that Rizavim's lengthy monologue had allowed him to gain the upper hand, criticizing the Cows Brigade for their tendency to boast about their achievements. Issei prepared for the next round, picking up Durandal. He knew that while being a devil made him vulnerable to the weapon, he could rely on it to survive. He aimed to make Rizavim suffer for his actions. When Issei attempted to stab Rizavim, Rizavim surprisingly deflected the attack, realizing his immunity to holy weapons had increased. Rizavim tried to grab Issei, but Issei dodged and countered with a powerful uppercut that sent Rizavim flying. Chara and Asia watched the fight unfold, with Chara eager to join in. She slammed her knife into the ground, unleashing a red light toward Rizavim, who was trying to recover. Chara declared that this was payback for the harm he had caused her family. A surge of energy erupted toward Rizavim, causing significant destruction around him. Rizavim screamed as he was hit by the blast, heavily injured and struggling to hold his ground against Issei and Chara. Realizing he needed to escape, Rizavim was suddenly grabbed by Issei, who declared that he wouldn't let him flee. Issei slammed Rizavim against the ground, causing further damage. Rizavim, battered and bleeding, questioned whether he would meet the same fate as others who had fallen to Issei. Issei confirmed that Rizavim had lost and urged him to accept defeat. Rizavim, refusing to give in, unleashed a magic blast at Issei, which was absorbed by a black ball in Issei's hand. Issei expressed disappointment at Rizavim's repeated mistakes, warning him that any magic used would be consumed. He then fired the black ball at Azazel, who screamed as he faced annihilation on a molecular level. In a desperate attempt, Azazel activated his teleportation to escape. Issei, frustrated that Azazel had slipped away once more, flared his aura in anger. Asia removed the barrier, and she and Chara rushed to Issei to help him calm down. After a moment, he regained his composure, realizing they had succeeded in their mission and that his parents were safe. He wondered about Crom, knowing the evil dragon would likely deal with Nighthawker without issue. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, Crumcrotch faced the Abyss Rage Dragon. The two locked eyes, one filled with glee and the other with hatred. Nighthawker, a fearsome dragon described as being about 20 meters long with an ochre belly, had a snake-like appearance, 4 limbs and 4 wings, with drool dripping from its massive mouth. Crom had a deep disdain for 2 things: never getting his favorite food, bananas, and the use of underhanded techniques in battle. The sight of Nighthawker wielding a dragon-slaying vial filled him with rage. What infuriated him even more was the dragon's use of Issei's parents as hostages. Crom longed to take down Nighthawker for his brutal treatment of Tiamat and Sans, and for holding Issei's parents captive. Nighthawker approached Crom with a taunting demeanor, eager for a fight. Crom remained silent, his focus unwavering. Without warning, Nighthawker lunged at him, attempting to swipe with his claw. To Nighthawker's shock, Crom caught the claw effortlessly, then used his strength to toss the evil dragon aside, preventing him from recovering. As Nighthawker struggled to regain his footing, it became evident that Crom was overpowering him. The once feared dragon, known for his ferocity, found himself on his knees. Crom, who was seen as the unofficial 3rd heavenly dragon, felt disappointment wash over him. Nighthawker, infamous for his cannibalistic reputation, was not living up to the tales of his strength. Crom had anticipated a more formidable opponent, but the dragon's reliance on deceitful tactics only fueled his frustration. Crom crouched down and expressed his disappointment, challenging Nighthawker to show him more. Angered by this, Nighthawker retreated momentarily, retrieving a vial of phoenix tears to heal himself. He boasted about his newfound resilience, claiming he could not be defeated. Crom, however, merely regarded him with a bemused smile, unfazed by the dragon's bravado. He taunted Nighthawker, questioning how many vials he had and promising to pursue him until he could no longer fight. Nighthawker, taken aback by Crom's nonchalance, attempted to use his black miasma to corrode Crom. Yet Crom dodged effortlessly, knowing he could withstand the attack. Instead, he charged at Nighthawker, grabbing his head and slamming it into the ground. The impact left Nighthawker staggered and vulnerable. Seizing the moment, Crom unleashed a series of powerful strikes to Nighthawker's torso, causing significant internal damage. Nighthawker gasped in pain, using another phoenix tear to mend his wounds. Crom watched with a smirk, enjoying the dragon's suffering. He taunted Nighthawker about his pain tolerance and the limits of his healing abilities, eager to see how long the dragon could endure. As Nighthawker roared in fury and charged again, Crom sidestepped and delivered a devastating punch, creating a gaping hole in Nighthawker's body. Despite the damage, Nighthawker managed to heal himself once more. Crom, relentless, charged again, grabbing Nighthawker's leg and tearing it off, inflicting immense pain. He continued to pummel the dragon, who struggled to defend himself against the onslaught. Nighthawker finally managed to retreat to reattach his leg, though it was permanently damaged. Crom noted the dragon's resilience and continued his pursuit, grabbing Nighthawker by the face and slamming it against the ground. He unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, overwhelming the dragon. Crom understood that while the phoenix tears could heal wounds, they could not erase the mental scars or the damage he was inflicting. After a relentless series of strikes, Crom paused, surprised to see Nighthawker still conscious. The dragon, desperate, used another phoenix tear, but Crom swiftly destroyed the vial, denying him the chance to recover. Nighthawker, realizing the futility of his situation, attempted to flee, knowing he could not defeat Crom, who was barely breaking a sweat in their battle. Nighthawker used some dust to distract Crom and made a run for it. In an instant, Crom teleported to where Nihagar was and remarked on the dragon's desperation. Nihagar pleaded for his life, but Crom quickly dismissed the request. Crom then slammed both fists into the ground, sending Nihagar crashing down and creating a crater. The evil dragon staggered, unable to recover his strength. Crom rushed forward and delivered a powerful kick to Nihagar's stomach, causing him to cough up blood. The relentless assault continued as Crom unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Nihagar battered and broken. The dragon's teeth shattered from a punch, and Crom felt satisfaction knowing that Nihagar was suffering for his past actions, particularly for attacking an innocent family to mentally break Issei Dxd. Crom's relentless attack resulted in more broken bones and injuries, leaving Nihagar bleeding from multiple wounds. In a final act of dominance, Crom grabbed Nihagar's wings and tore them off. The dragon's horrified expression reflected his despair. Crom declared that this was to prevent any chance of escape and continued his assault, ensuring that Nihagar endured every moment of pain without mercy. The evil dragon staggered, barely conscious, until Crom delivered a final punch that rendered him completely unconscious. Nihagar was finally defeated. Crom then prepared to carry the defeated dragon back to ensure he could never be released. He lifted Nihagar's body and wings, using his own wings to fly toward where Issei, Asia, and Chara were waiting. Upon arrival, he noticed Raizavim was missing and inquired about his whereabouts. Issei informed him that Raizavim had fled. Crom expressed relief that Issei's parents were safe, thanks to Sans. Crom suggested that he and Issei should fight one day, eager to test his strength against the Slayer of Gaia. Issei agreed, and they shook hands. With that, Crom took off into the sky, using a device given to him by Sans to seal Nihagar away. The group then headed home, unaware that this was only the beginning of their journey. Previously, a fierce battle unfolded between Raizavim and Nihagar against Issei, Asia, Chara, and Crom. After rescuing their parents, Issei, along with Chara and Asia, confronted Raizavim. Issei activated his Cardinal Crimson promotion, but Raizavim managed to hold his ground. Chara charged at the Super Devil, attempting to land a hit, but he effortlessly defended himself and seized her by the neck. Enraged, Issei intervened, releasing Chara and entering his Trihexa mode. With newfound strength, he began to overpower Raizavim, his aura shattering the ground beneath him. Fueled by anger over the torment Raizavim inflicted on his friends and family, Issei unleashed a relentless assault. He struck Raizavim with a powerful blow, but the Super Devil retaliated with a punch that had little effect. Realizing he needed more power, Raizavim resorted to using the Phoenix Tear. Issei, aware that Ravel and Riser were still in Raizavim's custody, also recognized that Daihauser was on their side. In a swift move, he used Annihilate to destroy Raizavim's Phoenix Tears without him noticing. With Durandal in hand, Issei charged at Raizavim again, flicking the Holy Sword and launching another attack. Chara joined the fray, using her abilities to inflict significant damage on Raizavim. As Raizavim attempted to flee, Issei intercepted him, slamming him down before he could escape. Issei unleashed his Black Sun move, which nearly defeated Raizavim, but the Super Devil narrowly evaded the attack, much to Issei's frustration. Thankfully, Asia and Chara calmed him, with Asia healing their wounds. Meanwhile, Crom faced the Abyss Rage Dragon Nihagar. Silent and focused, Crom managed to pin the dragon down, delivering a series of punishing blows. Nihagar attempted to use a Phoenix Tear, but Crom merely mocked him, confident that no amount of healing would save the dragon from defeat. Despite Nihagar using 5 Phoenix Tears, Crom remained unscathed, relishing the opportunity to punish the evil dragon for his underhanded tactics. As expected, Nihagar tried to escape, but Crom pursued him relentlessly, preventing his flight. In a decisive move, Crom tore off the dragon's 4 wings and continued to strike until Nihagar lost consciousness. He then brought the defeated dragon to Issei and the others, inquiring about Raizavim. Issei informed him that Raizavim had escaped, but Crom was not surprised. He considered Raizavim a coward. Before departing, Crom challenged Issei to a future battle, to which Issei agreed. Meanwhile, in Agars at 6:30 p.m., The territory was characterized by its large floating islands suspended in the sky. A popular tourist destination, Agars controlled the flow of air in the underworld. It housed the technology of the original Satans and contained high-quality crystals used to create both evil pieces and brave saints, as well as the Malbranche. Rias, Sona, and their peerages, along with Issei's team, searched for Ravel and Riser, who were believed to be in Agars. With confirmation from Issei that his parents were safe, thanks to Sans the skeleton, Azazel expressed gratitude despite being annoyed by Sans' puns. Navigating the expansive floating city of Agars was made easier with the map provided by Sequeria. They needed to locate the two Phoenix members before it was too late, as Clippeth could use them to bolster their forces. They believed Rizavim should not have survived, given his grave injuries, but they understood he could still pose a threat even in death, as he had a fail-safe design to release Trihexa. Although they had managed to defeat the beast before, it took the combined efforts of Ophis, Great Red, and various factions to bring it down for good. It was a miracle they had succeeded, requiring the sacrifices of Issei and Asia, with Issei pushing his Diabolos dragon form beyond its limits. Their teamwork was the reason Trihexa now stood with the Alliance. Sona recalled the day she escorted Issei and Asia to the hospital. Both had sustained severe injuries from Issei's use of Diabolos dragon. Their parents and Azazel accompanied them, and for the first few days, Issei and Asia remained in intensive care. Even Draigg felt concern, as Issei was the first host to treat him like a friend in a long time. Draigg had witnessed Issei's near demise from Samel's poison and pleaded with Sona to ensure Issei's survival, a promise she vowed to uphold. Sona noticed that Rias and the others from the ORC were distant, except for Roswies, who was in Asgard, Gasper, who was in Romania with Valerie, and Kiba, who was the only one genuinely visiting his friend and comrade who had nearly lost his life to give them all a second chance. Even when they used to visit him, it always seemed forced. She did not dwell on it much back then, as it was a personal matter, but it nevertheless worried the Citri heiress. She did not understand why they had become like this. Irina had been the first to stop visiting him, which surprised Sona since she knew that Issei and Irina were childhood friends and that the angel had a crush on him. Even Lord Michael had created an interdimensional room designed for intimacy, ensuring that Irina would not succumb to her feelings. Now everything made sense. After Issei reactivated their memories and revealed what had happened, Sona felt a mix of anger and sadness toward the ORC for their treatment of Issei. She regretted not doing more to help him when he was in dire need. However, she was relieved that history would not repeat itself and felt grateful to be by Issei's side. Just then, Saji called out to her, snapping her out of her thoughts. He asked if she was coming, and Sona quickly responded that she would be there shortly. She rushed to join the others, knowing that this timeline was much better than the previous one. As she looked at the map, she spoke about their destination, suggesting that they needed to reach the main castle since Oros had no containment facilities. Thankfully, Lord Agars and Sequeria had already moved to a safe location. Raynare pointed out that heading to the main castle would be challenging due to its size, making it difficult to locate the containment area. Sona acknowledged the difficulty but emphasized the urgency of finding their missing friends before Clippeth or the Cows Brigade could use them against them. She also noted that the Phoenix household had been in a panic since their disappearance. Azazel suggested that once they entered the castle, they should split up to cover more ground and find their friends more quickly. Tiamat inquired about how they would divide themselves, and Azazel proposed that he and Tiamat take charge of the peerages. He would lead the Gremory peerage along with the remnants of his team, while Tiamat would take the Citri peerage. Tiamat expressed her concern, but Azazel reassured her, and they agreed on the plan. The group split, with one team consisting of the Gremory peerage and Issei's team, while the other included the Citri peerage and Tiamat. The Citri peerage began exploring the left side of the Agars mansion. It was one of the largest areas, made up of crystals that formed the evil pieces. As they passed several monuments dedicated to an era none of them were familiar with, Saji pointed out a particular statue and asked Sona about it. Sona explained that the current 4 Satans were from the 72 pillars. She recounted how, 500 years ago, A civil war among devils had erupted because the government sought to restart the Great War to conquer heaven, Grigori, and the rest of the world. Momo expressed concern about the potential destruction this would cause, and Sona confirmed that greed had driven the conflict, leading to a fragile relationship between the 4 Satan clans and the 72 pillars. This incident had forever shaped the history of the Satans, prompting her older sister, Sensei Gremry, Ajuka Astaroth, and Philibium Glaciolabilas to join a rebellion against the war-hungry government. Saji asked how this related to the Agar's territory, and Sona explained that Lord Agars and Zekrom Baal had initiated the rebellion out of fear that restarting the Great War would lead to the extinction of all devil kind, as the previous war had already caused the downfall of several houses. Saji realized that the statue represented the war, depicting Sensei Gremry, now known as Lucifer, battling a fly chimera, a descendant of the Satans known as Dimidosu Asmodeus. The other 2 statues illustrated battles from 500 years ago, which resulted in the expulsion of the 4 Satan houses and the 6 houses of Lucifer from the devil faction, leading to the formation of the old Satan faction. Saji remarked on the history lesson, and Rhea added that knowledge was always beneficial. Sona reminded them that they needed to find Ravel and Riser before it was too late. As they ventured deeper into the castle, the walls began to darken and show signs of age, indicating they were over half a millennium old. Sona cautioned everyone to be careful, as such structures could be hazardous. Suddenly, they encountered someone they never expected to see again. A familiar voice called out, greeting Sona as his dear former fiancé. The others recognized the voice, except Tiamat, who was puzzled by this claim. The young man, with blonde hair and green eyes, was Anlava Nun, the former second son of the House of Amon. Sona then inquired about Anlava's presence. Anlava explained that he had been tasked by Lord Rizavim to guard the Phoenix girl, who was just ahead, and that he could not allow them to proceed further. Sona, determined, declared that she would handle the situation and defeat him once and for all. Tiamat expressed her eagerness to join the fight, wanting to confront the adversary as well. Saji, uncertain but supportive, agreed to help rescue Ravel before her powers could be exploited further. Anlava, refusing to back down, summoned multiple skeletons to confront them. However, Tiamat swiftly destroyed them with her chaos flames, expressing her disappointment at the lack of challenge. With that, the others departed to locate Ravel, leaving Sona and Tiamat to face Anlava. His smile was unsettling, revealing a deranged demeanor that unnerved Tiamat. Sona, tense, recalled how he had previously forced her into a terrifying situation, which only fueled her resolve. Anlava summoned more undead to battle the duo. Tiamat soared into the sky using her wings, while Sona utilized her water magic. Although she wasn't as skilled in ice magic as her sister, she was a prodigy in intelligence and water manipulation. She used her water to daze the approaching undead. Tiamat assisted in taking down many of the soldiers, allowing Sona to use her water in the form of a needle to pierce Anlava's stomach when his guard was down. However, Anlava revealed a surprise, using a phoenix tear to heal himself. Sona, unimpressed, noted the presence of the phoenix tears. Anlava boasted about his abundant supply of them, which made Sona feel nauseated at his endearment. Tiamat, recognizing the urgency, rushed him at blinding speed and snatched the phoenix tears from his pocket. She urged Sona to destroy them immediately. Sona complied, using her water magic to obliterate most of the tears effortlessly. Anlava screamed in despair as his chances of victory vanished. Tiamat then suggested they finish the fight. Sona agreed enthusiastically, employing several water abilities to create a whirlpool that overwhelmed Anlava, causing him to struggle against the force. She intensified the centrifugal force, ensuring he was thoroughly incapacitated. Tiamat joined in, launching a sphere of condensed blue chaos energy at Anlava, which destroyed the water tornado and engulfed him in flames. With Anlava's body completely evaporated, he was no longer a threat, leaving only a troubling memory behind. Sona sighed in relief, knowing she would no longer be tormented by him. Just then, the others arrived, having successfully freed Ravel from her chains in the dungeon, which had been easy to break due to their weakness. Ravel greeted Sona with gratitude, expressing her relief despite some wounds inflicted by Raizavim. She inquired about her brother, and Sona reassured her that Rias and Issei's teams were searching for him. Ravel flinched at the mention of Issei, recalling his previous ruthlessness. Sona noticed her reaction and clarified that Issei was not present, as he was engaged in battle with her captor. Tiamat added that Issei had already defeated him, prompting Ravel to express her gratitude. Sona suggested they move on, and Ravel agreed. Together, they left to reunite with Rias and the others at the designated meeting point, ready to return home. Meanwhile, Israel and his team, along with the Gremory peerage, were engaged in battle on the right side of the mansion, easily dispatching mass-produced evil dragons. Israel led the charge, and the fight was overwhelmingly in their favor, with Rias and Aquino also contributing to the swift defeat of their enemies. They were determined to save Riser before it was too late, and they noticed one of the evil dragons taunting an unknown prisoner. The evil dragon mocked Riser, belittling him as a once proud phoenix now reduced to a pitiful state. Riser, aware of his powerlessness, felt the weight of his situation but vowed that the dragon and its master would suffer for their actions. He expressed his defiance, stating that no matter what they did to him, his friends would come to avenge him. He was confident that Issei would not tolerate anyone who threatened his loved ones, and he looked forward to seeing the dragon face justice. The dragon, enraged by Riser's attitude, prepared to unleash a fiery attack. Just then, a swift strike caught his attention. A saber of chaos energy sliced through him, cutting him in half with ease, leaving only shock on his face as he fell. Even Riser had a shocked expression. Just a moment ago, he was being overwhelmed by the evil dragon, and now that same dragon had been defeated effortlessly. A voice announced the attack, declaring Shocker Breaker 2. A warning sign appeared beneath the dragon, and in an instant, a lightning strike struck it down, leaving Riser stunned as the attacker revealed himself. Israel introduced himself, stating that they were there to rescue Riser and urged him not to resist. With a swift motion, Israel severed the chains binding Riser, who expressed his gratitude for the rescue. The group then made their way to the meeting point, where Riser was joyfully reunited with his sister, Ravel. Ravel rushed to her brother, checking him for injuries. Riser and the others were relieved to see that this was not the same Ravel who had once betrayed Issei. She had changed for the better. Riser asked if she was all right, to which Ravel assured him she was fine and urged him to return home, as their mother was waiting for them. Riser agreed and thanked his companions for their assistance. At that moment, Sona received a communication circle, which everyone recognized as coming from Ajuka Beelzebub. Sona confirmed that they were safe and then relayed Lord Beelzebub's request for Riser and Ravel to visit his laboratory for a checkup, as they had been forced to produce an excessive amount of phoenix tears. Riser agreed, and they all teleported to Ajuka's lab to ensure they received proper care and could recover for what lay ahead. In an unknown location, Raizavim moved slowly, barely clinging to life due to the injuries inflicted by Issei. He realized he needed to take drastic measures and had Euclid prepare something that could elevate him to the level of Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. It was time to inject himself with it. A figure emerged, revealing himself to be Azazel, who expressed satisfaction at Raizavim's weakened state. Raizavim, aware of Azazel's disdain for him, taunted him about the suffering he had caused Issei and his loved ones. Azazel responded with a mix of contempt and determination, stating that he had come to take Raizavim in, offering him a choice: surrender quietly or face a painful consequence. As Azazel pointed a light spear at Raizavim, the latter felt a twinge of pain. Raizavim defiantly declared he would never surrender, charging at Azazel in a fit of rage. Suddenly, a voice echoed, chanting, "Divide," repeatedly. Raizavim felt his power diminishing, realizing that Vale had arrived beside Azazel, who remained confident even without Vale's presence. Raizavim confronted Vale, furious at his betrayal. Vale, however, dismissed the notion of familial ties, revealing the torment Raizavim had caused him and his loved ones. He expressed his indifference to Raizavim's fate, calling him a manipulator with nothing left but pawns. Raizavim seethed with anger, recognizing the truth in Vale's words. In a moment of twisted glee, he taunted Valley about killing his father, relishing the pain it might cause. But Valley's response shocked him. He thanked Ryzavim for freeing him from a tormentor, revealing the depth of his suffering. Ryzavim, desperate to regain control, reached for a vial, causing confusion for Valley and horror for Azazel. Azazel urgently warned Valley to get away, but Ryzavim swiftly injected himself with the contents of the vial. In an instant, his wounds healed, and his strength surged, leaving Valley and Azazel alarmed by the sudden turn of events. Azazel felt a wave of dread wash over him. Valley, curious, asked what was troubling him. Azazel explained that a vial of pure hate had been used, the same force that had activated Issei's new form and allowed him to push Ophis back. This hate had been injected into someone, making them significantly stronger. Ryzavim, with a sinister grin, confirmed Azazel's words. He revealed that he had extracted this hate from Issei during his transformation and had been experimenting with it. Now, the results of those experiments were about to be unleashed. Suddenly, Ryzavim's eyes darkened, his silver pupils gleaming ominously as he declared his intent to make Valley suffer. He charged at Valley, who barely managed to dodge the attack. Azazel took to the skies, launching a barrage of light spears at Ryzavim, who countered with a magic defense circle. Disappointed, Ryzavim taunted them, claiming that their efforts were lacking. He then gathered a massive ball of demonic magic, using it as a distraction to escape to his base. Azazel urged Valley to use his half-dimension ability to divide the blast. Valley complied, successfully reducing the power of the explosion, but they soon realized Ryzavim had escaped. Frustrated, Azazel punched a nearby rock, shattering it in his anger. He took a moment to calm down and spoke urgently to Valley, stressing the need to inform the others about Ryzavim's escape. Valley shared his ominous feeling that this could be the endgame for them all. They teleported to the underworld to meet Surzex, who was busy preparing his forces. Upon questioning, Surzex revealed the horrifying details of Ryzavim's plans, leaving Azazel particularly shaken. He understood the gravity of Ryzavim's ambitions and insisted they needed to alert everyone. Surzex confirmed that he had already communicated with the other leaders and that Issei's theory about Ryzavim was indeed correct, but the situation was even more dire than he had anticipated. He expressed the urgency of informing Issei and the others, fearing the impending disaster would mirror past events. Azazel hoped they could emerge from this conflict unscathed, recalling how they had been fortunate to have Great Red's assistance in their previous battle. Valley, however, remained resolute, stating that they could not give up, as they had people to protect. They would fight until the very end, no matter the cost. Azazel and Surzex smiled at Valley's determination, recognizing how far he had come. Azazel vowed to protect their home with everything they had, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. As they prepared for the impending assault, Ryzavim had returned to his headquarters, issuing final orders to his followers. He commanded Apophis to activate the hate-filled human souls, readying for their final assault with the beast they had cloned after months of effort. This monstrous creature, Issei Dxd, a three-headed dragon with 6 massive wings and dark, purple scales, acknowledged Ryzavim's command, ready to unleash destruction. Ryzavim ordered everyone to prepare for the attack on the factions, vowing to obliterate everything in their path, including the human world. His laughter echoed through the base, met with the roars of the evil dragons surrounding him. The beast's eyes glowed red, signaling its readiness to wreak havoc. The stage was set for the final confrontation, and the fate of all worlds hung in the balance. Sona and her peerage, along with Tiamat, passed through a series of statues that dated back to the Devil Civil War. After Sona provided them with a history lesson, they continued on their journey. Soon, they encountered Anlava, who had been freed by Ryzavim and was tasked with guarding Ravel. Sona and Tiamat confronted the former son of Anan and successfully defeated him after destroying the phoenix tears he possessed. They ensured he would not return, and afterward, they found Ravel, who had been rescued by the rest of the Citri peerage. They then proceeded to the designated meeting point. Meanwhile, Rias and her peerage, along with the rest of Issei's team, made their way to the other side of Agar's island, where they faced a group of malevolent dragons. They dispatched the dragons with relative ease. Riser glared at the evil dragon appointed as the warden, and after Israel defeated the dragon, Riser was freed. The group then headed toward the same meeting point, where Riser and Ravel reunited. Sona received a call from Ajuka Beelzebub, who informed them that Ravel and Riser needed to visit his lab for a checkup to prepare for the challenges ahead. At an unknown location, Rizavim was seen limping due to his injuries from his fight against Issei. He encountered Azazel, who expressed satisfaction at Rizavim's condition. When Azazel suggested surrender, Rizavim charged at him, only to have his power divided by Vale, who was pleased to see his grandfather in such a state. Despite Rizavim's attempts to reason with Vale, he remained unaffected, which only fueled Rizavim's frustration. In a shocking turn, Rizavim revealed a vial that confused Azazel and intrigued Vale. He injected its contents into himself, fully restoring his strength. Azazel identified the vial as containing hate, which significantly amplified Rizavim's power. He then attacked Vale and Azazel in a bid to escape back to his base. Vale and Azazel returned to the underworld, where they found Surzex preparing for war. After revealing the information provided by Euclid, they were horrified but understood they needed to unite to protect their home. Back at the Chaos Brigade headquarters, Rizavim issued the final order to unleash the Beast 666 clone, along with the evil dragon army and the hate-filled souls, to obliterate the Alliance once and for all. The following day at the Haida residence, Issei and the others were busy repairing the damage caused by Rizavim and Nihagar. The Gremory peerage offered their assistance, and although Issei's parents were initially taken aback, Issei, Sona, and several others reassured them that they had changed. Rias personally apologized to Issei's parents for her past actions, and they assured her they had moved on. The repairs took considerable time, as much of the furniture was destroyed and several walls and supporting pillars were in ruins. Thanks to magic, the structure was mostly restored, and the interior was replenished with new items. Eventually, the house was fully restored, and the Gremory peerage teleported back home. Sona and the others took a moment to rest, knowing they needed to be prepared for Rizavim's next move. At that moment, a magic circle opened, revealing Surzex Lucifer and his wife, Graphia Lucifuge. Issei and Sona welcomed them into their home, apologizing for the mess, but Surzex assured them it was fine, as he was aware of the circumstances surrounding Issei's parents' kidnapping by Rizavim. Surzex then shared the troubling news regarding Euclid's revelations. Everyone was horrified by the Chaos Brigade's plans. Issei's theory had proven correct, but the reality was far worse than they had anticipated. The recreation of Beast 666 was a shocking development, and even the leaders of the other factions were now preparing for the necessary actions. They recognized that this threat was greater than Gaia, a foe they had struggled against. They had only managed to defeat Gaia when Issei and Israel fused to achieve the powerful form known as Apocalypse Answer Arms, a feat considered miraculous. Issei then inquired about the time they had before the impending attack. Surzex explained that Ajuka theorized the theft of the crystals from the floating island of Agars had accelerated the activation process. They had at most a day before the enemy would strike with full force. Fortunately, all factions, including the Hindu, Egyptian, and Celtic factions, were joining forces to combat this new cloned version of the beast. Issei expressed his disbelief at the situation, noting that even across different timelines, they still faced the Beast 666 in some form. He turned to Surzex for guidance on their next steps. Surzex advised the group to rest for now, reassuring them that they had the wielder of the Holy Grail on their side, which meant the evil dragons could not be revived. He emphasized that Issei, possessing the power of the Welsh dragon and the Beast of Apocalypse, was their only hope to stop the enemy at all costs. Understanding the weight of Surzek's words, Issei resolved to stop the beast, rallying his friends to stand firm together. Trihexa, from within Issei's gauntlet, declared that regardless of the clone's nature, he would fight to protect the world he had grown to love, vowing to defeat Rizavim and destroy the clone. Raynare reflected on her journey, realizing she had become a better person in this timeline. She acknowledged that without the reset, she might have met a tragic end or become a villain. She committed to protecting her home fiercely. Frisk added that in this reality, monsters and humans coexisted, and he would not allow that harmony to be destroyed. Chara echoed Frisk's sentiments, expressing gratitude for Issei, who had brought her back to life and reunited her with family. The group united in their resolve, recognizing that this timeline was a significant improvement over the previous one, where they were isolated. They understood the importance of being prepared for the challenges ahead. Sensei and Graphia exchanged smiles, knowing that their allies had grown stronger and were capable of protecting their world. They all pledged to defend their home at all costs, determined to prevent everything from falling. Sensei expressed his gratitude to everyone for their support, promising that they would not let Rise of Him win, no matter the cost. They would protect the underworld and everything they held dear, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Previously, Rise of Him had ordered the activation of the beast to launch a final assault on the Alliance. Issei and the others, along with the Gremry peerage, were repairing their home, which had suffered damage from Rise of Him's attack. Sensei and Graphia arrived with troubling news about the Cow's Brigade, but the group remained resolute in their determination to defend their home. They headed to the underworld, with Tiamat, Asriel, and Asia volunteering to stay behind to protect Issei's parents in case Rise of Him targeted them. Upon arrival, they found the underworld in chaos, with riots breaking out. Issei directed Sensei and Graphia to manage the unrest while Saji and the Citri peerage were tasked with defending the Great King faction HQ from attackers. Meanwhile, Issei and his team would confront Rise of Him at the broadcasting station. Sona and her peerage encountered Bediz Abaddon, a high-ranking member of the Raiding Game Championship, who aimed to attack the Bale family and the Great King faction politicians. Saji intervened, and with the help of Magardan Bale and his queen, they managed to stop Bediz. Just as Saji faced a life-threatening situation, Seorg Bale arrived, sent by Sensei to assist. Utilizing his break-down the beast armor, Seorg easily overpowered the enemy, knocking him out of the fight. Roygun Belphegor, another high-ranking member of the raiding game, took Bediz away with the guards after both were revealed to be King Peace users. During the chaos, Sensei received a call from Azazel, revealing that Grigori had fallen and heaven had been devastated. The beast was now engaged in battle against both the Norse and monster factions simultaneously. Despite the support of the Hindu gods and Team Dxd, it was still insufficient. Sensei delivered a rousing speech that inspired the masses to cease their rioting and unite to defend their home against the Cow's Brigade and Trihexa. The community banded together to protect the vulnerable while those capable of fighting prepared for battle alongside Sensei and Graphia. Meanwhile, Issei made his way to the broadcasting station, receiving a call from Azazel about the ongoing situation. He requested Roswies, Kuroka, and Frisk to assist others in Europe and America, which they reluctantly agreed to. As Issei entered the office with Raynare and Chara, he realized it was a trap set by Rise of Him. A spear aimed at Raynare prompted Issei to take the hit for her, severely damaging his soul. He expressed his apologies for not being with her before taking his last breath. Raynare fell into despair, and Chara, witnessing this, was consumed by fury, vowing to destroy the beast for hurting her older brother, tears streaming down her face. Issei awoke in the void, confronted by a screen displaying two options: continue or reset. He realized he was on the brink of death, witnessing the despair of his friends as they fell one by one. Draigg and Trihexa stood beside him, both watching the screen, their expressions filled with anguish as they saw their loved ones perish. They understood this was a failed timeline, one where Rise of Him and a clone of Trihexa had triumphed. Issei's heart sank as he observed Chara's desperate attempt to avenge her brother, only to meet a tragic end, while Raynare lost all will to fight. He knew he had to act. Draigg turned to him, asking what he intended to do. Trihexa added that they would support whichever choice he made. Continue would allow him to save his friends, while reset would send them back to repeat the same cycle. Issei expressed his gratitude to the dragons for their support, declaring his choice to continue. He had promised himself never to reset again in this new timeline. He refused to let Tiamat be lost to them and understood how much Trihexa cherished this timeline. With determination, he reached for the continue button, but suddenly, a magic blast struck him. A familiar voice interrupted him, revealing members of the ORC from an alternate timeline. Issei recognized them, realizing they were not from the current timeline but from a previous one. As they approached Rias, he felt a surge of anger. The dragons growled, preparing for a confrontation. Issei confronted Rias, expressing his disdain for her use of his name, reminding her of her betrayal. Rias attempted to defend herself, claiming he had taken everything from them, including her title. Issei countered, asserting that he was the one who had earned her title by defeating Seorg, not her. He emphasized that all her achievements were tied to his efforts, declaring that nothing ever belonged to her. Rias, infuriated, lashed out, but Issei interrupted her, stating that he had removed his pieces and that Trihexa had been more loyal to him than she ever was. Rias retaliated with a powerful blast, but Issei deftly sidestepped it and countered with a magical attack infused with apocalyptic energy. The blast struck Rias, sending her flying. As Rias rallied her allies to take him down, Issei prepared for the battle ahead. Aquino and Irina took to the skies, while Draigg and Trihexa expressed concern for Issei's safety. He assured them he could handle it, and they promised to assist if needed. Kaneko charged at him, using her enhanced abilities to attack. Issei, having honed his hand-to-hand combat skills, easily matched her strikes. Suddenly, Aquino unleashed a lightning attack, followed by Irina's light spears. Aquino taunted him, but Issei swiftly closed the distance, grabbing her and slamming her against the wall. He then dragged her along the wall at incredible speed, causing her immense pain. Ravel and Rias attempted to intervene, but Issei used Aquino as a shield, absorbing their attacks. When the onslaught ended, Aquino was left vulnerable and severely injured. With a chilling determination, Issei declared his intent to end her life, unleashing a powerful attack that obliterated her completely. As Aquino fell, Issei turned his attention to the remaining opponents, ready to continue the fight. 1 down, 5 to go. He taunted them, revealing he had yet to unleash his full power. Rias, distraught over Aquino's fate, urged her allies to take revenge. Issei, unfazed, prepared to finish what he had started, unleashing a barrage of energy aimed at Zenobia and Kaneko, overwhelming them and putting them out of the fight. With his focus now on Ravel, Irina, and Rias, he steeled himself for the next phase of the battle. Issei expressed his feelings, revealing that if Rias and the others had been honest about their lack of affection for him, it would have been better than the betrayal he felt. He mentioned that Rias's brother was aware of everything and was disappointed in her actions, even suggesting that she would have been better off dead. He also shared that Ravel's actions had caused pain to Kuroka and Baraquil, who were devastated by what their sister had done. Issei questioned Rias's thought process, implying that she hadn't considered the consequences of her betrayal. Rias and Ravel were in tears, realizing that their loved ones now harbored deep resentment towards them. Kaneko, feeling similarly, was overwhelmed with anger but was unable to act due to her incapacitated state. In a sudden burst of aggression, Issei charged at Irina, easily tearing off her wings. Irina cried out in agony as she fell, and Issei condemned her for her actions, stating that she did not deserve to be an angel. He revealed that her current timeline counterpart had suffered because of her, and he wished her to face dire consequences. With a powerful attack, Issei unleashed a dark energy sphere towards Irina, ending her existence swiftly. As he looked around, he noted that 2 of Rias's pieces were gone, leaving her devastated and alone in her grief. Issei then turned his attention to Ravel, who was visibly frightened. He approached her and forcefully brought her down, knowing her regenerative abilities would pose a challenge. He used a technique to negate her healing powers and continued to overpower her, inflicting significant damage. Ravel groaned in pain, experiencing a level of suffering she had never known. Issei decided to finish her off with a devastating attack that obliterated her on a molecular level, marking her as the 5th to fall. Rias, now completely alone, gathered her strength to launch a counterattack. She unleashed her extinguished star, but Issei effortlessly countered it, shocking her with his power. He charged at her, sending her flying with a powerful strike. As Rias lay on the ground, Issei taunted her, challenging her to fight back. In a moment of desperation, she pleaded for mercy, offering to do anything to stop the pain. Issei paused, intrigued by her words, and asked if she would truly do anything. Rias, desperate to survive, agreed, even offering herself to him. However, Issei had a different request. He asked if she would die for him. Understanding the implication, Rias begged for her life, but before she could finish her plea, Issei used his power to end her life instantly. He remained emotionless, neither happy nor sad about the outcome. Turning to the remaining dragons, he noted that the girls had brought this upon themselves. He then stated that it was time to return, as Raynare was waiting for him. As Issei prepared to leave, he caught a glimpse of Raynare, who was crying for him to come back. Draigg warned him that his soul was beginning to crack, prompting Issei to hurry back to the real world. He clicked on the continue button, transitioning to a new scene. In the broadcasting room of Agar Stadium, Raynare was weeping over what appeared to be Issei's lifeless body. Suddenly, Issei jolted awake, noticing that Raynare had not moved from her spot. He called out to her, and upon seeing her tear-streaked face, he greeted her with a goofy smile. However, he was met with a punch to the stomach, realizing just how much she had been hurting in his absence. Raynare spoke in a low tone, her voice trembling as she expressed her fears. She was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling as though she had put Issei in danger once again. She clung to him, tears streaming down her face, knowing that they were inseparable and that their lives were intertwined. Issei, sensing her distress, comforted her with a gentle touch. He understood her feelings deeply and knew they had to focus on the battle ahead. They both turned their attention to Chara, who was valiantly fighting against the apocalyptic beast. It was clear that she was struggling and time was running out. Chara fought fiercely, drawing on her inner strength to hold her ground against the beast. However, the creature managed to disarm her, sending her weapon flying. As she faced the beast, a sphere of energy was aimed at her chest. Accepting her fate, she closed her eyes, determined to fight for her fallen brother. But just then, she heard a powerful voice. The Welsh dragon's balance break activated, and Chara opened her eyes to see Issei, clad in red armor, effortlessly crushing the sphere aimed at her. Relief washed over her as she realized he was alive. Issei encouraged her to join him in the fight against the beast, assuring her they would have time to catch up later. Through their connection, Issei reached out to Ophis, who confirmed that Great Red had agreed to assist them in their battle against the beast. She reassured Issei that Great Red respected his wishes regarding their past and was ready to help them defeat their enemy. Great Red joined the conversation, explaining that he had been aware of the timelines and expressed his regret for not being there when Issei needed him most. Issei reassured him that he had moved on and was ready to confront the beast. With renewed determination, Issei began the chant for Diabolos Dragon Dxd, calling forth the power within him. The trio united their voices, declaring their intent to become a force that transcends boundaries, ready to face the challenge ahead. Issei activated his Diabolos dragon form, feeling the strength and stamina he had gained from his training. He soared into the sky, his wings unfurling, while Raynare released her own wings, and Chara picked up her knife, ready to join the fight. The beast roared in response to their combined power, sensing the intensity of their determination. Raynare unleashed a barrage of spears, striking the beast, while Chara utilized her knife storm ability to weaken its defenses. The relentless assault began to take its toll, and the beast howled in frustration. Issei, filled with confidence, declared that things were only going to get worse for the creature. He activated his boost ability repeatedly, channeling his power and preparing for the final confrontation. The battle was far from over, and they were ready to face whatever came next. Issei unleashed his apocalyptic infinity blaster at the beast, inflicting significant damage. The creature's regeneration allowed it to survive, but its core was now exposed. Issei recognized this as the perfect moment to strike while it was vulnerable. He urged Raynare and Chara to act quickly to destroy the core, knowing that if they did not, the beast would continue to regenerate. Raynare took aim with her light blasts, targeting the beast's core and successfully halting its regeneration. The mindless creature attempted to retaliate, but Raynare skillfully dodged its attacks, using its lack of rational thought to her advantage. Chara then joined the fray, sending a flurry of knives that pierced the core, further damaging the beast. The trio soared toward the weakened core, fully aware that this was their chance to eliminate a crucial part of the beast before it could recover. Chara observed the core closely, noting its resemblance to a young boy made of light, marked by 10 horns atop its head. Soon after, the being sprouted 6 wings, reminiscent of various creatures. Issei acknowledged the impressive feat of creating an exact clone of Trihexa, while Trihexa himself expressed surprise at how they had managed to recreate the beast using only remnants of his hatred, the Sephiroth Graal, and the Fruit of Knowledge. Raynare insisted they needed to destroy the core quickly, as the clone sensed their presence and viewed them as intruders. Draigg supported her claim, stating it was time to unleash their most powerful move. Once the core was destroyed, they would at least save the underworld. Issei rallied his allies, instructing everyone to unleash their strongest attacks. Raynare began firing her most potent light spears, while Chara harnessed her determination, launching her red knives to deal devastating damage to the beast. She understood that this would drain her energy for a while, but she was committed. Issei then activated his boosting ability, channeling immense power into their assault. A reddish-green and black beam surged toward the beast, which attempted to fend off the attackers, but it was too late. The blast struck the core, severely damaging it. The clone howled in pain as the energy began to strip away the beast's durability, pushing it closer to defeat. The trio understood that it was now or never to defeat the beast once and for all. As the core began to disintegrate, the entire mechanism of the beast fell apart, signaling its defeat. The beast's body started to crumble, and they knew they had to escape quickly. They managed to get away just as the body erupted, leading to the complete destruction of the broadcasting station. Issei, Raynare, and Chara, who was on Issei's back, made their way to where Saji and Seorg were waiting. They all looked at Issei's Dabilo's dragon, who had successfully escaped. After regrouping, Issei dispelled his armor and sat down, exhausted from the effort. Saji helped him up, reassuring him that he had done well by destroying part of the beast and that the others would handle the rest. The girls took charge, calming Chara, who was worried about her brother's condition. Sensei and Grafia soon joined them, relieved to see everyone safe, though they all knew the battle was far from over. Sensei advised Issei to rest, emphasizing the importance of being at their strongest. He expressed gratitude for Issei's defense of the underworld against the beast, noting that one part was down and that the clone of the beast appeared weaker than the original, giving them a chance to defeat it again. Issei agreed, mentioning that Great Red was on his way to assist them, instilling hope in their fight. Grafia reiterated the need for everyone to rest while they took care of the remaining threats. The group took a moment to recuperate, having managed to hold off the beast's power for the time being. In Europe, 2 hours earlier, Valle and his Team/Dog, along with the Norse mythology figures, fallen angels, and angels, faced off against a part of Trihexa attacking the European territory in the Alps. Fortunately, it was away from populated areas, preventing further loss of life. Suddenly, a portal opened, revealing Roswiz and Kuroka. Valle inquired about their presence, and Kuroka explained that Issei had sent them to help against the beast, as he was currently in the underworld. Roswiz informed them that Ryzavim had exposed the existence of the King Peace, causing chaos in the underworld. Issei and his team, including Sensei, Grafia, Sona, and her peerage, were working to resolve the situation. Azazel, feeling anger and concern for his students, learned from Yasaka that the Shinto gods, along with Dulio and others, were battling Trihexa, Apophis, and Ryzavim in Japan. Thankfully, all citizens had been evacuated, minimizing casualties. Meanwhile, in the American territory, another part of Trihexa had attacked, resulting in significant loss of life due to a sudden assault. Tobio noticed that Issei Dxd was missing and urged Valle to confront him to prevent further destruction. Valle hesitated, concerned for his mother, but Lavinia Rennie, a member of Team/Dog and wielder of the Longinus' absolute demise, reassured him that they would protect his mother and her family. Her serious tone indicated the urgency of the situation, prompting Valle to agree to face Issei Dxd with his team, knowing they had to stop him. Valley entrusted Lavinia and Tobio with the safety of his mother, despite her not remembering him. They assured him they would handle it. Valley then rallied his team, determined to confront the dragon. As they flew to face Issei Dxd, the Diabolism Thousand Dragon, and Forbidden Dragon of demonic origin, they prepared for a fierce battle. Tannen had warned Valley to be cautious of Issei Dxd's magic. The dragon was a formidable opponent, described as a giant with 3 heads and 6 massive wings, dark scales tinged with purple, a creation of the evil god Ingramenu from Persian mythology. Issei Dxd was known for his cruelty and strength, proving to be a tough adversary even for Valley in his juggernaut drive. Despite their efforts, Issei Dxd seemed to revel in the pain inflicted upon him, resisting even Lufay's spells and Arthur's Caliban. The dragon taunted Valley, questioning his strength. Realizing they were making little progress, Valley instructed his team to trust him, asserting that he was the only one who could defeat Issei Dxd, just as he had in the past. Kuroka urged him to stay alive, reminding him that Issei would never forgive him if he fell. Valley nodded in determination, asking Arthur and Biko to protect the girls. With their agreement, he prepared to confront Issei Dxd. As the battle commenced, Valley dodged the dragon's light magic, transforming into his Imperio Juggernaut drive and unleashing Compression Divide. Issei Dxd struggled against the attack, but the strain forced Valley to revert to his regular scale male, knowing the fight was far from over. Issei Dxd smirked as he taunted Valley, or more accurately, Albion. He challenged Albion to use his poison, suggesting that it was the only way he could hope to defeat him. Issei Dxd claimed that Albion was entirely dependent on it, unable to do anything without his poison. Albion remained composed, fully aware that Issei Dxd would provoke him. He asserted that he and Draigg relied on their claws, fangs, ambition, and aura. They depended on their pure power to fight and enhance one another. As one of the 2 heavenly dragons alongside Draigg, Albion insisted that poison was unnecessary for him. Frustrated, Issei Dxd decided to employ his illusion magic, knowing that showing Valley his deepest desires would be a way to break him. Albion warned Valley to watch out, but it was too late. Valley fell victim to Issei Dxd's magic, experiencing visions of a normal, loving family with his mother and siblings, just like Issei had. Fortunately, Albion managed to pull him out of the illusion. Valley expressed his gratitude to Albion, acknowledging the help. Albion reminded him that they still needed to defeat Issei Dxd. Just then, an unexpected presence approached them, Ophis, who decided to grant Valley some power. It was time for Valley to access his strongest form. Ophis greeted Valley and offered assistance, noting that it was time for him to embrace his Satan form, just as Issei had achieved his god form. Valley agreed, and together with Albion and Ophis, he began the chant to summon their powers. As they invoked their abilities, Valley transformed, donning armor that shimmered in a mix of silver and black, sprouting 12 mechanical devil wings. He understood that he could only maintain this form for a limited time, but it would be sufficient to defeat Issei Dxd. Issei Dxd looked upon Valley's new armor with fear, recognizing the combined power of Albion and Ophis within him. Valley unleashed a massive wave of pure demonic energy toward Issei Dxd. In response, Issei Dxd attempted to create hundreds of illusion clones to counter Valley, but Valley effortlessly destroyed them with his new compression divider. As Issei Dxd unleashed a desperate attack, several mass-produced evil dragons and corrupted souls surged toward Valley. However, the rest of Valley's team intervened, with Arthur wielding his Excalibur ruler to cleanse the hate from the corrupted souls. Though it was a strenuous task, Arthur managed to remove most of the hate, causing the souls to fall unconscious and be safely transported away. Arthur and Lu Fei continued their efforts, but the hate acted like a virus, threatening to infect anyone who came too close. When one of the corrupted souls lunged at Lu Fei, Arthur rushed to save her, but he was nearly too late. Just in time, a beam of yellow light shot forth from him, sending the corrupted soul flying and purging much of the hate. Lu Fei recognized the significance of Arthur's action and smiled, realizing he had unlocked his soul trait Justice, the 3rd rarest soul trait. Arthur looked at his hand, where a glowing yellow ring now adorned his finger. Understanding the potential of this new power, he turned his attention to the remaining corrupted souls. He unsummoned his sword and used his ability to cleanse the hate from the souls, freeing them with ease. Lu Fei assisted him in saving the remaining souls, while Kuroka and Biko teleported the rescued souls back to safety. With most of the souls saved, Arthur relaxed as the glow on his hand faded. He glanced at Valle, who had successfully destroyed most of the mass-produced evil dragons using Albion's special ability, Reduce. Running low on magical power, Issei Dxd made one final attempt to eliminate Valle. He lunged at Valle with his fangs, but Valle was prepared to end the confrontation. He unleashed a powerful attack, the Satan Lucifer Smash, which struck Issei Dxd directly. The force of the silver-white and jet-black aura disintegrated Issei Dxd, who, before vanishing completely, uttered a challenge for their paths to cross again in the future. With Issei Dxd defeated, Valle's armor powered down, leaving him exhausted from the battle. His team gathered around him, having also triumphed over the threats in Europe and rescued the human souls captured and infected by Raynare. Valle expressed his gratitude to his team for their support, but they all understood that the battle was far from over, as remnants of Trihexa continued to attack other locations. And that Raynare is still alive. Previously, Issei had been teleported to the void due to a surprise attack from Trihexa. In this strange place, he faced a choice between continue or reset. The dragons accompanied him as he selected continue. However, a magical blast interrupted him, revealing Rias Gremory from the original timeline along with the original research club, minus Asia, Roswies, Gasper, and Kiba. They had come to prevent Issei from returning to the original timeline, and he knew he would have to confront them eventually. As they launched their attack, Issei decided to take them down one by one. He swiftly incapacitated Rias and Kaneko, followed by Aquino, who attacked him first. He showed no mercy to the half-breed fallen angel. Next, he paralyzed both Zenobia and Kaneko, revealing to them that he had informed their family members of their actions, which shocked and angered them. Issei then confronted Irina, tearing off her wings and defeating her completely. He unleashed a powerful attack, finishing off the incapacitated Zenobia and Kaneko. Afterward, he turned his attention to Ravel, defeating her with ease. Finally, he focused on Rias, the woman who had deceived him in the previous timeline. He evaded her attacks and tormented her, ignoring her pleas for mercy as he ended her life without hesitation. Once his task was complete, he clicked the continue button. Issei awoke with his soul intact, and after a tearful reunion with Raynare, he realized he needed to assist Chara in her battle against the beast. Joining his adopted sister and Raynare, they transformed into their strongest forms. Raynare activated her 6 wings, Chara unleashed her hate, and Issei transformed into Diabolo's dragon Dxd. Together, they fought against the beast, exposing its core, which appeared disturbingly human. They unleashed their strongest attacks, overwhelming the core and preventing its regeneration. Escaping the ensuing explosion, they flew to where the Citri Peerage and Psyorg were gathered. Surzex and Graphia joined them, advising that they needed to rest after their intense battle. Meanwhile, an hour and a half earlier in Europe, the Valle Team/Dog, along with the Norse mythology, angels and fallen angels, were engaged in combat against the beast clone wreaking havoc in Europe. They were soon joined by Roswies and Kuroka, who informed them of the dire situation, much to the frustration of the others. When they realized Issei Dxd was missing, Tobio and Lavinia persuaded Valle and his team to head to Issei Dxd's location to prevent further destruction, which they reluctantly agreed to. As they engaged in battle, Issei Dxd taunted Albion by revealing his true name and showcasing Valle's deepest desires. When these tactics failed, Ophis contacted them, granting access to Diabolo's dragon Lucifer. With this newfound power, he faced Issei Dxd, who was terrified as this strength rivaled that of Ophis and Albion. Meanwhile, Arthur dealt with the mass-produced evil dragons and corrupted souls alongside the rest of the Valle team. Arthur unlocked his soul trait, Justice, to combat the corrupted souls, while Valle used Albion's ability, Reduce, to eliminate the evil dragons. He then delivered a final blow to Issei Dxd, who attempted to bite him in his exhaustion, using his signature move, Satan Lucifer Smasher. In the Alps Mountains, Europe, 1 hour before Vala's victory, the beast continued its assault on the various factions. Despite the combined efforts of Heaven's forces, Grigori's remnants, the Norse Valkyries, and Team Slashdog, they struggled to make an impact. The beast absorbed their attacks, regenerating from any wounds inflicted. It had sent numerous evil dragons into human-populated areas, causing devastation and loss of innocent lives, shocking the onlookers. Odin, already weary from battling the beast, fell to his knees. Vidar and Thor rushed to their father's side. Odin, though exhausted, urged his children to send every available force to the human world. Vidar hesitated, concerned about their secret, but Odin insisted that he did not care about that. The innocent humans needed protection, as they were defenseless against the evil dragons that would attack without hesitation. Thor understood his father's command and turned to Brynhildr, asking if she knew what to do. Brynhildr affirmed that they would save the humans. She then directed all the Valkyries to head to populated areas to prevent further damage. Several other Norse gods volunteered to protect the humans, but Roswiz was stopped by Brynhildr. Brynhildr reminded Roswiz of her intelligence and previous work on the beast, stating that she was their only hope to defeat it. Roswiz agreed but insisted that Brynhildr stay safe. Brynhildr teased her about needing a boyfriend, causing Roswiz to blush. Odin chuckled at their banter as Brynhildr and the others set off to protect humanity. Meanwhile, Vidar, Thor, Odin, Roswiz, the cadre of fallen angels, the seraphs, and several other angels faced the relentless beast. A concentrated magic attack struck the beast's clone, causing significant damage. To their surprise, Hades appeared alongside the Olympians and Greek soldiers. Vidar questioned Hades about his alliance with the Chaos Brigade, to which Hades admitted his past mistakes but emphasized the need for unity against the beast. Azazel made a sarcastic comment about Hades, but Zeus reminded everyone of the urgent threat they faced. The gods unleashed their strongest attacks on the beast, making some progress despite the creature's ability to inflict serious harm on several Greek gods. Zeus, enraged by the injuries to his allies, launched a powerful lightning bolt at the beast, causing it to howl in pain. Odin seized the moment, urging everyone to attack with all their might and find a weak spot to defeat the beast, as sealing it was not an option. The gods and their allies fired their most potent attacks, while Tobio activated his transformation into a dark beast, unleashing dark blades that tore through the surrounding evil dragons. Lavinia followed suit, freezing several of the dragons and slowing the beast's rampage. As the dust settled, they saw the Trihexa clone regenerating, revealing its core. Azazel instructed everyone to target the core to halt its regeneration. Roswiz used her sealing magic to immobilize Trihexa, with Lavinia assisting in freezing the creature. In retaliation, Trihexa unleashed a fiery breath and summoned more evil dragons, which attacked populated cities and harmed many humans and angels. Azazel expressed frustration at the beast's instinctual survival tactics, urging his allies to save the humans. Michael echoed his sentiments, directing angels and exorcists to defend the helpless. The beast prepared to unleash its most powerful fire breath, threatening to devastate entire countries. Azazel shouted for those who could create barriers to do so immediately. The gods responded, forming multiple layers of barriers to protect themselves and others. However, as the beast's fire breath struck, the barriers began to crack under the pressure. The gods struggled to maintain them, but one by one, the barriers collapsed. As the final barrier shattered, the gravity of their situation sank in. Azazel resigned himself to their fate, apologizing to his friends for not being there anymore. Baraquil expressed regret for not being able to see Aquino again, acknowledging the possibility that this might be their last moment. Zeus expressed his regret, feeling he had failed humanity and could not protect those he cared for. Poseidon reassured him, emphasizing that they had done their best to defend their home, and that sacrificing themselves for it was a noble cause. Roswiz looked down and informed Ai that she would not be home for dinner. At the site where Issei Dxd had been defeated, Vala surveyed the area filled with remnants of fire. He sensed the diminishing presence of Azazel, Tobio, and Lavinia, prompting him to rush to their aid despite his exhaustion. Kuroka intervened, urging him to reconsider. She understood his feelings but knew they needed to be realistic about the situation. Tears filled her eyes as Valley collapsed, overwhelmed with emotion. Kuroka tried to comfort him, wiping away her own tears, while Biko, Lefei, and Arthur watched helplessly, feeling powerless. Meanwhile, the gods and other supernatural beings prepared to face their fate when they sensed a familiar yet unexpected presence. The flames ceased, revealing Great Red and Tannin, who had come to assist them, much to everyone's astonishment. Great Red greeted the Greek and Norse gods, acknowledging Azazel and the Seraphs. Azazel inquired how Great Red had arrived, to which he explained that Ophis had requested his help against the beast. He informed them that Issei, along with a fallen angel and a human, were engaged in battle against another beast clone in the underworld. Zeus marveled at Issei's resilience, recalling how he had previously stopped Gaia and was now holding his ground against the beast clone. Thor agreed, expressing his eagerness to meet the one who had faced such formidable foes. Odin reminded Thor that there would be time for battles later, as they needed to focus on defeating the beast before them. Great Red instructed them to create an opening to the beast's core, which, once destroyed, would lead to its downfall. Azazel rallied everyone, urging them to take down the beast once and for all. The gods, fallen angels, Tobio, Lavinia, and Roswies unleashed their most powerful attacks, with Tannin assisting by using his fiery breath. Their combined efforts successfully created an opening. Great Red then took charge, declaring he would handle the core. He launched a powerful attack, and although the beast attempted to counter, it was too preoccupied with its own regeneration. Great Red moved at incredible speeds, striking the beast and disrupting its ability to heal. With determination, he unleashed a torrent of flames upon the core, ensuring that the beast could not regenerate. As the core disintegrated, the threat that had plagued Europe was finally eliminated. The gods and their allies cheered in relief, celebrating their victory. Valley rushed to Azazel, embracing him without concern for those around them, while Kuroka shared a heartfelt moment with Roswies. They were grateful to be alive for another day. Great Red promised to return if they needed further assistance before departing for the dimensional gap. In a different location, an hour earlier in America, monsters faced off against the beast clone. Evil dragons relentlessly attacked, causing destruction among both humans and monsters. Frisk emerged from a portal, prompting Ascari and Toriel to rush to him, checking for injuries. Frisk explained that Issei had sent him, revealing the crisis in the underworld and that Asriel was protecting Issei's parents alongside Tiamat and Asia. The situation was dire, with chaos unleashed by Rizavim. Ascari expressed frustration, while Toriel reassured Frisk of her relief that he was unharmed. They needed to act quickly to stop the dragons before more lives were lost. Undine, filled with determination, rallied everyone to protect those in danger and seek vengeance for their fallen comrades. Sans and Papyrus volunteered to confront the evil dragons, surprising everyone with their resolve. They prepared for the oncoming assault. Sans summoned Gaster Blasters to combat the evil dragons effectively, taking down several with ease. Papyrus joined him, eager to help, and together they continued to fend off the attacking dragons. Alphys and Gaster established a protective barrier for the humans, ensuring their safety against the threats. They understood the importance of their role as guardians, ready to defend the defenseless. Ascari was fiercely battling the evil dragons that threatened any human or monster nearby. His mastery of the trident, combined with powerful fire magic, obliterated any foe that dared to approach. Toriel was equally relentless, incinerating the evil dragons that came near her or her children. Her fury towards Rizavim for attacking their new home and harming several monsters fueled her strength. Frisk joined the fray, using hand-to-hand combat to take down multiple foes. Any injuries he sustained healed almost instantly, allowing him to fight with renewed vigor. Undine summoned numerous spears from above, effortlessly striking down several of the evil dragons. The atmosphere shifted as a tremendous aura enveloped the area. The Hindu and Celtic gods had arrived to assist them, bringing immense relief. Even the Trimordi had come to help eliminate the beast once and for all. The beast retaliated, unleashing a torrent of fire, but Shiva and Brahma countered with powerful strikes that weakened it. Shiva commanded the creature to stand down, while Brahma noted that it seemed weaker than the original. Indra explained that this was merely a clone, and if it had been the original, they would have struggled to make any impact. Askari expressed gratitude for their assistance, but Shiva reminded him that protecting the planet was their duty. Indra added that he had sent Chow Chow and the hero faction to join the fight against the beast. Frisk raised a concern about Lord Indra's statement, but Indra reassured him that Chow Chow had joined the battle against the Cow's brigade. With determination, they prepared to confront the beast. The Hindu gods were among the strongest beings in existence, and they were ready to face the challenge. The humans were astonished to witness the reality of gods and mythological creatures, but their priority was to protect themselves and stop the beast before it could inflict further harm. Shiva, Brahma, and Vishnu unleashed their strongest attacks, piercing through the beast's defenses and revealing its core. Indra seized the opportunity, summoning his Vajra to strike the core with a bolt of lightning, causing significant damage. However, the beast's regenerative abilities were formidable, allowing it to recover swiftly, which frustrated the gods. They realized they needed a more powerful attack and agreed to combine their efforts to defeat the beast. Meanwhile, Gaster observed the battle from a distance. He urged Alphys to open the shields so he could join the fight. Though hesitant, Alphys complied, allowing Gaster to assist in the struggle against the beast clone. He instructed her to restore the shield generator, which she did, wishing him safety as he ventured into battle. Back with the others, the beast continued its rampage, causing extensive damage to buildings and threatening the safety of everyone around. The gods and their allies knew they had to act quickly. Gaster joined them, sharing crucial information about the beast's limitations. He explained that while it had regenerative abilities, it was only a clone and significantly weaker than the original. He proposed a strategy to expose the core and strike it with their most powerful attacks to prevent the beast from regenerating. As the battle raged on, the situation was dire. The European front was engaged in a fierce struggle against the beast, with the Greek and Norse gods, along with angels and fallen angels, fighting valiantly. Despite their efforts, the beast overpowered them, and evil dragons began attacking human-populated cities, leading to chaos. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, Great Red arrived, saving the day and providing vital information about the situation elsewhere. He instructed the European front to unleash their strongest attacks to create an opening in the core. With renewed determination, they complied, and Great Red unleashed a fire breath powerful enough to halt the beast's regeneration. Charging at supersonic speeds, he struck the beast clone, sending it flying and ultimately destroying it along with its core, securing victory for the European front. A similar battle unfolded in the American front, where monsters fought against the beast clone and corrupted souls. Gaster and Alphys worked together to create a protective barrier for the weaker monsters and humans, ensuring their safety as they held their ground against the onslaught. The Hindu and Celtic gods joined forces to combat the beast attacking the American front. Despite their combined strength, they struggled to make significant progress, only managing to slightly damage the beast's core, which quickly regenerated. The creature caused extensive casualties and destruction, prompting Gaster to devise a plan. He communicated his strategy to the gods, who, alongside the monsters, launched an assault to expose the core. Gaster summoned hands to restrain the beast's regenerating outer shell, urging everyone to unleash their full power to destroy the core once and for all. With the combined might of the gods and monsters, they succeeded in obliterating the core, overwhelming the beast's regeneration. The creature terrorizing America was finally defeated. Meanwhile, the situation on the Japanese front was dire. The strongest clone of the beast, along with Apophis and a more powerful rise of him, wreaked havoc in the area, resulting in heavy casualties among both yokai and humans, along with significant property damage. Baraquil informed the defenders of the situation, bringing them hope while inciting anger within the Cow's brigade. Baraquil decided to confront Rizavim, preventing him from joining the brigade, with Aquino following closely behind. In their battle, Rhysavim unleashed illusions that caused Akino to perceive Baraquil as her enemy, leading her to attack him in confusion and despair, much to Rhysavim's delight. Back on the Japanese front, Asriel led the charge against the strongest beast clone and the malevolent dragon Apophis. While some allies held off Apophis, others focused on defeating the evil dragons or rescuing corrupted souls. Asriel realized that their survival was at stake, as the beast continuously regenerated from their attacks. He clenched his teeth, knowing they could not hold out much longer. Suddenly, the beast unleashed a devastating blast toward the human-populated cities. Seeing this, Asriel called out urgently for Lady Yasaka. She responded with determination, creating the Sunshower barrier to contain the blast and transport it to a safer location. However, the strain of maintaining the barrier was immense, and it began to crack. Asriel assisted by summoning stars from Galacta Blazing, suggesting they teleport inside the blast, but it was insufficient. Asriel, frustrated, summoned the Hypergoner, attempting to absorb the blast with a goat skull. Other Yukai joined in, but their efforts only intensified the blast. Yasaka commanded them to stand down, emphasizing that their actions would only make things worse. The Yukai, knowing her gentle nature, reluctantly complied. Asriel struggled to maintain the Hypergoner and eventually collapsed. Yasaka called out to him, concerned for his well-being. He reassured her that he was fine but needed to unleash the Hypergoner. With renewed determination, Asriel fired the Hypergoner at the blast, managing to push it back long enough for it to disintegrate into nothingness. However, several evil dragons charged at them, but the Gremory peerage swiftly dealt with the threat. Rias effortlessly dispatched many with a powerful version of Extinguished Star, while Kiba and Gaster used their abilities to eliminate the evil dragons that approached them. Kaneko and Zenobia joined the fray, with Zenobia wielding Excalibur to defeat corrupted souls and Kaneko using her Senjutsu to cleanse the hate surrounding them. Magari, the leader of the Nicomedas, used her flame magic to destroy the remaining corrupted souls. Yasaka also contributed, unleashing her Foxfire to incinerate several evil dragons. Despite their efforts, many more enemies remained, and the corrupted souls began to unleash their abilities, inflicting wounds on the Yukai and others. The Shinto trio faced the beast itself, but their magic proved ineffective against its relentless regeneration. Susanoo expressed frustration, while Amaterasu urged calm and suggested they needed stronger attacks. Tsukuyomi agreed, emphasizing the need to hold off the beast until Asriel and Yasaka could deal with the situation. The trio unleashed their strongest attacks, but the beast continued to regenerate, leaving them feeling helpless. They noticed Tiamat struggling against Apophis, and their hearts sank at their inability to assist her or make a difference in the battle. Meanwhile, Tiamat fought valiantly against Apophis, who relentlessly battered her, rendering her chaos moves ineffective against the formidable Primal Eclipse Dragon. Apophis's primordial water countered every move Tiamat attempted against him. Currently in his human form, Apophis was a unique sight, as the only other evil dragon known to take on a human guise was Crumcroch. He appeared as a brown-skinned young man clad in black vestments. He observed Tiamat, the strongest dragon king, and noted her apparent weakness. Tiamat gritted her teeth, realizing that her flames and chaos attacks, which had earned her the title of the strongest evil dragon, were ineffective against him. Feeling increasingly helpless, she prepared her strongest attack, the Chaos Sphere. As she charged it, anticipated an interception, but Apophis simply stood there, waiting. Tiamat questioned his inaction, asking if he would not stop her. Apophis shrugged, encouraging her to unleash her attack, confident in his abilities. He challenged her to show him what had earned her the title of the strongest dragon king. Tiamat accepted the challenge and released her sphere. Apophis attempted to stop it with his primordial water, but it was easily overwhelmed. A grin spread across his face as he recognized he had finally found a worthy opponent. Using his mastery of darkness manipulation, Apophis took control of the sphere, feeling the thrill of battle as he was pushed back. He transformed into his draconic form, a majestic black eastern dragon over 100 meters long, adorned with shimmering gems that glowed with a silvery light. His 3 eyes radiated the same glow, and he exuded a powerful, ominous aura. Tiamat, exhausted from previous battles against mass-produced evil dragons and corrupted souls, braced herself as Apophis declared it was his turn. Darkness magic swirled around him as he charged at her, delivering a fierce punch that sent her flying. Tiamat transformed into her dragon form, but it was not enough. The primordial water began to dissolve her scales, causing her to cry out in pain. Apophis sent her crashing towards the Japanese front, forcing her out of her dragon form. Asriel rushed to her side, but she assured him she was fine, though he could see the truth of her condition. Helplessness washed over him as he realized Rizavim was toying with Baraquil and Aquino, leaving him powerless to intervene. Just then a familiar voice called out to him from his left. A magic circle opened, revealing Issei, along with Raynare and Chara, members of the Citri and Baal peerage. Asriel was relieved to see them. Issei explained that they had brought reinforcements, and soon multiple circles opened, revealing Surzex, Graphia, the other 3 Satans, Diehauser Belial and his peerage, and several devils ready to fight. More circles revealed Azazel and the other cadres, Michael and his army, the Greek gods, the Norse gods, Tannin, Team Slashdog, Vala's team, King Ascari and the monster army, along with the Hindu and Celtic gods. Finally, a portal from the dimensional gap opened, revealing Great Red and Ophis. Issei asked Surzex if that was everyone, to which Surzex expressed surprise at the thought of needing more. Everyone prepared for what seemed to be their final battle. The army and the beast clone began to panic at the overwhelming presence of powerful energy signatures, particularly from the Hindu gods and the super devils. Dulio stepped forward to give the command, rallying Team Dxd to send the beast to its end and protect their home. They charged at the army and the beast clone, knowing this would be their last stand. Issei urged Surzex to go after Aquino and Baraquil, who were facing Rizavim alone, fearing they might not survive. Surzex understood the importance of isolating Rizavim and rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Issei instructed Dulio to use his Speranza Bala di Sapone ability, which would help disable the corrupted souls. Dulio activated his ability, creating multiple bubbles that exploded upon contact with the corrupted souls, reminding them of their true selves. As the hate and corruption dissipated, many collapsed, returning to their former selves. Dulio asked for volunteers to take the restored souls back home, and Kuroka, Roswies, Rias Gremory, and her peerage stepped up to assist. While Dulio continued to use his technique to cure infected souls, the others fought valiantly against the evil dragons. Another squad, consisting of the top 20 strongest beings, engaged the beast clone, which continued its rampage, regenerating and using its fire breath to devastating effect. Gaster and several others fell in battle. Issei asked Sans and Papyrus to teleport them to a safe area, preparing for the challenges ahead. Issei's team, along with the Citri peerage and the Baal peerage, was engaged in an intense battle against a horde of evil dragons. Despite the ferocity of their opponents, the combined forces of Azazel, the remaining cadres, Michael, the Seraphs, and the Exorcists joined the fray, quickly turning the tide in their favor. Some of the fighters decided to take to the skies, soaring above the battlefield. Michael was astonished at the sight of his allies flying. Azazel, equally surprised, echoed his disbelief. Azazel and several other cadres ascended into the air, using their light abilities to obliterate any evil dragon that dared approach them. Raynare, eager to join the action, summoned several light spears and unleashed them upon the dragons, recalling a time when her former friend Calwarner had doubted her abilities. With determination, she proclaimed her triumph over that doubt as she continued to dispatch the dragons effortlessly. Chara and Frisk also joined the battle, wielding their weapons with precision. Chara unleashed a powerful red blast of light that neutralized the dragon's fiery breath, allowing her to cut through them with ease. The combined efforts of the group resulted in the swift defeat of the evil dragons. As the fight continued, Asriel led the charge on the Japanese front while the others rested. A beast clone unleashed a devastating beam that threatened to annihilate everything in its path. Yasaka managed to shield her allies with a barrier, but it was insufficient. Asriel, straining under the pressure, activated his hypergoner, which mitigated most of the blast but left him exhausted. Meanwhile, Tiamat faced off against Apophis, ultimately overcoming the Dragon King. Just when it seemed hope was lost, Issei and his allies arrived, bolstered by reinforcements from all fronts. They quickly dealt with the mass-produced evil dragons and corrupted souls, which Dulio dispatched using his unique technique. The group worked together to ensure the safety of the souls, systematically destroying the remaining dragons. With the evil dragons vanquished, they turned their attention to the beast clone. The strongest fighters took charge, while others set up a barrier to prevent its escape. Issei activated his true Diabolos form, marked by the symbols of Ophis and the beast Trihexa. The gods and the top 20 strongest beings launched a final assault, their combined might overwhelming the beast's defenses. They pushed through their limits, finally destroying the beast's ability to regenerate. In another part of the battlefield, Akino was fleeing from Raizavim, who caught up to her. Just as he prepared to strike, Surzek's Lucifer intervened with a magical attack aimed at Raizavim. Although Raizavim managed to escape, Surzek pursued him, joined by Graphia and Rias. Cornered, Raizavim resorted to underhanded tactics, injuring Rias and Graphia in an attempt to break Surzek's resolve. This pushed Surzek to unleash his full power, easily dismantling Raizavim. However, Raizavim's remnants transformed into a vessel of destruction, and Graphia found herself powerless against him. Just then, Issei arrived with Raynare, who swiftly took the trio to safety, promising to return to aid Issei. Initially overwhelmed by the hate, Issei was forced to retreat until Raynare came to his side. Together, they faced the corrupted entity, and Issei unleashed his Black Sun attack, forcing hate to defend itself. Seizing the moment, Raynare struck with her light sword, damaging hate significantly. The Black Sun followed, obliterating hate completely, though remnants of its form lingered. In a desperate final attempt, hate lashed out at Raynare, but Issei intervened, using Welsh Dragonflare to eradicate the threat once and for all. With no escape left, hate accepted its fate, leaving no trace behind. The battlefield fell silent as the heroes realized their victory. Issei and Raynare, knowing the battle was finally over, prepared to return home, where their friends awaited them. As they made their way back, their allies celebrated their survival, grateful for the hard-fought victory. Despite the losses endured, they rejoiced in the knowledge that they had triumphed and would live to fight another day, marking the occasion with a heartfelt celebration. They had finally won, and the night was filled with celebration. While the others reveled in their joy, Issei approached Raynare, who was sitting quietly across the table. He greeted her, noting that she wasn't joining the festivities. Raynare admitted that she had never been a fan of parties or dances, while the others seemed lost in their enjoyment. Issei suggested they find a private place to enjoy some peace and perhaps have a little fun. Raynare's interest piqued at the idea, and they made their way to a secluded room in the Hyudu residence. As they looked up at the stars, they reflected on how far they had come and the challenges they had faced together. They both understood the weight of their pasts, especially considering the dangers they had narrowly escaped. In this moment, they felt a deep connection, their eyes conveying a sense of true love. As they shared a tender kiss, the atmosphere shifted, and they found themselves lost in each other. They embraced, their hearts racing as they explored the warmth of their affection. The night was filled with soft whispers and gentle touches, as they reveled in the comfort of each other's presence. The next day, most of the residents and guests were still asleep after the night's festivities. Some had left early due to pressing matters in Kyoto and the underworld, while others were recovering from the celebrations. Issei and Raynare were among the first to wake, both smiling as they recalled the previous night. They dressed and headed downstairs, only to find the others still sleeping. One by one, the others awoke, curious about where Issei and Raynare had spent the night. Issei explained the situation, and Goru expressed his pride in Issei's growth, while Miki playfully warned him about not rushing into grandparenthood. The girls felt a twinge of jealousy that Raynare was the first to share such a moment with Issei, but he reassured them that their time would come. Later that evening, as Issei made his way to his room, he encountered Sona and Asia, who had been waiting for him. They had discussed their feelings and decided they wanted to take their next step together. Issei welcomed their proposal, and they entered the room, ready to explore their connection further. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they lay down together, ready to share a special moment. They embraced, their hearts racing as they navigated this new chapter in their lives, filled with trust and affection. The night unfolded with laughter and warmth, as they cherished the bond they were building together. He then looked at Sona, who understood that her moment had arrived. Issei expressed his eagerness to begin, and Sona agreed with a smile that hinted at her excitement. She prepared herself, shedding her clothes, while Issei focused on pleasing her. He leaned in and began to kiss her softly, eliciting a gasp of pleasure from Sona. This experience was new for her, as even her older sister had never gone this far. Issei continued to explore, moving upwards to kiss her gently, which made her with delight. After a moment, he revealed his intentions, and Sona was taken aback by his confidence. She responded with surprise, but before she could say more, Issei moved closer, and the intensity of the moment overwhelmed her. She expressed her pleasure, calling out his name as the sensations washed over her. This continued for a while until Sona found herself overwhelmed by the experience and fainted from the intensity of her feelings. Issei, concerned, gathered the unconscious girls close to him, wishing for them to be by his side forever, seeking warmth and comfort. He wondered what Draigg was doing, imagining that he must be enjoying his time with Tiamat, as it had been a long time since they had been together. At an unnamed island, the two dragons were lost in their own world. Tiamat was expressing her joy, while Draigg was showing her the depths of his affection. Their blissful roars echoed through the area, startling the wildlife around them. It was a moment of pure happiness for the duo. The next day, Issei, Sona, and Asia woke up to a new morning. Draigg had retreated into the boosted gear to regain his strength. Tiamat was content, having reunited with her mate after a long absence. Raynare playfully teased Asia about her newfound experiences, and the bond between them had grown stronger. Sona was focused on her upcoming graduation, preparing for the next chapter of her life alongside her friends, while Issei was aware that only a few girls remained in his life. Later that evening, Issei headed to the bathroom after a long day of training. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Raynare there, who was startled by his presence. He quickly apologized and attempted to leave, but Raynare stopped him, blushing slightly. She playfully invited him to stay, catching him off guard with her boldness. The atmosphere shifted as Raynare took the lead, her playful demeanor surprising Issei. She teased him, challenging him to prove himself. Issei's instincts kicked in, and he found himself drawn into the moment, responding to her playful challenge. The tension between them escalated, and they both embraced the unexpected turn of events, caught up in the thrill of the moment. As they navigated this new dynamic, both Issei and Raynare found themselves overwhelmed by the intensity of their feelings, each experiencing something they had never encountered before. Issei was helping Raynare, who was barely able to speak due to the overwhelming sensations she was experiencing. She gasped for air, clearly overwhelmed by the intensity of pleasure. After a moment, Issei stopped, got up, and carried the exhausted Valkyrie to the shower to clean off. As they left the bathroom, they were greeted by Kuroka, who had heard the commotion. Kuroka greeted Issei with a playful tone, her curiosity piqued by the sounds she had heard. Issei, feeling bold, picked her up in a bridal style, causing her to blush. Raynare watched intently as he gently set Kuroka down and activated a move he had created in his more mischievous days. In an instant, Kuroka's kimono was completely torn away, catching her off guard. She hadn't seen that move in ages and felt a rush of excitement at the thought of being with Issei. She had always dreamed of having a child with him, especially after seeing Kunu, who was his daughter. Issei playfully teased Kuroka, and she responded with enthusiasm, eager to begin their playful encounter. As he nibbled on her ears, a sensitive spot for her, she let out soft sounds of enjoyment, her tail swaying playfully in the water. Issei activated his boosted gear, intensifying her pleasure even further. With each boost, Kuroka's reactions grew more pronounced, but she remained determined not to submit. Issei, however, was relentless, continuing to explore and push her boundaries. He knew he was close to breaking through her defenses. As he continued, Kuroka felt herself nearing her limit, overwhelmed by the sensations. Finally, she reached her breaking point, expressing her excitement as she surrendered to the moment. Issei, with a confident smile, knew what to do next. He lay down beside her, and their connection deepened, filling the air with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. Kuroka felt a warmth enveloping her, and she was left breathless by the experience. Afterward, Issei carried her to the shower to clean up, as she was too tired to walk. They returned to his room, both dressed again. On their way, they encountered Kiba, Valerie, Gasper, and Chara. Kiba was curious about what had happened, and Kuroka excitedly shared that she and Roswies had finally been NTMT. Everyone blushed at her words, and Valerie, eager to act, turned to Gasper, who was clearly flustered. Issei encouraged them to have fun, and with a flash, Valerie and Gasper teleported away, leaving Kiba and Chara behind. Chara then asked Kiba if he wanted to go on a date, to which he happily agreed. Issei wished them well as they left. Issei then laid Kuroka down on the bed, allowing her to rest while he and Roswies watched movies together, enjoying each other's company. Eventually, they all settled in for the night, with Issei surrounded by the 5 girls. The following day, Chara enjoyed her date with Kiba, while Gasper was exhausted after his own adventure with Valerie. Fortunately, supernatural beings had a much lower chance of peeraging, so everyone was safe. It had been a good day for all involved. Later, Sona received a call from her sister, who wanted to meet Issei. Sona knew her sister had her own desires and relayed the message to Issei. He asked if she was sure about it, and Sona encouraged him to be gentle, unlike with Kuroka. With a nod, Issei teleported to the underworld. He arrived at Seraphal's office, where she was finally free from her paperwork. Upon seeing him, she jumped up and hugged him, causing Issei to blush. After a moment, she stepped back and smiled, explaining how she had managed to get the day off from her duties, though she suspected Sensei was not pleased about it. Issei couldn't help but chuckle at her innocence, knowing how much Sensei disliked paperwork, especially with the recent chaos. Issei then considered what Seraphal had said. She mentioned that he had taken her Sotan's virginity, and Issei felt a rush of surprise. Seraphal expressed her desire for him to take hers as well, revealing that she had been a virgin for 500 years and wanted to love him for eternity. Issei agreed, but warned her that he would not hold back. Seraphal confidently stated that she could handle the pleasure, being the strongest woman in the underworld. They made their way to the private quarters, where Issei noticed the king-sized bed. They began to undress each other, and Issei laid Seraphal down on the bed, showering her with kisses that made her gasp. As he continued, the atmosphere grew intense, and Seraphal's embrace filled the room, signaling the overwhelming pleasure she was experiencing. Issei felt a surge of power as he transferred his energy to her, amplifying her sensations even further. In another scene, Kunu dreamed of becoming an actor, envisioning herself winning awards and gaining prestige. She excitedly told her mother, Yasaka, about her aspirations. Yasaka, however, laughed at her daughter's ambition, insisting that at 12 years old, she should focus on finding a job instead. Kunu insisted on trying out acting, but Yasaka bluntly told her the truth about her appearance, suggesting that she should apply to magic school instead. Kunu was confused by her mother's harsh words, but Yasaka explained that before she was born, they had decided her career path, and it was to be a leader. Kunu protested, wanting to pursue acting. Yasaka, feeling a pang of frustration, expressed her disappointment, claiming that aspiring actors rarely succeed. She sarcastically suggested that Kunu would fail every audition and struggle to make a living. As Kunu's dreams seemed to crumble, she felt overwhelmed by the harsh realities her mother presented. Yasaka continued to emphasize the difficulties of the acting world, painting a bleak picture of her future. The scene shifted to Issei, who found himself in a bizarre situation where he humorously declared that he had become a cheesecake, enjoying the absurdity of his transformation. In another moment, Sona and Saji were on a mission to extract a confession from a leader named Nilrame. Sona took charge, while Saji shared an awkward childhood story, which only added to the confusion. They attempted to confront Nilrame, but their efforts fell short, leading to a new plan where Sona would be the good cop and Saji the bad cop. Saji, dressed in a silly costume, tried to play the role of a cool kid, but the situation remained chaotic as they navigated their way through the interrogation. Saji expressed his disappointment, gesturing towards Euclid, who instinctively recoiled. Sona observed the scene, feeling a mix of emotions. Saji continued to lament his situation, leading to a change of attire. With a new accent, he confronted Euclid, expressing how disappointed both he and Sona were. Sona, now dressed differently, exclaimed in surprise about her missing clothes. Saji playfully scolded her for being naughty, and they both changed outfits again. Saji began to play a bagpipe, adopting a Scottish accent and humorously declaring himself as a character from a popular animated film. After another outfit change, Sona made a witty remark about Saji's appearance. Saji attempted to mimic a famous comedian, but Sona quickly dismissed the impersonation. With a serious tone, Saji presented a file detailing Euclid's past, listing various offenses and suggesting a deal if he confessed. Sona looked on with pride at Saji's performance. Saji then humorously declared himself a jelly bean and excitedly mentioned his siblings. He grabbed Euclid's hands, expressing his affection before releasing him. They stepped outside, and Sona wiped the sweat from her brow, asking Saji how he thought he did. Saji received criticism for his performance but suggested they both take on the role of bad cop. Their enthusiasm grew as they cheered for their new plan. They entered wearing bizarre costumes, and Saji proclaimed the merits of a popular show while mentioning his siblings. Euclid, feeling overwhelmed, panicked and tried to escape, confessing in desperation. The duo continued their loud antics, causing Euclid to scream for help, but no one responded. In another scene, Issei found himself in an unfamiliar place, bewildered by his surroundings. Suddenly, he was startled by a powerful attack from Naruto. Meanwhile, Barraquil humorously attempted to showcase an impression of his wife, leading to an unexpected outcome. Azazel pondered what Issei might be doing, while Issei trained and reacted dramatically to an unexpected burst of flames. In a bathroom scene, Issei's screams echoed outside, prompting Raynare to comment on the situation. Valis shared a humorous thought about different types of melons, which Issei found brilliant. Mickey attempted to have a serious conversation with Issei, but he took her words too literally. Asia innocently inquired about a term that left Issei in shock, prompting him to rush off to Raynare for assistance. Rias confronted Kiba about a misunderstanding, while Saji sought advice from Seorg on becoming stronger, receiving a detailed regimen in response. In a chaotic moment, Draigg and Albion expressed their frustration over Issei and Vala's antics, leading to a loud outburst from the two. Issei, feeling overwhelmed by his portrayal in various stories, voiced his frustrations about being used as a plot device, while Roswies urged him to get some rest. Chara and Kiba prepared to share news with Chara's father, but Kiba's nervousness led to an unexpected incident. After a brief moment of chaos, they attempted to regroup and try again, but Kiba's antics continued to derail their efforts. As they prepared for another attempt, Kiba's actions led to further confusion, and Chara had to intervene to prevent a mishap. The scene ended with Kiba calling out for his parents, leaving the outcome uncertain. Chara and Kiba were locked in a fierce struggle, each trying to gain the upper hand. Kiba, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed that if he shot Chara, they could share a moment together. Chara firmly rejected the idea, urging Kiba to stop. The tension between them continued to escalate as they fought. Suddenly, Kiba found himself at a disadvantage, his legs mysteriously disappearing. Previously, the aftermath of the battle on the Japanese front had left Issei and his friends victorious against the clone Trihex's attack. They had also defeated Hate, the remnant of Rizavim's body, putting an end to the Chaos Brigade's threat once and for all. With peace restored, Issei and the others decided to celebrate, knowing that a full Pantheon alliance was now possible. Issei later encountered Raynare, and after a conversation, they decided to spend some quality time together. The following day, Issei joined Sona and Asia, followed by Kuroka and Roswies. He then received a call from Sona, informing him that Seraphal Leviathan was available. Issei traveled to the underworld, where Seraphal greeted him. They shared a moment together until they were interrupted by Surzex and Graphia, who invited Seraphal to an all-faction alliance conference, leaving Issei alone once more. The next day, Issei decided to visit Yasaka and their daughter, Kunu, as he had not seen them properly before. Upon arriving in Kyoto, he found Yasaka conversing with Cao Cao and the hero faction, who were there to apologize for their past actions. Yasaka forgave them but warned them against repeating their mistakes. When Kunu heard her father's name, she jumped into his arms, and they enjoyed a day exploring the area together, visiting various places without interruptions. After their outing, they returned to Yasaka's palace, where she had prepared dinner for them. Issei and Kunu excitedly recounted their adventures, while Yasaka listened intently, delighted to see her daughter so happy. Once Kunu went to bed, Yasaka and Issei discussed the Pantheons, and Yasaka shared her plans for Kunu to join Crow Academy the following year. They shared a tender moment, appreciating their time together before settling down for the night, confident that they could enjoy a long PRD of peace. The next morning, Issei and Yasaka were peacefully asleep, their bodies intertwined. Yasaka awoke first, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the previous night. It had been a long time since she felt this happy with someone she loved. She thought of her past mate, Kunu's birth father, who had disappeared, but she felt secure knowing Issei would always be by her side. When Issei stirred and asked what she was thinking about, Yasaka was startled but replied that she was simply wondering about the past. She fidgeted with her tails, and Issei reassured her of his unwavering support. They both got dressed and left the room, where they found Kunu still half asleep. Yasaka went to prepare breakfast while Issei checked on Kunu. Issei greeted Kunu cheerfully, encouraging her to get ready for breakfast. After Kunu agreed, Issei returned to the kitchen, where he playfully surprised Yasaka, who was busy preparing food. She welcomed his touch, enjoying the moment until Kunu entered, calling for both her parents. As they sat down for breakfast, Issei discussed the upcoming graduation, sharing his excitement with Kunu about the special performance planned for the graduates. Yasaka expressed her desire to attend but was concerned about leaving Kyoto unattended. Issei reassured her that it would only be for a few hours, and after some persuasion, Yasaka agreed to join them. Kunu chimed in, eager to see the performance, and Issei happily invited her along. Yasaka reminded Kunu to behave well during their visit to Kuo, and Kunu promised to be on her best behavior. Issei then mentioned that he needed to leave soon, but he assured Kunu that he would return, rubbing her head affectionately as she pouted in response. Issei chuckled at her reaction, feeling grateful for the peaceful moments they shared. Issei reassured Kunu that he would return, and they could visit the rest of the family together. Kunu expressed her excitement with a cheerful response. In a flash, Issei created a teleportation circle back to Kuo. As he arrived, he saw Yasaka and Kunu waving goodbye. He kissed his adoptive daughter on the forehead, causing her to blush, and embraced her for a moment before letting her go. He then approached Yasaka, sharing a passionate kiss that she reciprocated wholeheartedly. They shared this NTMT moment for a while, during which Yasaka cleverly covered Kunu's eyes with one of her tails. When they finally paused to catch their breath, Yasaka removed her tail, leaving Kunu curiously wondering about what had just happened. Issei then assured them both that this was just a temporary farewell, promising to return soon. Yasaka acknowledged his words, her heart feeling as if a piece of it was departing. Issei had brought completeness to her life, having saved both her and Kunu on numerous occasions. Kunu, with unwavering faith, told her mother that Issei would keep his promise to return. Yasaka smiled reassuringly at her daughter, and they headed back to their office, where Yasaka had a mountain of paperwork to tackle due to the recent upheaval involving the factions and their revelation to humanity. At the Hayadu residence, Issei returned home to the warm greetings of his parents. They inquired about his stay in Kyoto, and he shared highlights of his trip. His parents were thrilled at the prospect of meeting their granddaughter soon, even if she was technically their adoptive granddaughter. Issei then asked where the others were. His mother informed him that they were busy preparing for graduation at Kuo Academy. His father added that Sona was back in the underworld, working alongside Rias to address the situation in their territory. Issei presented his mother with a beautiful earring from Kunu and offered his father some delicious sweets from Kyoto. They both knew they had to accept these gifts, knowing they came from their granddaughter. His mother expressed gratitude, and his father commented on the excellent taste in food that their granddaughter had. After a brief farewell, Issei decided to ride his bicycle to Kuo Academy to meet up with his friends. Upon arriving at Kuo Academy, Issei found everyone busy preparing for the upcoming school festival. Asia was focused on the lyrics for her performance, with her friends supporting her. She expressed her nervousness about the upcoming performance, to which Chara encouraged her to be confident, reminding her of the challenges they had overcome together. Chara updated Asia on the progress of the instrumentalists, mentioning that Frisk was practicing the guitar while Kuroka was on the other guitar. Asriel was impressively handling the keyboard, having quickly mastered the skill. They still needed someone strong to play the drums. Just then, Issei appeared, leaning casually against the wall. Asia and Chara rushed over to him, eager to hear about his trip to Kyoto. After sharing his experiences, Issei inquired about the drums. Asia explained her need for a drummer for their performance, and Issei confidently offered to take on the role, revealing that he had learned to play the drums long ago. Together, they made their way to the area where the drums were set up, joining the others who were practicing for graduation. As they gathered, Issei recounted his trip to Kyoto, omitting any personal details, and then picked up the drumsticks, ready to contribute to their performance. Raynare noted the impressive 66,000 reeds and instructed Issei to execute a plan. However, before Issei could act, Draigg intervened, reminding them to focus on their story. Raynare expressed his disappointment but quickly shifted gears to begin. Issei concluded his performance, earning cheers from the audience. He remarked on how it had been a while since he played, still feeling confident in his skills. Asia, surprised, mentioned that she had never seen him play the drums before. Kuroka echoed her sentiment, noting it was her first time witnessing his performance. Issei explained that no one had asked him about it, as many viewed him as a mere pervert, but he had some hidden talents. Murayama praised Issei's performance and emphasized the importance of respecting the instrument they would be playing. Issei inquired about who was responsible for the special effects, to which Murayama replied that some club members would assist, along with a couple of mischievous individuals. Keitase reassured Issei that their club would be on standby to prevent any disruptions during the performance. Raynare added that she had some special plans for anyone who misbehaved, and her smile made everyone, including Issei, uneasy. Issei expressed relief at their preparedness. Keitase shifted the topic, asking if Issei would train them on the drums. Issei admitted he was mostly self-taught and emphasized the need for practice. Frisk mentioned they would be handling the guitar, having learned from Mettaton. Issei complimented Mettaton's star status, prompting Murayama to express her desire to meet him. Frisk agreed to arrange a meeting if Mettaton was available, leading to Murayama's excited reaction, which she quickly apologized for. Frisk reassured her, though a faint blush appeared on their cheeks. As others left to continue their performance, Raynare teased Frisk about their reaction, causing them to exit the room in embarrassment. Issei wandered the campus and encountered the Occult Research Club and the Student Council packing up. He greeted them, and Sona inquired about his return from Kuo. Rias explained they were preparing to leave the high school, needing to clear out for the next students. Issei asked who would take over their roles, and Sona revealed her intention to let Saji become the student council president. Rias mentioned Asia as a potential candidate for her position, though Kiba might take charge if she preferred. Issei questioned why they weren't performing with him, and Kiba explained they were assisting the president with graduation preparations. Saji confirmed this as well. Sona assured Issei that they were nearly finished and encouraged him to practice for his performance. Issei expressed concern for Sona's upcoming college experience, while Rias shared her worries about not having a boyfriend despite her status. Akino comforted her, and Issei reassured them both that they would find someone, though he jokingly referenced past mistakes, prompting Sona to scold him playfully. After a brief exchange, Issei mentioned he had brought some items from Kuo, which Sona expressed interest in seeing. Issei planned to focus on his final year while practicing for the performance, inviting them to attend. They agreed to come, and Issei left to continue his preparations. 3 days later, Issei and the others took the stage, having practiced diligently. Their mock performance had gone smoothly, and they were ready to showcase their skills. Asia was set to sing, and despite her nerves, Issei encouraged her to have faith in herself. As she took her position and tested the microphone, an unexpected explosion occurred, and the music began to play, signaling the start of their performance. Asia expressed her gratitude to everyone for attending. She began to sing, her voice filled with determination and hope. She questioned her purpose and acknowledged the challenges she had faced, but she was ready to embrace her future. The future was uncertain, but it depended on her choices. She was committed to pursuing her dreams, having tried all her life to find something worth holding on to. She declared herself a hero, emphasizing that true strength came from standing up for one's beliefs. She didn't care what others thought of her, she wanted to live her life authentically. Despite the judgments she faced, she remained resolute, determined to follow her own path and inspire others. As her performance concluded, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. Asia took a bow, her heart swelling with joy as she realized that those who once criticized her were now celebrating her talent. After exiting the stage, she and her friends made their way backstage. Issei and the others were in the green room, preparing for the upcoming ball dance at school. Suddenly, Kunu called out to Issei, who turned to see her approach. He embraced his adoptive daughter warmly, noticing Yasaka and his parents joining them. Yasaka reminded Kunu not to call Issei Papa at school, but Issei reassured her that it was fine since only the band members were present. He expressed his gratitude for their attendance. Yasaka complimented Issei and Asia on their performance, to which Issei humbly attributed the success to Asia as the main singer. Asia blushed, pleased to hear such praise. Goru, Issei's father, expressed his surprise at their talents, particularly Asia's singing. Yasaka felt flattered by his words, and Goru encouraged her to call him Dad, which made her blush. Issei suggested that Kunu play with her uncle and aunt while he got ready for the graduation ball. Kunu happily agreed and went off to join Israel and Chara. Issei then engaged in conversation with Yasaka and his parents about graduation and their experiences during practice. At that moment, Raynare joined them, greeting everyone. Issei complimented Raynare on her work with the special effects and inquired about the others. Raynare informed him that they were getting dressed for the ballroom and mentioned that some individuals had tried to disrupt the show, but she and the Kendo Club had taken care of the situation. Issei felt a twinge of pity for those individuals, knowing Raynare's reputation for being intimidating. He acknowledged that the party was not over yet, and he and the others would soon join them. Everyone understood and waited for Issei and the others to finish getting ready. Kunu returned to her mother and grandparents after spending time with her friends. When Issei and the others emerged in their formal attire, it was clear that a wonderful night awaited them. They danced in the ballroom, with Issei sharing a dance with Raynare. The other couples enjoyed the festivities as well, with Saji dancing with Momo, Kiba with Chara, Frisk with Murayama, and Gasper with Valerie. They danced joyfully until Issei and Raynare noticed that Sona was missing. Curious, they followed her to the balcony, where she was with Rias, Akino, and Tsubaki, the four great beauties of Kuo, gathered together. Issei and Raynare joined the group while they were engaged in conversation. Sona welcomed them, expressing her happiness that they could join. She then inquired about Zenobia and Irina. Issei explained that they were sitting nearby, feeling bored and unable to find dance partners. He noted that Irina was not the type to dance, and while Zenobia was skilled in combat, she had not developed much else outside of that. Sona acknowledged his words, and Raynare asked if they were all planning to attend the same college. Rias confirmed this and shared her relief about being in a better position than before. Issei interrupted, reminding Rias that it was her graduation day and she should focus on enjoying it rather than dwelling on the past. Rias agreed and asked Issei for tips on college. He advised her to keep up with assignments and take regular breaks. Rias found his advice lacking in helpfulness, but Issei pointed out that she would likely receive many contracts due to the number of students on campus. Sona agreed with his observation, and Akino chimed in, expressing hope that she might find someone special. Issei reassured Akino, complimenting her and noting that many boys would be interested in her. Raynare agreed, and Akino playfully thanked Issei for the compliment. Tsubaki shared her sadness about Kiba not returning her feelings but expressed happiness for him in finding love. Issei encouraged her, suggesting that she might find someone special in the future. Sona supported this sentiment, reminding Tsubaki that there is someone out there for everyone. Tsubaki praised Sona for her growth since Issei entered her life, noting that she had become more compassionate. Sona blushed at the compliment and acknowledged its truth. Just then, Ascari and Toriel arrived, having come to watch their children's performance. Issei greeted them and asked for their thoughts on the graduation performance. Toriel shared her enjoyment of watching her children perform, mentioning that Sans had wanted to tell jokes but was stopped by Papyrus. Ascari commented on the varied reactions to Sans' humor, and Toriel expressed surprise at Asriel's keyboard skills, which she found delightful. Ascari agreed with her assessment. Issei then asked for their opinion on Kiba. Toriel described him as a sweet boy and a true gentleman, while Ascari recounted how he had eased Kiba's nerves during their first meeting. Issei felt relieved that Kiba had made a good impression on Ascari. Encouraging everyone to enjoy the rest of the night, Issei led the group back inside the ballroom, where the celebration continued late into the evening, creating memories they would cherish. 5 days later, Issei and the others were back at school, counting down the days until summer vacation. They learned that Seraphal would be leaving, which saddened the boys. However, they understood that her role as the foreign department head required her attention, especially with humanity becoming more aware of the supernatural. Thankfully, the government had agreed to keep their identities a secret to protect them from media scrutiny. The new teacher introduced himself as W. Gaster, expressing his enthusiasm for teaching science. He then introduced Asriel Dreamer, who surprised everyone, especially Chara and Frisk. Asriel cheerfully announced that he was a transfer student from America and was excited to meet everyone. While the girls cheered for Asriel, the boys still felt the absence of Seraphal. Issei inquired about Azazel sensei, and Gaster confirmed that he would be teaching English. Issei accepted this information, and Gaster instructed Asriel to take a seat, to which Asriel thanked him. Gaster began teaching his new students about quantum physics, determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past. He promised himself that he would keep his students away from his experiments, ensuring they would not suffer the same fate as his 4 followers. After class, the students went outside for lunch, discussing the events that had transpired so far. Chara expressed her happiness about Asriel joining the academy. Asriel shared his relief at being able to maintain his current form for most of his life. Issei inquired about Asriel's experience at the academy, to which Asriel responded positively, noting it was better than he had expected. He then asked about Kunu, and Issei explained that she was currently in middle school and that he was responsible for looking after her. Raynare wondered what their juniors had planned for them as they approached graduation. Frisk remained optimistic, believing whatever it was would be enjoyable. Asia reflected on her recent singing performance, still amazed at her success. Issei encouraged her, stating that others saw her as a star because of her voice. Kuroka agreed, praising Asia's performance. Asia expressed her gratitude to her friends, especially Raynare for her special effects work. Raynare mentioned that it had been easy to learn with Azazel's guidance. As they enjoyed their lunch, they felt grateful for the improvements in their lives compared to the previous timeline. They soon encountered Azazel, who greeted them enthusiastically. Issei asked how he was managing with the new English subject, and Azazel replied that it was going better than his chemistry classes. He shared the good news that humanity had accepted the supernatural and agreed to keep their identities secret, allowing them to live normal lives. This development brought smiles to everyone's faces as they realized that all pantheons and races were united in this better timeline. Issei remarked on the hope and new life that awaited everyone, especially for sacred gear wielders who would no longer be hunted. The group agreed, feeling a sense of safety and peace, at least for the time being. They looked forward to the upcoming summer vacations, eager to enjoy time with their families and strengthen their bonds. After class, they returned home, putting away their bags and deciding to savor their peaceful existence for as long as it lasted. They felt confident that this tranquility would endure for a significant time. Suddenly, Israel appeared in his hyperdeath form, teasing that the story wasn't over yet. Issei interrupted, reminding him that their mother had called them for dinner and that the book was indeed finished. Israel sighed and reverted to his teenage form, acknowledging Issei's point. He then left the room to join the others for dinner, marking a light-hearted end to their day. The story unfolds with an intense atmosphere as the characters navigate their challenges. Each moment is filled with tension and emotion, drawing the reader deeper into their journey. The protagonist faces formidable obstacles, showcasing their determination and resilience. As they confront adversaries, the encounters are charged with action, leaving the outcome to the imagination while emphasizing the stakes involved. Throughout the narrative, friendships are tested, and bonds are strengthened, illustrating the importance of support and loyalty. The characters evolve, learning from their experiences and growing stronger together. The journey is not just about overcoming external conflicts, but also about personal growth and self-discovery. As the chapter progresses, the protagonist reflects on their choices and the impact of their actions, setting the stage for future developments. The story captivates with its blend of adventure, emotion, and the promise of what lies ahead.